We're recording.
We'll see how this goes. No high internet.
Oh, I didn't hear we started.
Hi, Internet!
No, I mean I said first. I'm on YouTube.
Beat Deb to it. Damn, this is gonna be a good
No, I
session.
said it first.
No, he beat you to it.
How? I said hi. I shouted hi.
You said hi. He said hi, internet.
Okay, well, the internet wasn't. Listen, I assume the people on the internet are smart enough to understand that they are on the internet. I'm sorry that I am not doubting the intelligence of our audience.
Brent,
about
put the
that?
gun down.
Just give it to Norton. We're just gonna die this session anyway.
Good. Suffer. I win.
Hi, Internet, and welcome. Again, today we get to do another shout out to Just Josh Trolls for completing yet another one of our characters' portraits. And today we be showing off Renji's new custom artwork for Renji Kashima.
Haha, Catboy. Look
The
at him.
Fox Boy becomes
If you want
even
the
more
full,
detailed.
if you want the full picture one, you have the my character sheet. You can just show to everyone.
Yeah, show us all
those
like the
beats.
entire character sheet, like including like full backstory, all the secrets.
Deb, I'm gonna need you to stop spanking the monkey.
What does that mean?
We're gonna have to.
If you click on the artwork picture, it should zoom in for you.
Yeah. You should be able to click on that little thing up in the corner, Sam, and it should make it bigger.
Do what now?
If you hover over the picture, there's a icon up in the top left corner.
Yeah, I'm not getting that.
In the picture. Oh.
The icon, which is, I don't see it either.
Well, if YouTube want to look at a good close up of Renji, all they gotta do is zoom in.
No, I'm about to say, GM can just make the token that's on the map right now bigger.
Yeah, even if
Over
I
here.
zoom in on my, yeah, that's not gonna fucking work.
I
Other
mean,
token.
it's fair. It's
this
fairly.
one right here.
Okay, that one.
Ooh.
Because you never added my token to the character sheet.
Oh, yeah, that'll work.
he wide.
I did.
Oh, yeah, thick boy.
You're a big boy.
I'm trying to.
You gave Renji cake.
You gave him way too much. Way too much.
Jesus Christ.
That's a huge bitch.
He got a little mask.
Again, Just
what
Josh
the
Trolls. You can
mask
find him on
is.
Instagram. A link will be posted in the description below.
He is
He's
very
got
neat with his
amazing
other art.
videos. He's even got speed. What is that, like speed drawings of
Speed drawings.
two of our characters already posted on his TikTok and Instagram. Go check him out.
Nord's characters are already done on it, and mine's coming up next.
And don't just look at these characters, look at the other art that he does, and maybe if you got a little bit of spare cash on you,
Deb,
maybe consider throwing it to him and getting a commission yourself, because they're
Deb,
very...
seriously, stop.
No.
All we're hearing is you spanking a monkey.
You should have said that!
And we don't want him to get too many commissions, because then he won't be able to run ours for the next campaign.
But you know what we can do? We can shout out the fact that Just Josh Draws has a sale going on right now for his merch.
Oh yeah, he's got a huge merch line.
Woo!
Highly suggest you check it out. Custom prints and t-shirts.
I need my character put on a t-shirt so I can buy it.
For those who do not want to listen to this advertisement, please skip to 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Where we will still be talking about Just Josh Draws and his amazing art.
I feel like we're past the 3 minute 50 second mark already.
Actually, no, we're not.
10 minutes.
Are
10
you
minutes
sure?
and 50
I
seconds.
think we are.
Oh yeah, we are well past it. Never mind.
Skip into an hour into the video, and then we might be wrapping up.
And then
Oh my
you can be
goodness.
very confused. Along with everyone else. because my players
Art is
never
cool.
listen.
No, we don't.
I'm sorry. What was
That's
that,
why
DM?
I don't
Could you repeat
Good,
that?
I
Wolfie.
wasn't paying
That's
attention.
specifically
You
why
say
we
something?
record these episodes, so we don't have to remember.
Exactly.
Say
Why
something.
take notes
Clearly.
when we have video? Come on.
What?
Kakashi, you say something?
What?
The fuck did you say?
You say something?
Huh?
And technically, Renji, once all the characters are done and we pay $50, we can all get this on put this on a poster that we can hang up.
Yeah. Actually might be going to friggin' this plate and having it turned into a metal plate I will hang on my wall.
We just have to get Zarina done.
But
Zarina's
Have
drawing
fun.
herself. Zarina's drawing herself, so we just send him Zarina's completed drawing.
oh, I'll commission Zarina to be done. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't mind drawing a naked elf woman dancing in the moon.
Technically half naked. It's gotta not be a TikTok violation.
But continuing where we left off, Nord finds himself in an estranged and dark place, facing off against a oddly familiar yet unknown foe that claims to be his darker sins.
And no, this isn't just his internal psyche every day. This is like genuine.
Well, that was
Anyway,
fucking adorable.
for
Fuck you.
Brand, keep your vicious mockeries to yourself. Keep all the health you can get for this one.
so for now, let us cut back to just after Thunk crushed the crystal and sent Nord here. So Thunk, first
Yo.
of all, there is a gun pointed at your face. Second of all, there is a spear that is right in your eye. And you have two very angry looking people that are kind of glaring at you.
Thunk's just gonna fucking not even bother with it.
One of them you might want to.
Considering their conversation, I assume Nord knew what was gonna happen.
Oh, Nord had no fucking clue.
No.
Oh.
I
Doug
said,
didn't
and I
actually
quote,
tell any of us.
I said, and I quote, "See you in 3 days." Crush.
Ah. I was tired last couple episodes, so.
If you do not want to die, you will tell me where you sent him.
Oh, that's a new accent for Kusali that I'm not aware of.
Yes, it's very interesting, isn't it?
Not even I know where he went. He'll be back in 3 days.
You hope.
If he is not, then you will die.
You can certainly try.
Can we have like a day, grace period? Things may be delayed. You never know. Like just in case.
But meanwhile, we've got a border to get to.
I'm assuming you got that crystal during your wedding ceremony?
No,
this,
you watched him take that.
This is the crystal from the vault. The one the blood god sent me after.
Ah. Okay, so yeah, I'm refreshing my memory.
Yes.
Thunk, what exactly does that crystal do?
Grants me a wish.
Yeah,
And your
you
wish
could have wished for
was-
anything.
To make Nord stronger.
Are you sure it looks like you made Nord disappear?
What was
Maybe
your
this was
exact
just
wording,
physically
boyo?
impossible. Maybe there was just no way to make Nord strong at all, and so the universe just popped him out of existence.
No, that's just it. The universe is like, oh, I got
No.
this. God status. Huh.
Why didn't they just give him some steroids or something?
The
Well-
fuck are steroids?
I read about it in a
Make you
fiction book. They're
stronger.
made up.
You
Make
will.
you stronger, but at the price of manhood.
You will.
What does that mean? You getting circumcised?
You will
Anyway.
see what happens.
It was
Uh,
entertaining staying here and watching Nord become a pincushion, or,
or
or
Thunk.
watching Thunk become a pincushion. I suggest we all get moving.
But like, what if Nord like reappears here?
Well, pretty sure he comes back to the place that the crystal is.
The crystal is you crushed it.
I look at the pieces of the crystal on the ground at Thunk.
No, they're still in his hand. He crushed them in his hand.
Are you okay? That sounds
No,
painful.
right.
So
I'm gonna heal
is
you.
your hand still crushing the crystal, or was it opened at all?
What do you mean?
Did you open your hand?
Yeah, I opened my hand.
Okay. The pieces of crystal start to reform into a small disc.
Oh.
Okay,
That looks neat.
I didn't know it did this.
Now you get like another wish, but it's smaller and only related to music.
And once it is finished reforming, you notice it in the center there is a small glowing dot, and on this dot appears a golden glowing arrow around the lines of the disc.
I should know what
Words
this.
start
Is it
to
a compass?
form.
It's a clock ticking
Oh.
down.
Around the edges of it, words start to form. The first, the one that it is currently set, the arrow is currently pointing to, says slightly safe.
Oh.
On the other, on one side it says safe, slightly safe, not safe, dead. It is currently pointing at slightly safe.
Well, I'm gonna fucking die.
Just like quickly turn that over. Don't let anyone see that. That's fine.
Now here's a question: can you turn the arrow, or does the arrow turn itself?
Thunk's not even gonna fuck with it. He's
No,
just
no,
gonna
no.
put it in between of his armor next to his chest plate.
It floats there in between, not touching either the armor or yourself.
Technically speaking, we can never touch each other. You see, our atoms actually repel each other.
All right, let's get a move on. Let's go.
Okay. We're all right.
I hate horseback riding.
Now we
think it's
cut
delightful.
back to the in-between, where two seeming twins are facing off against each other, one with blue eyes, the other with red eyes.
The aesthetic's nice. I like how you're trying to fit in with, the future wife. It's always good. Try and actually get my voice right. Remember, children, don't huff paint, even for her work purposes. It's unhealthy.
Nice.
Alright. To be perfectly honest, I'm in no mood to be fighting myself. And he'll kind of just. If this is my mind, let's kind of test the limits in this attempt to manifest a chair.
A chair does manifest.
Ah, good. And then he'll summon a second one. Let's, like, proper Barons actually attempt to be civil. Shall we? And he'll sit in one of the two chairs.
Your double just looks at you before spinning the pistol around his hand and holstering it. We may be barons, But that is not all we are. You see, as he walks over to the chair and sits down in it, sort of regal like, there is a part of our history that you do not know that has been shown to me by this crystal that our foolish friends used to send us here and to give me life. Are
And
you
what would we
interested?
be?
We are not just Ubaran. We are also the descendants of an ancient bloodline. Have you heard the tale of Nehenerakara?
No, but I've heard the tale of Darth Plagueis the Wise.
God damn it. Also, I'll ask this question before I get teleported back to see how that goes, because there might be a fourth person trying to kill, or a third person trying to kill Thunk shortly. Uh, would I be familiar with this?
Somewhat. Because
History check?
this is this would require more of a history check, yes.
Oh my god, I just realized all of our fucking portrait pictures look so sexy now, and then there's Deb's.
I don't know what you mean. I am so hot.
Actually, that's pretty damn good.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're so hot, you're flaming.
Okay.
Hey!
Oh my god!
Wolfie just
Oh.
became Deb's best friend.
Instantly.
That was the most backhanded joke ever.
I don't know what you mean. I will take it at completely face value. There is no hidden meaning.
There
Okay.
actually wasn't. I was just making a pun.
I know.
You do know this tale of Nene Hekara. This is a very, very old tale. From before there was Ubar, or as it was known back then, Kershanak. You see, in the south, there are many fuck. I'm I'm blanking now just when I wrote this a while ago.
It's
Blanking
okay,
now.
Andrew. We all have performance issues sometimes, buddy. They make pills for that.
I'm pretty sure they don't make it for mental problems.
They're working on it.
Yes.
Wolfie says they exist. It's called Prevagen.
Okay, so basically we're in
Too
the
much
fourth
lemon
age. We are in the fourth age. Way back in the third age, there was a massive empire by the name of Nene Kara, and it was basically ancient Egypt if ancient Egypt was the uh, was ruled by basically actual demigods. Ouch.
I I didn't mean to. That poor eagle. I feel bad. I'm familiar with the tales. Basically, our lands were ruled by the children of the gods. Yes, it's
Indeed.
and what is he kind of does that like finger waggle between the two of us. Where does that bring us exactly?
Nehenikara was founded by the Shanra dynasty, by Pharaoh Aten Shanra. And after him came many other pharaohs. This lands were ruled by Nehenikara for thousands of years. They were so powerful that every nation around them dared not offend them. Even nations from across this vast world would send tribute so that their armies would not visit upon them. And then, as you know the tale, with all nations, they became corrupt and foolish, stupid. The last great pharaoh of that house, that dynasty, was named Khaldun the Immortal. His son grew ambitious, and through a series of plots, he sealed that great pharaoh and his army beneath the sands for eternity. And because of his foolishness and arrogance, the entire region was destroyed. That son was known as Runahara the Fool. However, there is a part of the history that very few know. In fact, in this world, only 4, and now with us, 5 will know this. Khaldun had many sons, and it was believed that all of them were killed off and destroyed. However, his third son, by the name of Hotek, fled to the lands of Kershanak, the lands that are now Ubar. There he changed his name from Shanra to Usara. That roughly meaning smoke sun or smoky sun, which is funny to me.
He got that good kush.
Drugs are bad, okay?
There,
Damn it, Bobby.
there he dwelt for many, many years, until near over 2,000 years later, one of his descendants by the name of Spek would once more change their family name to Amun-Ra. This name continued down through the generations, and the family slowly died out until there was only one, a daughter of the house of Amun-Ra. Her first name was Bahati. She married a farmer by the name of Ufa. Those two were your parents. You, Nordshift, are descended from the lines of kings and pharaohs, from a drop of blood of Ra. And that is why I am so utterly pissed off at how you've handled things. He's now
Congrats.
standing.
Congrats, bud. You're related to Raw.
That's not
Who's
my
a
favorite
godling
child.
now?
Kiss my ass. All of you.
Technically, you're a godling of the most powerful god right now.
A dead
Oh,
god, by
Nord's
the
not
way.
royalty.
Fuck all of you. Nord's gonna actually remain seated and just kind of start doing that like insane laugh at himself. Sit. There's no need for us to fight any more than we've had to. And he's going to look out. You know as well as I the struggles that I have faced.
Indeed, for we are the same. We have the same memories, the same thoughts, though you suppress what I embrace.
I suppress what you wish to now embrace. I am not going to deny you the truth. I have been a coward and a fool. But should I have known the truth, my actions would have been different, as they should have been. Sit. The truth is, we need to work together, and you know why more than any other. Would you dare raise your hand against our home? Against.
Of course not. No.
Then you know what we face ahead. You know the trials, you know the tribulations of the desert as well as I. These are the darkest times our home has ever sought.
Yes. But where is your ambition?
Believe it or not, I've had a lot of time to think over these past days and nights. My debauchery and drinking give me some time alone. We are to be expecting to be a father soon enough. This is not something that is lost on me. I also know that I have struggled with one of my greatest fears, the fact that I do not believe I have achieved anything. But
That's
I have seen that I have achieved much. And he kind of manifests the three chalices, or three chalices, the three decanters in front of him. Our home will have fresh flowing water for the first time that could actually sustain the entire village.
perhaps. There is still the beast to consider.
Indeed, but you have seen the actions of my party. Yes,
Indeed, they are powerful allies.
and I plan to bring them to my home. I will not leave without the beast dead. That I guarantee.
And what about after that? What then will you do?
I plan on heading to the Southlands and aiding Thunk, our closest friend and companion, on his quest. It is a noble one, but I plan
Oh.
on expanding. Our home needs us, yes, but my goals are not so simple as they used to be. I cannot be fighting with myself anymore. We need to work together,
I'm
now more
glad
than
we
ever.
agree. However, there is still the fact of our ancestry.
Indeed,
I
and
wish to restore the kingdom of Nehenakara.
which may be possible.
You have not seen the things that I have seen, the history. Their capital city was known as that Great White City. It was made of pure white stone. The walls were hundreds of feet high, many meters thick. Its pyramids towered over all, and now it is mere ruins, rotted and crumbled away beneath the ever expanding sands of the desert.
That is the way of all things. But, just like with all things, they can be rebuilt anew. And Nord's going to stand up. I am tired of fighting with myself. We need to work together for Kosali, for Litz, for our brothers. You wish to see our home restored, then I will bring what you have told me to our king, to our pharaoh. I have no reason to lie to him, and if he sees fit, he may very well bestow that title onto us.
As
But
he should, for he knows.
that is something we must deal with then. I cannot allow my friends to traverse those deserts alone. They do not know the death that lies beneath the sands. And if that pharaoh still lies beneath them, as you said, he sounds like a powerful ally if he still breathes.
I know he breathes, but not in the same way as you. Not quite I do.
And if what you say is true, then perhaps the gods may favor us yet again. Being a living descendant of Ra might give us power that we do not know.
There is a power that our bloodline holds, though our bloodline has been dormant. In fact, your eyes are a proof of that. Only a descendant of the Shanra dynasty has such pure blue eyes as we do. At least among the desert folk.
Then, as far as I know, there are only two of us left. And he kind of laughs. Well, at least Litz has the spoiled princess persona down.
Hmm. Indeed. So is this it then? Do you agree then to stop being this cowardly mouse?
The world
Become the
needs
lion you're meant to be?
the world needs us. And he kind of and sadly they need us. And he kind of laughed. I don't give them more than 2 days before they get lost in the woods, try to kill each other.
Hey.
Hmm.
You're generous with two.
Indeed.
The
Clearly,
world
Zarina gets
needs.
lost in the woods.
But to say, Zarina would get lost in the woods on purpose.
The world needs heroes,
Mhm.
and sadly, I don't have time to mope. You have always been part of my personality. I was just a fool never to see it. The world, as it is, as we see it, is a strange place. And fortunately, we've found enough oddballs to make it comfortable.
Indeed.
But I see that my actions don't need to be mine alone to be what they are. We have made a home outside of our own, and he pulls the ring out of his jacket and puts it on. We've already made a step towards reclaiming former nobility, have we not? Even though I have no intent of ruling some backwater foreign wetlands, it is still a title we hold.
Well said, well said.
He'll actually extend a hand. We need each other as much as we need ourselves.
Yes. Truthfully, I had thought that this would end differently. Perhaps with blades crossed. I should have known that you would have been wiser than that. After all, Shanra does mean wise, son. He reaches out his hand and grasps yours.
Through blood and bone, brother, we will fight, and we will win.
As one. By the way, he starts, you notice a golden light starts shimmering over him. His eyes that were red start turning to the same blue as yours, albeit a bit darker shade, and light starts enveloping him. He starts turning slightly transparent. You know Noah has had a massive crush on us for decades, right?
Yeah, it's. To be fair, I've been ignoring it for the same reason I should have ignored Kasali. And once I tell them about this, you realize that the king's gonna push that proposal a lot harder. Right?
Of course.
And once she finds out about Kasali, I'm gonna have a hell of a hard time dealing with this, aren't I?
You're a pharaoh. Hard times are a given.
Fair.
Also, now that we have started to combine, there is unfortunately still the matter of the test. It requires one of martial strength. Test of martial strength. And now that we are joined, it will send a different test at us. But we shall endure.
As we always have.
He shatters into 1,000 motes of light and starts to enter your body.
This one does.
Kinky.
I need an adult.
So here's the thing. You feel something awakening inside your blood. Your blood starts almost boiling, and you feel a interesting sensation as if you are wiser and smarter at the same time. Please add +1 to your intelligence, +1 to your wisdom, and +3 to your charisma.
Ooh.
Hold on, that was +1, +1, +3.
Yes.
The charisma's gonna help a lot. The intelligence and wisdom, not as much. Okay, let's see. That brings me up to 14, 20, 16, 13, 17, 13. Oh, I didn't mean to roll that. And that's a nat 1. Wow. Glad I got that out of the fucking way. That one's already dead. Okay.
And Nord said Thunk was his greatest friend.
So now there is something else which I have to inform you about. Uh, since this blood has awakened inside you, you gain two specific abilities from that.
Ooh.
Uh,
I'm adding the first one, which was the charisma shit.
yes.
Plus 3 charisma. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the blood of Ra. Okay.
Okay. So you gain another ability. It's called this.
That went smoother than I thought. This next part's gonna hurt.
Oh, yes. Uh,
Oh, fuck. Wait, what? Did you add?
so
Okay. Shit
there.
changed on my sheet and I had an aneurysm.
So here you go. There's that.
Ooh. That's nice.
Uh-huh. There is another thing that I forgot to write down. So give me one moment, and you can discuss amongst yourselves while I finish this.
Aw, Nord said Thunk was his greatest friend.
Just does not care.
Deb has nothing to weigh in on this.
I, I, I get it. Thunk's everyone's best friend. Like, I want to be mad, but I get it.
Sausage roll is my best friend.
About to say,
Well, you're you.
Funk's
See,
not Renji's best
Jeffrey
friend.
will be heartbroken.
Reggie has no friends.
Jeffrey is
so-
also
Oh
a best
God!
Funk's Renji's brother.
Just gonna.
Okay, well.
Where's my
A
mouse
brother
wheel?
goes beyond friends.
D4 psychic damage. There you go.
But also, I said he is one of my greatest friends, not my greatest friend.
Plus, I'm immune to that now because I
I
paid
just
for
want-
her art.
Oh, that is true. You have immunity until it's paid off.
Oh my god, I just realized.
Yeah.
I can draw a dick in the snow in Assassin's Creed and upload the picture to the internet.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
To be fair, I don't really play in the snow in the
It get
Netherlands
banned
much.
immediately.
Actually, it's probably all over. Fucking Ubisoft has 0 fucks to give.
Could we by chance go back? Who the fuck was that person you were like, ah, yeah, this person's into. Who the fuck was that?
Oh,
I
you'll
don't
meet
remember the name.
Noah.
Noah.
Mhm.
Whoops.
You didn't pay attention in the last game, or
There will be blood in the sand between
I
Noah
was-
and Kusali.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
I was
yeah.
bugging out. Listen, my audio was cutting out a lot last session.
Nord
or not,
knowingly
the last session we
ignored her
had.
crush on him
Nope.
for one simple reason. She's a princess and his commanding officer.
Oh shit! Now I remember. Oh.
But now he's a
Oh!
pharaoh, so it's
Yep.
okay.
No, Noah.
I
Noah is
see.
No,
a
he's
character.
also a lord. He's a
Noah's
technically
is-
he's a duke.
Yeah, Noah's someone we know out of game, but not our characters haven't met him in game yet. I
Her.
don't think Nord has shared many stories about him. Have you?
No. And
But-
there's a reason.
By the way, Nord, what's this about being the normal one in the party now?
You shut the hell
Yeah,
up.
I was about to
Now
bring
the
that
normal
up.
one's dead.
Actually, Deb
Oh.
isn't the normal one.
I am a
It's
vampire
Zarina.
and can see spirits. Yeah, Zarina.
Zarina's the only, Deb's the only non-godling we have in this party right now.
That
we
part's
kn-
true.
That we know of. Loki
Secret
could
backstory lore.
She
Loki could be taking care of his bastard son.
I don't think you saw the ring that was around Loki's neck with the goddess of
fine.
magic. I don't think he's
fine.
been fucking around.
It'll be fine.
Yeah. Could happen before the ring.
Also, in the TV
It
series
could be,
Loki,
it could be why the ring is there.
Ooh, I need to remember
he
something.
he did the greatest use of prestidigitation in video in fucking history. He legitimately just dried himself. And when he was asked about it, he legitimately said, "That was me using magic to dry my clothes." Like, he just legitly casted prestidigitation in front of a group of people.
Oh,
Yeah.
I just remembered something funny from me and Wolfie's earlier
does Renji.
conversations, and I need Andrew to weigh in on it.
Oh no.
So, there's also that. It
Andrew, buddy,
has a secondary effect, yes.
I have a question for you. It's a question that is something me and Wolfie were talking about this morning that I need you to weigh in on.
Oh, interesting.
So when there's a
Oh.
blood moon, does that mean that Illustrate danced for Soda Call?
No.
Uh,
Ow.
that is not
uh,
canon. We do not
Brain.
speak about
No.
that.
Can it be?
no,
Nope.
Can it be
no,
canon?
No.
No.
Damn.
No. I'm rolling
no.
in on that. No.
I feel
No.
I feel like that's a question Thunk will have to ask the blood god himself at some point.
I feel like that is a problem. And feels bad. Hmm.
Not allowed.
I mean,
I'll take away your maps.
there is another possibility, but I'm not going to use that either.
Oh no! Shut up! You shut up before that
That was
enters you
worse.
I'm not amused.
I'm not amused either, really.
Don't scare off the shiny.
Yeah,
I need
I'm
more
not
liquor.
amused either,
Uh,
which is
I
why
am.
I'm not gonna use it.
Just for that, you can go grab my red line out of the fridge, David. I'm not kissing your ass.
Anyway,
I mean, is it a nice
uh,
ass? Is it worth kissing?
Yeah,
so
babe.
that
Is it?
is finished.
Those are.
It sounds like Sam's burning through that good karma he got from biting her dice very quickly.
No, she loves him too much for that.
Okay, so that's that. It has a secondary effect, which we'll get into another time.
Okay.
Deb's gotta have a shitty video or default like there. It's all flat. Good.
Why?
Your name for some reason was in a second row, and it was. I hated it.
Well,
You
that's
don't get
mean.
your own row.
I want
Thunk,
I want to be special. I want to be quirky. I want to be not like other characters.
about to say, Thunk, you and Zarina all do that for mine too, so.
Simply just shrink the profile pictures.
I actually have it on names only. It was still you were still
Oh.
getting your second row.
I have mine on small
Same.
because you all are tiny as fuck.
I am 5'9".
6'4".
I'm 5'10" and you can't prove otherwise.
Yes, I can.
We
Ow.
don't discuss my height.
You're 5'2".
Zarina's
know.
an elf. She
Haha,
probably
short.
Zarina's an elf.
I
She's
am
probably one of
slightly
the
taller
tallest
than
people in
5'2".
the group.
5'4"?
Slightly taller. By how much? How much are you taller than 5'2"?
We're not going to talk about it.
Anyway, there's
5'4".
Wait, does that mean
That's
Zarina's
generous.
taller? Zarina's taller than Renji.
there is a little bit more we have to get through in this other space.
Yeah.
Thunk's
Go
gonna
ahead.
start sweating real hard, real quick.
So all that happens. You felt your dormant blood awakening, and
Thunk's
now
player.
you instinctively know about these two new abilities that you have. And then someone appears a small distance away from you. You see it's an old man in armor, and your character recognizes him as the traitor lord from the northern kingdom that you had to depose.
Wait, the boss?
No,
Oh, I was
this is
about
a
to
a
say, you're
different
about to
one.
make fucking Nord fight a boss on his own? That's gonna suck.
The
Was
lord I decapitated a lizard general for.
Ah.
Well,
okay. So no. This is the old Lord Amazel, who you had to depose because
The
he
one
was
he shot
running
in
one
the
of
head.
the. Yes. Nord shot a lot of people in the head. To be fair,
Mm-hmm.
oh,
and yes, he was kind of a
Like,
boss.
technically, this is from before the campaign even started.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at.
yeah. So it
And
is the lord I'm thinking, I believe.
then across from him, a goblin with a sword, dressed in a white coat, appears. You recognize this as the first boss that you ever encountered, and
Oh
one that
god. Has to
you
fight every
killed
boss
again,
he ever killed
Oh god.
kind of. And
at once.
yeah, this was also the one that shaved Debanon's beard. This is
Ah.
canonically, he's why Debanon no longer has a beard. And then from another
Fuck that
side,
guy.
a certain werewolf alpha appears.
Dear fuck, Andrew, he's already dead.
Quick, someone give him Serena's necklace.
And then on another side, the lizardman general that you decapitated and stuck his head on a pike appears.
I don't remember the goblin. I remember the other three. I don't remember the goblin.
That's because he said
You
that
do
Thunk got the
after this
final
now.
kill on the goblin.
Something like that. I don't remember completely, but yes.
No, Thunk was down. Andrew was telling me about that this morning.
It was one of those. I don't completely remember. If I remembered everything I ever said, then I would have a better life, but
Your brain would hurt a lot more than it does now if you did that.
Can
true.
confirm.
So they all array before you and raise weapons, and then everything goes black and we cut away. So
Oh boy.
3 days later, sorry, uh
The sad part is, with my loadout and abilities, I could actually kill all four of them.
All I
yeah,
hear in the background is him
and
load a gun, look at him, and
yeah.
right before it fades to black, I'll be your Huckleberry.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
I'm gonna use Quatil here. So you all travel all the way down here to the border. 3
Every
days later,
3 days, every night having a kobold and a vampire sit outside Thunk's tent, ready to scare him.
just cocking that gun and getting ready to stab him.
Thunk has been nonchalant about it whatsoever. He trusts his god and he trusts Nord.
No, no. He trusts his god, he trusts Nord, Kastali's just staring at him. I'm afraid.
So on the 26th, the morning
Nope.
no, not 26th.
Remember the
25th.
26th of November.
Yeah, it's not the 26th.
It's the
It's
the
the-
5th of November that you
I'm
have to
aware. I
remember.
made a joke.
Remember,
Fuck off.
5th of November.
Also
Somebody
September.
treat
Why do
me.
I fuck? I keep confusing September and November. Fuck. Okay, on the 25th of September, get it right. Get it right. You
Do you
all
remember?
appear at the border to enter the desert.
Finally.
By the way, that disc has been shifting back and forth between safe and not slightly not safe.
Well, as long as
But
it's not going to not safe, Thung's not really sweating.
As long as it doesn't suddenly turn to dead, Thunk is fine.
for 10 minutes on the second day of travel, it transfers to not safe
Sweating,
and is
sweating,
getting
sweating, sweating.
Oh my god.
gets
Oh my
close
god.
to
Oh my god.
death. And
Extreme sweating.
during those 10 minutes,
Thunk.
you just see Kusali and Quatiller just staring at you, just stroking their weapons, getting ready to murder you. And then it switches to saved real quick.
You just hear Thunk sit outside. Oh, oh, God, that was
I'm
close.
sorry. I'm sorry. I have to put this image. How do you stroke a spear, gentlemen?
Nope.
I just imagine Kasali on the other end with a fucking sharpening stone, like, shh.
I was about to say, I'm pretty sure she got a lot of practice on Nord.
She won't get any more at this rate.
Oh, God.
Nord's dead body flops out of the void. Thunk just starts running through the sand. Gods won't stop me!
So
I just imagine the Jack Sparrow run.
Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
Andrew.
yes,
Sometime during the trip, can I try and quickly draw a fake arrow that points to dead that is in like just on it like in like I know expo marker doesn't exist, but like something that I can easily wipe off and just make
How
it
would
make it
you
look like
do
it's
that
dead.
when
I think you would be
Thunk's...
able to do that since
The-
Thunk's
Can I
carrying
not?
it.
Would you not hand it to me if I asked for it?
the
No,
lettering,
he wouldn't.
Okay.
the lettering and the arrow are both a glowing gold
Oh, never
that
mind. I was
appears
just gonna
to
do it while
be
you were asleep,
that
but
kind of appears to be flowing. So
I don't have that kind of artistic talent.
it's
Deb,
it would be
you have the
white.
ability to cast a spell called Minor Illusion as a bard.
I don't think I have that though. Wait, let me double check because I just looked and I didn't have it.
You
I
would
know
need,
I shouldn't be encouraging
know.
her shenanigans, but
And I was saying that you
I do have it. I misread.
the spell if you want to try that.
Yes.
You will likely
I'll
have
do-
somebody trying to kill you, but
That's okay. I'll live, maybe. If I don't, that's fine. I'll quickly cast it, and it'll only be for like 10 minutes. So I'll
okay,
just be.
let's see if Thunk had it out and anyone was looking at it while you were doing that. That's not good. Okay, for 10 minutes, Kusali thinks that Nord is dead, and
Roll investigation, sir. That
Yes.
spell comes with a DC.
yes, I did.
Doesn't she have advantage on it? Cause can't vampires see through illusion shit like
It's
that?
still failed.
I'm a god.
No,
Actually.
you're Andrew's fudging rolls to make a comedic moment where
I've-
Thunk's about to die.
I
uh,
I literally yes. No, it was a 7.
Oh
A
shit.
7 and a 1. So
Fuck
Yeah.
it. I'm going to goddamn roll. What's the DC?
16.
What's the
yeah.
what is the save?
Um,
So
in-
much
Believe
for
it's
investigation. I think you're right.
You
So much
still
for
gotta
Deb
convince her.
yeah,
but-
so much for Deb being the favorite of Thunk.
That'll be fine. Don't forgive
Luck.
me. Don't forgive me.
oh shit.
If I see her
God
actually
damn it.
about to hurt Thunk, I'll quickly shoot it away before the 10-minute mark. But otherwise, I'm gonna leave it up. I'm gonna let him squirm.
So yeah, during those 10 minutes, you are chased around by a lady with a spear.
Thunk's not running.
I just look at
then you
Kasali's
fight.
picture and see those vibrant purple
Roll
blue
your damage,
eyes. It was
sir.
like, oh shit.
No. If she actually gets close, I'm gonna snap it off. Like if she gets close to like hurting him, I'm gonna snap it off.
You still have to intervene and get her attention long enough
I'm a
to.
jerk.
This is the consequences for your actions.
Here comes
So-
the consequence.
The funny
I'm
thing
trying
is,
to
Thunk
remember.
is going to fully accept the consequences of his actions.
I know. He said
It's
that.
Now-
not the
I'm gonna-
consequences
I'm
of
gonna
your
try
act.
to run
Holy
in.
shit. shit, that scared the hell out of me.
Now, the good news for you is the Quatil is trying to help you because he actually noticed.
Okay.
All I could see is a
Wait.
little dragon man being
Sorry,
like,
sorry.
hey, chill. Trying to talk to a woman that doesn't understand a fucking word he says.
Just like holding onto her leg, clutching onto her calf. Sorry. It was me. It was me.
Oh no.
Now you're gonna get stabbed.
I'll be fine.
So, Devanon,
She loves me.
where are you looking at? Because there's currently a quite tall woman that
Go get a
is
red line.
staring at you, like directly in front of you.
Me or Thunk?
You.
Yes,
Okay.
you.
What do you mean by where
What?
am I looking?
Because she is standing over you, looking down at you, and she seems to have a bit of a murderous glare in her eyes.
I'm not looking anywhere because I'm running the opposite direction.
You
So-
know this woman can outrun you.
It's not my ignoring my 25 speed. I got
Kasali-
this.
Kasali, I don't think Nord would want you murdering the rest of the party.
He could live
Uh,
without Deb.
Okay,
he will,
well.
he will need them for he will need them for whatever's gonna be happening in his homeland.
Don't
Yeah,
worry
I can
about
help. I can help. I can be so super helpful.
it. She chases you for an hour. She lets you get away from her,
Also,
Okay.
Richie says that like he doesn't really care.
and then she ambushes you and strings you up on the back of the cart,
Okay.
and you
Alright,
stay
that's
there
fair.
for a few hours.
It's painful.
And Thunk is
Bullshit.
not going to let you out early.
No, Thunk, please, I'm sorry.
I the best part of this is all I can picture is like it's not even like comfortable roping. She intentionally does like the uncomfortable bondage style rope. Like it's digging,
I'm about to say Nord
She's had
would
time to
know.
practice on Nord.
which is why I know the difference. Hey, you got she's hundreds of years old. You got to spice it up.
Speaking
Anyways,
of
I'm dying.
the vampire lady, that is ghost lady who has been following you around.
Yeah.
Oh
Can she
yeah.
help me? Are you corporeal enough? Can you untie me?
It's
No,
She does.
You're,
She
you're,
doesn't
you're,
care.
You're tied up, so now she can do whatever she wants, and you can't resist.
No, we're not gonna. No.
She just plays with your hair the entire time.
You could at least try to like untie the. You could like make an attempt. Oh my god.
She tells you that you brought this on yourself.
It was funny.
The
No one understands my humor.
The vampire who I have blatantly showed complete disrespect to is like, no, yeah,
That was
I'm
too
with
fun.
them.
On their side.
Yes, Nord.
Okay.
My comedy goes unappreciated in its time.
And in fact, you can actually see a faint, transparent outline of her now.
Everyone or just him? It's like he's not here.
Okay.
Just Nord can see just this one
Just Nord.
person.
Perfect, because he's not here, so I don't have to deal with that right now.
I can't wait for that to come back to haunt me too when I get to a bar. It's gonna be great. Just
When you get to what?
my homeland. It's a bar.
I genuinely didn't hear what you said. Okay.
She just doesn't pay attention. See, this is why you're the disposable one of the
No.
party.
I can't understand. You talk weird sometimes, and it's hard for me to comprehend what you're saying.
I speak English and I enunciate. You have no grounds, madam.
I have auditory,
This is because you can't
whatever the
read,
fuck
isn't
issues.
it?
Anyway, it's
I
been
can't
3
hear
days.
sometimes.
She can't read. She's projecting.
DM, please.
Any
Please.
anyway, y'all get
Can
to the
I stay in the
border.
plane?
You all get to the border. There is a camp set up there where the army is set up. You guys happen to meet Mark there, just
Mark.
cause.
Mark.
Mark just looks at you.
Wait, we were bringing an
I
army?
was just excited about Mark.
No, there is. See, there's the border, right?
Yeah.
And they have set up a sort of blockade, as it were. The army is set up in a line at the border
For what
because
reason?
because while there is a ceasefire and a sort of peace, doesn't mean that hostilities have completely ceased. Nor are they letting their guard down.
Okay, so we run into a border patrol. Okay.
Yes.
Everyone act casual. Hide your drugs.
They
Hey.
probably
Pulls out a
remember
giant
something.
bag of weed. You want to hit this mark? Oh, thank fucking Christ.
DM question: would this be the same border patrol 5 years ago?
No.
Okay, thank God.
We
I'm
know
pretty sure
Mark.
most of them are dead.
Also, this is probably the same border patrol that arrested Nord. Oh, hey, you're joining the military. I'm sorry, the fuck you just say? Whap!
And
Oh.
now you are one of the highest ranking individuals in their entire country. Funny
Yeah,
how that works.
the guy that tied you up and kind of hit you in the side is now sweating bullets.
And now sort of being a kiss ass to try not to lose his life.
Oh no, he's kissing the wrong ass if he wants to keep his life.
However, that is that happens, that is all later because Nord is still not back yet. Although the
It's been 3 days.
disc,
Has it been
yes,
exactly 3 days, or do we
it
still have like an hour?
is getting towards. I'm getting there. It's getting towards
Okay.
nighttime. The disc has been firmly in the safe for the last day, so everyone's kind of calmed down by now.
Kind of boring.
Yes, it is kind of boring. It's nighttime. You meet up with Mark, get situated, y'all go to sleep. And then about an hour later, you're all woken up by surprised shouts and whatnot.
Fight? We
Do
fighting?
you
Or...
all leave your tents?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, you go out and you go to the middle of the campgrounds where this commotion is coming from, and there you see Nord standing there
Nord!
before you, and around him, emitting from his body, is a golden light that extends outwards. And you look at his eyes, and you see something in there. Like, you feel like he's gone through some stuff. It's like Gandalf after he became Gandalf the White. There's a bit more to him.
Theory.
Being a
Nord
Has a
died and is now an angel.
he has a presence to him that he didn't have before.
being a descendant, also, would I be able to tell?
Somewhat.
Nord, did you die, become an angel, and now you're just like showing us your angelic presence?
I told you all he'd be fine.
He does not
He-
look fine, Thunk.
Yeah,
That's,
he doesn't
that's
look
quite-
great. He's definitely got the shit kicked out of him.
Nah, you're
That's-
not dead, so.
That's definitely curious. Thunk, do you sense it too?
A little bit.
Since what? He got mugged?
Apparently, we aren't the only ones that are children of gods in this group.
Oh, this is bullshit.
Congrats, Deb. You're the normal one.
And Zarina, because we do not know that Zarina's a distant god yet.
No, but she is the
Serena's perfect, though,
godling
like,
of
in every way.
Illustray.
Yeah, but we do not know that yet.
Yeah, we do. Illustray said
Yes,
it
you do.
flat out at
She did?
Thunk's wedding.
She did?
Actually, Illustrate calls all of the people that follow her godling, or her children, like, legitimately.
Do we know or do we not know, DM?
Uh,
I
Okay,
would
first-
know that. Like,
first of all,
there.
Zarina is not directly or biologically in any way related to a god.
There we go.
But she
However,
adopted
Elstrade
child.
does call her child
Because she does that with her followers.
because she does that with literally everyone that follows her. Yes,
But we would not know
Serena's
that.
perfect in every way, shape,
So-
and form.
but she has
Nord
she
is
has a
privy
soft
to that.
spot for her.
Because of his people, like he's around Drow, like he knows that.
Well, still, Deb's the
But-
normal one.
He does have a particular
Bullshit.
soft spot for her.
But good for you, Nord.
Um, that
least for
I wish I'd have known that tree existed sooner.
Renji would speak up. Well, at least she's the normal, or he's the normal one for now. We never know what might come up in the future.
Not
just
in
like
this-
with Nord.
Not in this
Please,
fucking
please,
group.
nothing else. I'm already a
It's-
vampire and can see spirits. I'm good here. This is fine.
It's been an interesting trip. Not only the descendant of a god, I'm also technically an heir to a throne.
Shit, really?
That's
So,
full
makes-
royalty. Do I hear 5?
I mean, we can
No,
work
apparently.
something out. I mean, I see no harm in making Zorina the leader of Drakendorf. It's a nice, thick wooded area. I'm sure she could have fun there.
Just for the lulz.
Apparently.
I mean, hey, greatest celebration of this. We don't have to hear Nora complain about being normal again. That's my favorite part.
And we
I'm
don't
still
have to
more
worry
normal
about
than
you. And we don't have to worry about you attempting to get me killed.
I'm sorry. How did Deb try to get you killed? I'm pretty
Well,
sure you
I
had this
didn't
one
try to
handled.
get him killed. My actions may have led to him almost getting killed, but that wasn't the purpose.
He may have convinced Kasali that you were dead for about 10 minutes.
It was really fun. He keeps making it sound so bad. It was really funny. Like, everyone's cool with it now. Everyone gets that was a joke.
What the
Everyone
fuck?
laughed it afterwards.
There's
Kusali is
a
hanging off of
standing
Nord, by
over
the way.
you, Deb.
Nord.
Kusali
She's
is
hanging,
hanging
isn't
off
she?
of Nord. No.
Okay,
Kusali
good.
for this entire time has been hanging off of Nord's side. And Quatil has been hugging his kneecap.
That
As
makes
you
more
can
sense.
see, I am fine. And
Y'all knew you'd be fine. Look at you. You have a gun.
mostly, I still look like absolute shit.
Renji would just
Dealing with myself was one problem. Dealing with 4 people that I killed is another.
Renji would
You-
just say,
wait.
well, good. We all know that I couldn't hold this group together. Thunk couldn't keep everyone in line. You're the only one that can manage our group.
I'm honestly surprised you made it to the border.
As I said, we're lucky that the dwarf isn't dead.
Hey.
And that disc
think I can die.
has shattered completely now.
There it goes.
Oh. Goodbye, cool disc.
I take
No,
it you got the
dude.
picture I sent you there?
No, I
buddy?
don't have my Xbox on.
Yeah, you might want to check it out. I
Nord.
found my new tree.
Renji would go ahead and cast a bit of prestidigitation to clean your clothing off and make you look more presentable.
Okay, if we're just casting without permission, I'm gonna heal you because you won't respond to me.
Oh, I
So you don't
actually
get a
couldn't hear
choice.
you speak.
Oh, really? Well, Nord. What? Yeah, I'll ask. Nord,
Okay,
do you
others.
do you just look like shit or do you feel like shit? Because I can heal you if you feel like shit.
Probably both.
Well, yeah, but Renji's got the look like shit part. I'm asking if I need to handle the feel like shit part.
We'll be fine come morning. Save your spells.
I
Feel any
really don't
soldiers
use them
that
as
will
much
need
as I
it.
should. I feel like this is a good moment to use them.
Renji chuckles and look at Kasali. I think you're gonna be as sore as we were from riding the horses by morning.
God damn, sir, have some decency.
I was about to be like, what the hell's going?
I don't like
Hmm.
calling Nord a horse. That feels weird.
I'm a whore, but damn.
You did leave her alone for 3 days.
That was not my choice. Also,
She was
DM, for
running
the
to
love
tying
of
me up
fuck,
instead.
stop rolling dice.
By the way, Nord, your wife has exceptional rope skills.
I'm aware.
They were not good at all. They were very painful, and I don't think that's the point. But
That
also,
was the
I'm not
point for
entirely
you.
sure. That might be. I know it's the point for me, but I just hope she doesn't treat you like that, Nord. Because honestly, that's not the nicest.
So you know how I mentioned that light ability has a secondary effect, yeah?
Where are you looking?
Yes.
Um, the closest, most of the closest soldiers to you are kneeling and have their in deferential respect and have their heads bowed.
Oh shit.
That's a bunch of kiss asses, Nord. Here we go.
Yeah,
Are they
god
like?
damn it.
Are they okay? Or
One of the few
They
reasons
are
I didn't let anybody know I was royalty.
It's
they
not
are
that.
kind of fine, but
can you like make the wait? Are they just doing this because they're being respectful, or are they doing it because like you're powerful?
Deb,
Probably
if
both.
if you remember, Nord's the only one in her group that was indoctrinated involuntarily.
Actually, no, I was drafted.
That's
I
fair.
I said what
Oh,
I said.
I was the one that joined our group without any complaints. I was
No,
completely
Thunk did.
voluntary.
Thunk joined the army happily. More bodies for the blood god.
I didn't know what the army was until I joined.
I think the only one of us that
You,
didn't join against our will or didn't join free of will was North.
Yeah, that's what Thunk just said.
Yeah.
you
So
do not need to bow to me. Rise, you should know better.
they all rise and salute before stand for backing away and standing off to the side.
can you give them orders to do shit? Can you like tell them to do shit?
As all as good that is, it is kind of the middle of the night. And we do have a desert to trek in the morning.
Yeah, I'm going back to sleep.
Yeah, but can you at least try and tell them to do like one thing? So I just like stand up, see if they can like form a circle.
They're like a dozen of them. Uh, there you are surrounded by hundreds of soldiers though that are just watching the spectacle.
A dozen
Deb,
people can make a circle.
I am pleading that you are not some godling at this point because, dear God.
That would
You
okay.
hear
As
him?
much as I complained earlier, that would be so dope.
You hear him halfway down the fucking way to his bedroom. The only god that would fit is the trickster.
That we would make a great pair, guys. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he did give her his favor, so maybe he has a bastard child somewhere as I'm walking back to my tent.
Doesn't he already have 3 of those?
I'm not a bastard.
You hear Thunk speak up. Were you conceived while he was married?
I don't. First off, wasn't conceived by Loki. More than likely. Secondly, I don't think. Listen, it's been a while.
I'm about to say, I don't think the wolf that is his son thought he was the son of Loki either.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know who my parents are.
Indeed, you do know who your parents are.
Yeah, the DM says I know who my parents are. I know who
I
my
knew who
parents
my
are.
parents are. That doesn't mean I know what they are.
Doesn't mean I know
Remember, Loki is
some
known
ancient
as
backstory.
Loki is known as the master of shapeshifting. He could become one of your parents for a night.
I
That
have
is
this dreaded
Fair.
feeling that it's going to be a lot harder to fall asleep now.
I don't think you're getting any sleep tonight.
You don't need as much sleep either.
Hey, you and me no sleep buddies. We should stay up all night and like tell stories and like hang out and play Truth or Dare and like
This is why we're gonna get a silent button for the dwarf.
That is
So we
DM,
all
I
not
would
how
like
that
to
actually
works.
introduce a
sleep.
new magical item
That
called
is
the Silent Stone.
well, luckily you do not have it.
uh, that
So
magical object, it happens to be a rat that is just standing off to the side, smiling.
Good, because we need to sleep.
Quatil would never betray me like that.
That is not Quatil.
Oh, do you mean
My
no?
friend.
No, I run. Bye.
Anyway,
Thaumaturgic. The thaumaturgic eldritch rat god.
Alright,
The DM's plot
I'll
device
cede
rat.
to the bigger rat.
Nord
most
is actually going to pick Kasali up and cradle carry her, and he is going to wink at Quaddle and Draconic, just tell him, "Thanks for keeping them in line, and in a straight one at that."
He
Honestly,
salutes.
I'm honestly surprised they didn't end up in Kenfor or Jaegerland.
Yeah, he's kind of surprised. He's kind of surprised too.
Renji has proven he's good at navigating before.
The water.
I
I mean, what is
am
land but
surprised that
solid water?
I myself am surprised that they did not go to the Isle of Itmos before getting here.
Who the fuck is talking? That sounded like a combination of the Ratman's
Quatil.
accent and Klaus.
Quatil.
Quatil
Was it
has
Quatil?
he has a very weird accent.
I feel
That's
like
fair.
He
we
has a
need him on
very
the
weird
podcast
voice.
back and watch some of our old videos to get
Yes,
accent
you might.
back down.
Maybe, yeah.
Uh,
Though Quatil's
sure
voice was
they-
always sort of high pitched and somewhat squeaky.
Fucked up.
Anyway,
Meant to be anyway.
Fucked up, Aaron.
anyway, most of us, other than a certain dwarf, go to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna carry Kasali to our tent and spend the evening. As I'm
Yes,
sure
yes.
if I do anything else, she will
Wink.
fucking stab me.
Wink, wink.
Nudge, nudge.
Poke, poke.
Excelsior, Excelsior.
I feel like we're just repeating words.
Expelliarmus!
Expelliarmus.
Yeah.
No, it's Wingardium Leviosa.
You didn't get it right. It's Lingard Lewis. Ah!
No.
In Nord's case, that is the right way to say it.
I morally disagree with this conversation.
Oh, that was perfect.
Could be a break.
Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
And that was attempt 1 tonight for the GM.
And Nord.
So anyway, Zarina is feeling what?
Oh, so now I'm included.
What is
We love you
Zarina
Always
feeling at
included.
this moment?
What is she feeling?
Yes, what is she thinking or feeling or
She's feeling tired and going to sleep because elves can sleep besides trance.
uh-huh. You also know that it's just a few days until the full moon.
Yes, it is.
I imagine that she's happy about that.
Zarina's player is also slightly falling asleep, so I'm about to grab an energy drink.
Renji staying awake, or Renji's character staying awake, even though it's gonna murder him tomorrow.
Why are you staying awake?
For the game.
It's like clearly we don't have a weekly game scheduled.
Yeah.
Clearly
Even though
not.
I
Wait.
have work, even though I have work tomorrow.
I thought you meant your character's staying
No, I
awake.
said
He
player.
did say character. No, you said character, but I knew you meant player.
You said Renji or
I
whatever.
meant-
You something. I was.
I says Renji's players staying awake.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh no, I heard
You
Renji's
said
character.
Renji's staying awake. I'm like, why? What the
I
Nord
heard
is
character
tired.
too.
Yeah, you
I
said
meant-
character, my
I
guy.
meant player.
Okay, I see.
That's my
Yo
fault.
comprendo.
But
How
Zarina was
dare
excited,
you?
roaming around in the woods, also a little concerned for Nord's well-being, happy to see that he's back.
Mhm.
Well, and then she took Jeffrey and Sausage Roll to bed. And then she passed out. Because that's life.
No dancing naked in front of the soldiers?
Instead of the
It's not the
excuse
full
you.
moon yet.
I think the real life David is being attacked by the Pokemon.
Get him. Go. Do it.
What is Zarina's Pokemon moves?
Slap, bite,
Oh,
scratch,
Scratch
and growl.
cute.
I
Oh,
mean,
she
there's
used growl.
there's another one which is called dumping. It's called dumping this
What is that,
stupid
my
idiot.
special move?
Yeah,
Yes,
but just
Your special move is I
like
dump this
just
idiot.
No.
but just like explosions, it's only usable once.
I used a master ball. She's not going anywhere.
You are no longer my friend. Special attack move. You are no longer my friend.
Alright, I gotta go get a red line.
Yes, please do.
Perfect time for us to take a 5-minute break so everyone can go grab drinks.
Yes, yes. You can all do so now
That's-
if you want.
I'm still on mic, hold up.
Okay. Be right back.
I did say that Nord would be both surprised and not before the session began. Because I have a problem with making elaborate backstories. Also, do not mind me, I'm talking to myself.
No, I'm still here, just muted.
Yes, yes.
I'm sure David's still also there.
Yep.
I'm just saying something so that it's not complete silence.
Oh, you mean like all the other videos that have like 5 minutes of
Yes,
silence?
I know, right? If only David knew how to edit, right?
David, what happened to your red line? I don't see it.
I didn't drink it.
Lost it. He lost it.
The bag was open and only the one was in there.
And now we bring you exciting news from the territory of Vinzel. It appears that there was some weird woman who is walking around and then suddenly gained 4 pounds overnight. We do not know why this occurred, but this is the most interesting bit of news. This is also literally the petty stupidity that is on literally every news station I've ever watched.
Wait, what? We aren't reporting about Florida Man?
I mean, you can report about Florida Man.
The only state superhero that's actually real?
You can talk about Florida Man.
I still, say that Florida Man's the actual superhero. Just with a useless power.
I'm just recounting the tale of why I stopped watching television, because they kept reporting about useless dumb stuff that didn't
I
care
stopped
about.
watching television because this network is a piece of shit. That
Also,
want to
'cause-
charge you for
yeah.
fake things that you don't actually have.
Yep. They're also fond of embellishing and lying at any and all points in time.
And we get canceled.
Eh. Just means we no longer have restrictions.
We're taking our game to OnlyFans. And number 2.
uh. Nord is our mascot, if that's the case.
Yep.
He's the one that's on the front page.
Sausage Roll is clearly the mascot.
Ah,
I was about to
sausage.
say that. Then Serena can show off her art collection.
All right.
I'm pretty
Gotta
sure.
drink half of
I'm
this
pretty
now.
sure we can't sell some of that art. Some of that art might be owned or loaned or borrowed.
Borrowed. How much caffeine is even in this thing?
And some of them might have even been borrowed without notifying the original person that it belonged to, because I don't know who
Good.
it belonged
And
to.
then we get banned from OnlyFans and have to go to Pirate Bay. Apparently I'm on a roll.
Alright.
Oh, good, no one dies.
Yeah, that was
Aw.
nice.
Hey Nord,
Lame.
Yes.
you missed it. I got our GM to bust out laughing twice in a row.
Hmm. Mm-hmm.
I feel like we're all in trouble
Hmm.
because of it now.
Oh no, it's fine. Just something might be catching up.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot about that asshole.
Yep. Hey, look at the bright side. If he somehow does manage to kill me, I'll come back in 10 days.
So are we also gonna talk about the Cleric of Thunk?
The Cleric of Thunk.
Oh yeah, that.
Ah, yes, the Cleric of Thunk.
I
I
yeah,
wonder.
I told her that you told me don't worry about it.
But I want to
Yes, yes. Don't worry about it.
know. But I want to know.
I'm sure you'll all figure it out in some time.
I thought we already knew who the cleric of funk was. It's that old lady.
No, the Cleric of
I know
Thunk
who the
is
Cleric
clearly
of Thunk
Lily
is.
in disguise.
No.
Oh no.
No,
What
no,
old lady are you talking
it's
about?
clearly the 7th member of his harem, the mayor.
No.
Nope.
The
We've all
cleric.
met her.
Yeah, it's the woman who got out of the barrier in Drakendorf when you put him up.
Ooh, that is a spicy thing that I cannot use for her.
Yeah, I know.
Boise.
Is she sending you the same thing she sent me?
I did not send anything. I only sent one thing this session.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is my fault. I myself got distracted.
He's looking up adult art.
No, just slightly spicy.
It's okay. I'm also kind of browsing art, thinking about what type of character I want to play in another upcoming game.
Hmm. Looks nice though.
Yes, slightly spicy.
Wolfie, what
What?
you doing? Also,
Nothing.
also I have something in return. I do like it though. somewhat. I will probably have to have it removed though.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely removing mine.
No, I'm fucking curious.
Uh,
Yes,
uh,
the
give me
ever so slightly Spice, who lives in
the
Nord's homeland.
the GM does care.
Oh, don't get me talking about Egyptian outfits. I ran into some helping Nord find art.
Oh, I don't want to talk about the ones I found. They weren't
Probably
all
similar
women.
to the ones
They
I
weren't all people either.
Yeah.
So yeah, sharing the stuff.
There's quite a few snakes that Thunk would not appreciate that we both found.
Does
Oh,
does Garn
actually,
feel left out?
damn, she's actually clothed more than some
Oh
of the ones
no,
I
I'm
found.
fine.
Ah, I think I need a new controller. This is a new controller. I only bought it last year.
Hmm. Hmm. Hmm.
Gurren's right now kind of depicting making a character that would be so broken but not break any rules at the same time.
I feel like that is several characters that could be mentioned.
Oh no.
It is not bad. Don't you even say oh no.
If it's coming from you, oh no, is a fair response.
No, it's not.
Is everybody back or are we waiting on Deb?
I think
I've
we're
been
waiting.
back.
We're all
You
back.
never announced yourself.
I
You have
well, I didn't announce myself, but I spoke. I
I
participated in the conversation.
I do not remember that, but
I don't either.
What do you
heard,
mean?
I heard they're I heard they're between Sam and Nord talking.
That might be it. Cause you said you rolled and nobody died, and I was like, aw.
So we got a That means that's
I
what
said
we were
more than
supposed
that,
to
but that
know.
was the gist. The gist of my mini speech was an awe,
we got
and then
an
I was
awe.
like, you should roll with disadvantage.
We got an awe.
An awe.
An awe.
It's because you are all in awe of me.
An awe.
Oh yes.
Anyway,
I am also
Also,
looking up replacement art for Lily so that we can have more of a face.
hashtag
Does
give
she,
Lily a
does,
face.
does she
2K21.
not?
just
More
some point we need to make sure our GM wins the lottery so he can just get
so
custom art made for all the NPCs.
it looks better than it already does. I am also going to have to step away for a couple of months.
How dare
You.
you?
Oh, Assassin.
All right, so what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna pay 2,000 peasants to line up in a line, and we're gonna give the farthest one back a cannonball. What's gonna happen is every peasant holds their action to pass the cannonball from the guy behind to the guy in
this.
front of them. What will end up happening is by the time it gets to the front guy, the cannonball will essentially break the universe, killing the BBEG. And it'll only cost
We're
us
not
2,000.
we're not making a peasant cannon.
But why not?
We don't need a peasant cannon. We have Thunk.
But what about Thunk and a peasant cannon? What
But
about Thunk
yeah,
cannon?
I had no idea he was going to throw the godhood at me. That's interesting. Very interesting.
Okay, you say he threw it at you. Yeet.
I had no idea at all.
He just yeeted that shit at you.
I expected it to come. With how
I-
much you keep saying that, we're so much specialer than you. I was expecting.
That was the whole point of Nord in this campaign was he was the normal human. He was basically looking at the actions of gods and realizing like slowly that he could keep up with you. He was getting better.
And now you
And then
know
he's like,
why.
"Oh yeah, by the way, you're a descendant of a dead god." Oh shit. Which also could mean that I've inherited the profile of a dead god.
Not only just a dead god, my friend, one of the most powerful gods to have ever existed.
Yeah.
Because remember, Ra was Odin's big brother.
Oh no, my pizza is falling apart.
How dare you have pizza and not share?
Listen,
Hand it
honey, if
over,
you want to
coward.
share my pizza, I'm more than happy, but you're gonna have to fucking come here for it.
I don't think in oh, I don't think
Clearly,
Nord
I want
would
to make
mind
that long of a drive.
It'll take me about 10 minutes to get to the front door. I kind of fucking I pulled a tendon in my knee. It's an effort to move.
It would take me hours.
I mean, I know
This
girls
is
have
where we
traveled
found out that
farther for D appointments.
this is where we find out that our shiny knows the teleport ability.
For your safety, do not teleport inside my house. You will get shot.
I don't plan on teleporting inside of your house.
Pizza, bow! Son of a bitch. Well, I gotta move to Florida and pretend to be Wolfie now.
That's exactly how that goes, right?
I
I,
feel like
I
there's
don't
some
think you can
problems
meet the
with
height
that.
requirement.
Like what? I think it could work.
I get a
For
graph in my
one
legs,
fact,
so I'm shorter.
pretty sure. For one instance, I'm pretty sure one of you is hairier than the other one.
Which one?
Nord.
I do have some thick, pretty hair.
Yes, but you also cut most of it off.
Oh, you thought I meant just the one on my head? No.
We're not discussing anything else further than that on YouTube.
I don't need to wear socks, really, because my fucking feet are thick enough. Hell, I could probably get away with shorts in winter.
Oh my.
Thick socks? What?
Yeah, exactly.
Good that you inspect to save this train wreck.
What's wrecking? Who fucked the train?
We're contemplating
Sorry?
murder, teleportation, and pizza.
Murder.
And
And my
if Nord
lusciously
could,
thick, hairy legs.
yeah, and if Nord
Huh.
could play off being Woofy.
I know how a razor works. I can make these legs look gorgeous and smooth.
Yeah,
In fact,
it's
I have
just
shaved my legs.
That's the only problem there, right?
Everything else is pretty much, 1-to-1.
Apparently.
I mean, unless you're a swimmer, you don't need to shave your legs. There's not a they're not a necessity.
That
Actually, I had
depends
to
on
for
who you're
surgery.
in a relationship with.
Basically, yes.
And I wasn't going to be one of those people that had one shaven leg for surgery and not the other, so I shaved both.
Are you sure you didn't want to pull that look off?
Depends if they're okay or not with it or not.
Anyway,
No.
Plus, it also depends on what climate you live in. I live up north. If I shaved my legs, there would be less insulation between me and the cold.
We live in the South.
Remember, Wolfie, that whole 3 days of winter that you have in Florida is coming.
The whole 3 days I get to wear a jacket?
it already came and left. It was
It's
only
not
one
even
day.
winter yet.
That's what
But,
I mean.
come tomorrow, Our
Yes,
heroes
indeed,
of
come the
Rise.
morrow.
Okay, Andrew, we know what your plans are, but can we continue on with the session?
No need to brag.
I mean, no. No. My plans for tomorrow are burying the ashes of a relative. So,
I mean,
little
not to
out
be
of it.
insensitive, but both could happen, technically.
Oh,
But also, I am
Technically.
sorry about that.
Thank you. So, the morning comes,
Awkward silence.
sun rises, everyone starts waking up. Nord wakes up last for reasons.
Are we almost at the border?
You
How
are at
long do
the
we have to walk
border.
today?
You're literally sitting on the border.
Oh shit! That's
What?
great.
It like you're in grasslands and plains, and then just abruptly it suddenly turns into desert. Just immediately.
Ugh.
There's just sand as far as the eye can see.
I'm gonna be so warm. I'm wearing this huge ass cloak.
Zarina starts pulling out her
Bullshit.
sun bomb.
You're fucking what?
She
Does
has
that
sunscreen.
exist? Does that exist in the Dungeons and Dragons universe?
Yes,
Yes,
it's
you
purple
pick it
cream
up.
that she got from the magic shop.
It's amazing.
It's
Renji
great.
would be Renji would be affixing his temperature ring.
Hmm.
Zarina wraps her cloak around her.
Also,
Her cloak of cooling.
Debanon, you have two ways to learn something. You can either roll Arcana on your cloak, or you can just, ask the vampire that's literally hanging off your shoulder, literally all the time.
Hey. I want to. Yeah, I'll talk to her. Really put himself forward. God damn it. Fine. Hi. There's no. Listen, I know this cloak is magic, and it can do some cool shit. But can it by chance do some other helpful shit in regards to where I am about to go?
It doesn't normally have a cooling function, but
Ah.
Alexander added one for you.
Yes, my boy! What a king. Wait, how do I do that? What do I do? I'm gonna spin.
Concentrate.
I'm bad at that.
Reach
Nord
inside
randomly yells,
yourself.
"You should make her kiss you to do it. She's not that smart."
I now I won't fall for it. You shouldn't have said that out loud. Wait, can you hear her?
No, we
But
can
we
hear
can
your
hear you
half of the
talking to her.
conversation.
Oh, you are. I wouldn't have been able to put that together. Good on you.
Close your eyes. Concentrate. Reach for your
Oh,
magic
I
and pour
feel
it
like I'm getting
into the coat.
pranked. Do what with the coat? Sorry.
Pour your magic into the coat.
Okay. I feel like if I make noises, it'll help. Is it working? I'm doing it in real life, even. I'm that dedicated.
Jokes. Yes. Indeed, you feel cooler.
Yo! Currently, Alexander is the superior brother out of the
I'll be
three,
right back. I use the
as
bathroom real
determined
quick.
by this.
Out of the
And with
first
that,
7,
Deb
you
will
are
get
now deciding.
Yes.
Deb will get
This
dragged
was the
behind the
deciding
cart.
factor. Huh?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I feel like I need to know about it, but because I did not hear correctly, but
Me neither. I didn't hear anything.
She's just insulting the one of
I'm
our
not insulting.
party
It is
members
by a
family.
0.01% percentage that he's superior. But currently, we are walking through a desert, and my cloak can cool itself. I think that gives him a little bit of the edge. If you know.
Zarina also has a cloak of cooling.
Yes, but I didn't
As well as skin
minded
cream.
that.
I live in the desert.
It's fine
I
if
have
you
clothes for this.
if you buy a cloak of cooling, then yeah, it's gonna cool
She
you.
didn't buy it. It was a gift.
Okay, but if you're gifted a cloak of cooling, you know that it is a cloak of cooling. It's not going to be super cool when it suddenly cools you off. That's what it's meant to do. My cloak is meant to change colors and look nice and edgy, and it also just happens to cool me. That's so much better. It's so unexpected. It's like when your favorite song comes on randomly instead of
Man,
I was about to
someone's
say putting.
definitely being defensive.
I know.
My
It's
choices are
almost
correct.
like he's trying to compensate for something.
I've never compensated for anything in my life.
Just-
Ignore my height. Ignore my height.
As an aside, how do you feel about a Coke of cooling?
Like
feel
cocaine.
like
or Coca-Cola?
it wouldn't last as
I
long.
knew that was coming. I mean, is
That shit
it
would be gone
constantly
right now.
cold? Does it auto refill, or is it just cold for like 10 minutes and then gets room temperature?
Constantly cooling, but that would be brilliant in summer. If it was refilling now, that
Oh, that would be a good magical item.
I'm still
Decanter
confused as to which Coke we're talking about.
cool water. It's always cool no matter where you are.
hmm
Utterly useless, but always delicious. Crisp, clean flavor.
I feel like that'd be better as a goblet and decanter set. You have endless water and then a goblet that cools it instantly
Ooh.
That would
when you
be.
put it into it.
While Deb's having her mindless, like, fucking clearly defensive rant, Nord's going
Oh,
to
that's
put
talking about.
Kasali and Lily in the wagon, as they are more delicate in their current condition than the rest of us,
hmm
and will need to be in the shade.
yeah.
Once Stunt gets back, we'll determine what if he's willing to shed the armor or die a horrible death.
How the armor would keep him protected from elements.
But it's hot as fuck.
There is a portion of the desert you have to get through first where it is basically the hottest. It's the hottest part of the south.
Mm-hmm.
No,
Yes, the
So,
deep south.
that's Serena.
so it starts. So it starts out. You'll have to trek through some distance, at least a day, through the hottest part of the desert. Even during the nighttime, it's kind of hot.
She's kind
It
of
doesn't
hot
stop.
though.
Normally
That
in the
is-
desert, it's cold at night, but for this
Oh.
portion of the desert, it is not.
How dare you make that a thing?
I like to think that the sun heats the sand up so much that even during the night, the sand is just radiating heat,
Basically.
and that's why.
Cool, we can't
But
sleep on the ground or we're gonna get cooked.
At
Yeah,
least
it's
not
fine.
directly on the ground. After that, though, it mellows out a bit more.
Andrew, I can be in the sun, right?
Yes, we've
Okay, dope.
been over this.
I was just double checking. I figured like by this point I would know because I would be dead, but always good to double check.
yeah. Literally almost none of the vampires I've introduced so far are the D&D variant that do have problems in sunlight.
Yeah, well, you could listen. What if he
There are
just suddenly
actually
hated me one day
there are
and just
actually
decided to flip things around?
there are actually only 3 that I've introduced that are affected by sunlight, and they're currently ghosts that are hanging around Funk.
That is a fair point. Are ghosts affected by
Everyone
sunlight?
here?
Yep.
Are the ghosts gonna be okay?
No, still waiting on David.
Ooh, that's
What's taking that
That's
boy so long?
interesting.
His stomach's upset.
Ah, no excuses.
Ow.
Stop being a little bitch.
I'm
Funny.
crippled and I managed to walk to the bathroom and to the fridge and to the basement.
What is the exact wording on that rule?
Being crippled?
I have been
No,
stabbed.
I'm looking at the wording for the surprise rule.
Ah.
I have been stabbed, mutilated, and other things.
I may be making a Gloomstalker Ranger / Assassin Rogue.
That is
Yeah.
filth.
Andrew, I sent you Zarina's new pet. It's canon now.
That might also be a tiefling with access to the darkness spell.
I mean, it's a possibility. Yes.
Mine's a possibility.
Yes.
Yes.
Because there happen
Okay.
to be some of those in the world. They're rare, but there's
I will find them all.
potential there. Just ignore us just talking about giant turtles that have islands on their backs.
Yeah,
Dragon turtles?
kind of.
Kind of. Slightly different from
Well,
dragon
Ugh.
turtles.
You saw that TikTok video. We clearly have an egg and a pissed off mother.
Yeah, clearly Zarina has the egg hidden in her greenhouse.
Clearly, that you just stumbled upon.
Oh yeah, most definitely. She forgot to tell the party about it.
Oh, hey
That
guys, I found
actually
this
wouldn't be
giant egg.
surprising.
Is that an Anamantoise egg? A what? Giant thunderous steps in the distance. It was nice knowing you. You are a good friend, Zarina.
It was nice
Begins
knowing
running.
It was nice knowing the city that the king rules.
This was a nice place. This
So
was great.
I found another airship to add to your collection, Andrew.
Ah,
Oh
nice.
no.
Release the Kraken.
I would like to receive that one too, please. I am a fan of airships.
Oh, indeed. Anyway,
I have a feeling this isn't that type of airship.
It is just a regular airship. Oh my goodness.
When you
We've seen Wolfie's collection
Yeah.
too much.
You have not seen my new collection of maps. How dare you try to say things you don't know about?
I think he was referring to your other collection.
We don't talk
okay.
about that collection on stream.
I already own that airship.
I have a whole bunch more, but that would take
I
forever to send.
I am kind of ashamed to admit I spent like $300 on ships and airships in the Roll20 marketplace.
by the way, if everyone was wondering about that white city I was describing, looking kind of like this.
Oh god.
Oh.
It's so white.
That's evil
What
Egypt.
fun!
My eyes, they hurt.
Though the buildings are only the buildings are supposed to be that white, but I needed to filter it, so everything else is too.
It looks like a city model some collector built and just
Forgot to
never
paint.
painted.
Yeah, I know, right?
Uh,
But only the buildings are supposed to look more like that, and it's not quite supposed to be that shade of white, but it was the closest I could get it in a short amount of time.
Nord's going to look at Thunk. You've got two options, Thunk. You can either get in the wagon and sweat to death, or you can take the armor and sweat to death.
Nah, not taking off my armor.
Noted. Lily, you're on babysitting duty for Thunk.
She just nods. She's unsurprised.
I a fool he will.
Alyssa takes off her plate armor and puts it in a bag.
Get in the cart, Thunk. The shade's the best you're going to get. You're still going to cook alive, though.
Fine. As he hops in the back with next to Lily.
So now you all start moving into the desert. Traveling, traveling.
I'm also trying to reduce how many people are in the party or spread out.
Yes. Do you have a travel song? I forgot.
Me?
Oh, wait. I have.
The travel song is just me reading
Country
stories out loud
roads
I-
take me
that I've
home
memorized.
I
to the
had.
place I belong.
I belong.
I had desert music, but
Yes, you did, because I gave you some.
I know, but I also had a specific one that I was thinking of.
Can we just play Walk Like an Egyptian?
I feel that might be culturally insensitive to my people. I couldn't even keep a straight face on that one.
Tell that to JoJo's.
Uh. Oh no.
Why do I know the scene in which you're referring to from an anime I refuse to watch?
So,
I will break you of that at some point.
You
well,
won't.
JoJo's pretty much, that's their outro music, my guy.
Okay, I have something that is
Nord?
uploading, and I will
Nord?
have it soon.
Yeah, Nord, you know it for the same reason I know it. It's a big enough meme on the internet.
Just make sure it's copyright free.
It is supposed to be.
Woohoo.
Hold your breath, but it's supposed to be.
He termed there.
And that's what me.
I'm surprised there's not a spell that works like water breathing that
Rolling
just
dice.
makes you comfortable in harsh environments.
There used to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, why did they get rid of it? That seems like it was
Hold on.
such a useful little spell.
When D&D transitioned from 3.5 to 4E, they
What
got rid of a
cla-
lot of the
What
nomenclature
class?
spells.
What class had it, by the way?
I believe clerics, bards, and druids had access to it.
Yeah, because I was looking through the druid spell list because I remember druids had something that like shielded you from elements.
Nothing.
Someone needs to make a 5e book of just utility spells that aren't like that are just small like little lore shit like that.
There is one. It was homebrewed. They brought pretty much every spell from every past edition into 5e and rebalanced them. I will not give you that book, nor Andrew, because there are so many spells in it that are so fucking broken and stupid that it will kill the game.
Yeah,
What
I
book?
figured.
What? I don't think he's gonna give us the name either because he doesn't want us going and buying
Is it made by Kobold Press?
Nope.
Okay, never mind. I don't have that book then.
This was fan done by a group of people. I helped make it.
Anyway,
So going along here, moving along, and now I get to move you to a
Come on, move 'em out, rawhide.
new desert.
God, why did party move pop
Ooh.
open? What the fuck?
Yeah, right? Why did it pop up?
so someone clicked the show to party.
Oh shit, I need to... Oh, that's fucking weird. I can't hear the music for once. Hold on.
You
Mm.
can't hear it, but I can hear it perfectly fine.
A weird reverse.
It's fixed.
And now I can't. Damn it, Sam.
Oh, we've got some sort of weird conflict.
I took his
So-
sound.
No, I'm just fucking with you. I can still hear it.
Yeah,
I was gonna say.
it's
There are
funny.
2 wolves inside roll 20. One is Gurren, the other is Sam. they both want they
One-
both want the audio.
Only one can have it at any given time.
Well,
Mom
hopefully
says
you
it's
give
my
it to me
turn to
because
listen to
I'm the
Roll
one
20
recording.
music. It's fine.
Anyway,
No, I can hear
yes,
it
what
because
a
I'm
fun
on a
dozen.
different computer right now, probably.
I know, right? It's
Also,
just
we're
this
having a lot less.
blank.
We're having a lot less mic issues from you, Renji.
Yeah, I'm on my beast of a gaming computer that's like $35,000.
And
That would do it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That
Two
will
facts.
do it.
I almost had a heart attack because I was looking at my house. Like, my house should not be 79 as Renji's. Alright.
I'm getting mummy vibes from this.
Kind of.
Renji's just trekking.
No,
We're on,
Aladdin.
are we still on our horses, or did you have a?
You are still on your horses,
Oh, thank
but
God.
you do also have the cart.
Thunk, Lily, I continuously forget the paladin's name, are in the cart.
Alyssa. Alyssa took off her armor, dude. She's traveling on foot with you guys.
Well, she's probably driving the cart.
Probably,
Rex,
yes.
sunlight for you would basically turn you into a potato. I'm a
Almeric
potato.
is just
I am a
walking
potato.
around. He's
You're
fine.
tomato.
Renji pulled out a cloak and has a cloak over to like protect his skin because the ring protects him from overheating but not from burning.
Nord's fine.
Though I think Renji's still kind
No.
of used to sunlight because you don't have much to protect you from the sun out on the open sea.
Now, would you have Liam and his boys follow you by
I thought we
land?
were. I thought we
Yes.
were leaving them all behind.
Would you have them follow you by land, or would you have them follow you by sea? Because
Probably by sea.
they are going to follow you. Because you can just call up the boat and
Yeah,
let
I
it
would.
know
I
that.
would give Liam temporarily. I will appoint Liam as like my what's the second command on a ship?
First mate.
My first mate, and gave him temporary control over the ship while I'm
Mhm.
off.
And he and the troops will follow along by sea then and attempt to get closer to you after you get to a bar. Which is probably for the best, because if you had all of you going as a group together, it'd be too big of a group.
It would
Lord
attract
knows.
attention, and I didn't feel like leaving the ship at the fisherman's
Yeah.
town. So
Knows why that would be a bad idea to have too big of a group at this venture.
I don't like this group's current size, which is why I'm trying to get as many people. Damn speaker. I know you're
Yeah.
saying.
technically, even though
the
our group
wagon.
technically even though our group is big, most of the people's in the wagon, so the number of things on the ground is actually only a couple.
Yeah.
Nord's riding Joey. We have horses. Why are people walking?
Zarina's riding her horse with Jeffrey,
Fine.
like shrunken down to a
don't-
really tiny
Yes.
size under her cloak.
I don't
Uh-huh.
think any of us are walking.
Umrek is walking though. He's
Well,
just
Almarak's
kind of walking around,
He's living his
Sorta.
best life.
sort of floating from side to side.
Renji's riding and muttering about how the sand gets everywhere. I'm not even walking in it, and it's getting everywhere.
When Ulmerk flies by, put a rope on his tail so he doesn't drift too far. The heat might bake the poor bastard.
I don't think he's touching the ground, so I don't think things that see through ground vibrations will even see him.
Indeed, if you were to look incredibly closely, you will notice that he's not actually touching the ground. He looks like he's touching the ground, but he's actually floating a slight bit off the ground while still appearing to walk.
Means he's blind, he's invisible to anything with tremor sense.
I also would like to note that the blind rat is floating through the air and
Yep.
so I would like to tie something to him in case he does. Like, I really don't want to see him fly into a statue or some shit.
You just hear Zarina in the background. Keep
About to
going
say-
straight. Yeah, there's nothing but sand. You're good.
I was about
Cactus.
to say, I don't.
Oh,
We have seen that even though he's blind, he's not blind.
So, Nord, I would like you to make a, I don't suppose you have any sort of navigator's tools or anything like that. Like desert
Renji,
knowledge. What would be knowledge of the desert and surrounding
Renji
lands?
has navigator tools that he could, like compasses and stuff, he can lend to Nord.
traversing of the desert is actually one of the simplest things you could ever do. They literally look to the stars at night and navigate via the stars during the
Yeah.
day. Basically, we set up camp at night. I find the North Star or the equivalent in
Yeah,
your world.
it's the same as on the sea, right?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
So,
based off of where the North Star is, we coordinate ourselves and literally go in a straight line from there.
So actually, Renji could
let's see.
Renji could lead us through you guys through the desert if he knew where Nord's homeland was, but he doesn't know where Nord's homeland is.
And how fast are you all moving? What pace are you moving at?
Currently a normal pace until
Okay.
we see something that says to me to slow down or to run like hell.
I would like Nord to make a wisdom survival check. Just him.
About to say, I would be trying to help him with
I'm gonna lucky
keeping-
that.
Well, no, that's not why.
That's a little
Yes, that's. I mean, yeah, it's fine. You do not run into any quicksand along the way, because that is a hazard. It was also an easy roll, so you didn't need to luck that if you didn't want to.
It'll be fine.
He's hoping that 20 may also help him spot some things maybe later on, like a certain flower he might be looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God. Yeah.
Tell me
Also,
about this.
Thunk, no booze. You're not allowed to drink.
Never mind.
My mic won't pick up innocent whistling, so innocent whistling. Pretty much.
There it goes. It picked up.
That wasn't me.
Oh.
I look at Renji. He can't have the jug either.
You just see Zarina trying to read a book while on the horse and then getting some motion sickness.
Oh no.
Reggie would look back at you and it's like, you never took it away from him and gave it back to me, so he still has it.
Drink, 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 drink.
Drink.
Lily.
No, Lily would take it away from him.
Drink.
Thunk goes. Thunk laughs. Haha, he can't see me. Goes to take the jug off, and he's just holding the cork. The fuck? Looks around. Lily's just holding it, glaring at you.
Also, that might be a problem later on. Don't they normally serve drinks that way?
Once we get into a bar, that's less of a problem. biggest issue is alcohol and heat don't mix well. He will dehydrate faster and thusly begin to have dire side effects.
So you
Dehydration, hallucinations, increased body temperature. On top of that, he's already wearing the armor that'll bake him alive, so more than likely he would begin to go into dementive state.
so
That's good to know. I feel
I'm
like
going to
Renji's talking with you while we're traveling, learning what he can about the desert and traveling through it.
I am going to start requiring Constitution saving rolls from Thunk.
Yup.
How about
I will look back at Thunk and be like, when you start feeling really hot, let me know. I can try to help you out some.
How's that?
you are fine for now.
What's going on? Why is that? T's.
Let's set a
Should be
timer
where?
for that amount of time.
I'm checking something. Hold on. Think. Okay. Yeah, no, it's right. Alright, I'm dumb. Where's the extra +1
Okay, then.
coming from?
So you continue through the desert, traveling.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye out for the flowers. They would be rare though in this section.
20 survival. I will say that about an hour later, you will happen to glance one of the flowers out of the corner of your eye.
I just kind of maneuver Joey. I hate that. Every time I say it, all I can picture is the fucking Yu-Gi-Oh meme of Joey going, yeah. That will live in my head forever now.
Okay, Thunk, make another Constitution saving throw. At disadvantage this time.
I don't think he can fail these because
21.
Yeah.
Perhaps not.
I have a +9.
He can fail them when the difficulty starts going above 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which will start happening.
Yeah.
Nord's gonna hop off of Joey and pull out an empty potion vial and carefully dump the nectar into the vial. And while it trying to hold what looks like a coffee filter in place. That's just sleight of hand. Make a roll here, DM.
Yes.
Oh, you're trying to do this stealthily?
No, what I'm doing is obvious. It's just
Okay.
it's a hand-eye coordination thing.
Yeah. You succeed. So, yeah.
When I'm done, I'll cork the potion and stick it in my coat, and I light the paper on fire, which would burn hella bright.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Continue on.
Did that flower have visible seeds?
It does not,
Dang.
unfortunately.
Renji would make a side note of wonder how badly it would hurt someone if we doused them with the liquid in that bottle before I hit them with a flaming sword.
Also, Thunk, make another Constitution save because disadvantage DC 15.
You keep making me make these Constitution saves literally like seconds apart.
That's because we are now moving a couple hours later.
15.
We're speeding along.
We're
Okay.
skipping
I
time
pass.
portions forward.
Yes. Just a compilation of you moving up and down sand dunes, over sand dunes, along sand dunes. Sand everywhere as far as the eye can see.
In order to make sure that they stay out of the shadow of dunes, mostly because that shit's dangerous as hell.
Debanon
And,
has never been in the desert before, so they might be a little surprised at some things.
Just a tad.
Scorpions the size of horses.
Oh god.
You do see a very large scorpion out in the distance that
Why?
moves over a dune and disappears from sight.
Why?
Moves away.
Why?
Foxes the size of fucking wolves.
You
Good
Nord
times.
know that
Renji just makes a
there's
comment to Nord. Considering how hot it is here, I'm guessing most things will probably be resistant to flames.
It's hit or miss most places. They're resistant to the heat, but fire not so much. It's more of a environmental hazard for them.
You do know that there is one type of creature that dwells in this area that is immune to fire, though.
Oh no.
It's called a Mati.
Mati?
Mati.
Does he like 'em big? Does he like...
Well, I will leave it to your judgment. You know this area better than me, so if we do end up fighting something, try to let me know what it's strong and weak towards. I'm guessing you probably have plenty of experience fighting this up here.
You also know that Matis hunt in packs.
If we encounter anything, I will inform you. Actually, most things in the desert hunting packs is the worst part.
That is the worst part. So,
I would also keep an eye out for the skies, especially you, Deb. Most of the carrion feeders still will eat live, smaller prey.
I'm not. I want to argue that I'm not that small, but I'm worried I am.
I will keep my eyes open and shoot anything that comes out of the sky.
Thank
Does
you.
Serena happen to see any reptilian eggs lying around?
Of the turtle variety.
Oh god.
none of the turtle variety.
The turtles will
do-
probably be
Anything
closer
else?
to the
You-
beach.
Do come across a smashed egg, though. You
Oh.
don't know what it's from. And there's nothing in it.
Serena just bows her head. Rest in peace, little one.
If you're looking for
Well,
pets,
a smashed
we
egg
have
or
quite
just
the
an
market.
empty egg shell?
The egg shell is shattered, and it's empty and clean. There's nothing in it.
So you never know. Whatever was inside the egg could just broken out of it.
Well, you could try to.
I mean, normally, whatever breaks out of it, it wouldn't be a clean egg.
You could try to either insight or.
It depends how old the egg is, too.
You could try
Anyway.
to insight or nature check if you were familiar with the desert.
Both of those only have a 5, so.
I feel like we don't have
She's
the
read
time
books
to.
about it.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, no.
I also feel like I feel like Nord will
Yeah, I
also
can't.
be.
My nature sucks. My insight is eh.
Yeah, I think Nord will also kind of be ushering us along and not like trying to make sure we don't take too many stops.
Oh no, I'm going slow on purpose. We're intentionally not going that fast. There's a reason for it. In the desert, you don't push. It will kill you. You have to travel slow and purposefully. So if someone stops for a minute to look at an egg, he's gonna let you. It's healthy.
If you roll that insight and you get a 20. That would allow you to notice some things. For instance, that there are. It does not look like it was broken outwards, but broken inwards.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Like
rest in
somebody
peace.
broke this egg open.
Oh.
Or
Man,
something.
Nord probably would have knowledge of what creatures feast on eggs in this area.
In the desert.
Literally a fuck ton of things in the desert.
Yeah. Birds, snakes, lizards,
Thanks, brother.
frogs,
I'm pretty
people,
sure there would be more than one egg if it was Thunk's brother.
Ewoks.
Wait, there's Ewoks out here?
Don't worry about it.
Serena just goes back to her horse and jumps on, and then just is back to cradling Jeffrey under her cloak.
Mhm.
Salsa Troll at this time is currently in his statue and has been since we've been in the desert.
Such
probably
a
for
roll
the
looked
best
at
at
the
the
desert,
moment.
went, fuck that, leaves on his own will. He can do that?
Yes, probably.
Poor Salsa Troll doesn't need to deal with this heat.
We have
He's
a
playing with his cat friends in the astral plane.
So,
I
Nord would
just
be looking
imagine
for
it,
some
Yeah.
hard rock formation or something to make camp on.
you find no real outcroppings or such along the way. It's just endless sand dunes around. It's getting towards
how
nighttime.
cramped would the cart be with everyone in it?
Bit cramps. You have a lot of stuff in there.
Okay, so never mind. I was about to say we have someone that doesn't sleep that could just keep
It
the
is a
cart
large
going.
cart, but there's quite a lot of stuff that you have just in there.
Yeah, supplies.
So
There are thousands of species of deadly creatures that are drawn to these deserts. Much like your oceans, some of them even I have never seen. Venomous snakes, giant birds, reptiles, lizards, foxes big enough to eat Deb in one bite, coyotes,
Well, if we
bandits,
run into the
marauders.
foxes, I might be able to help.
You just see Serena's eyes light up. Oh, more new pets.
And would you like to know when most of them hunt?
Night.
At night.
We will be making camp, not moving.
speaking of Nord, please make a perception check.
Oh no.
Ooh.
What level spells can you cast up to, Serena?
Holy fuck.
I am up to 5th level.
Okay. You notice it instantly, and your eyes zero in on it. Across the way, just barely within line of sight, you see a what looks like a striped dog
So
with like a little like the bottom of its snout extends out in a bit of an underbite.
Is this
And
the fire resistant things?
and its tail is very long and shiny. And yes, this is the fire resistant things.
Serena's in pet mode.
Does
She wants
Serena
to
also
Snoop.
notice the dog?
No, it's barely on the edge of Nord's perception.
Serena does not have binoculars. Serena is sad.
Oddly
That's a dog
enough,
nearby.
There you go.
and they're fireproof. Oh, resistant, right? They're not fireproof.
They are fireproof.
Oh,
I mean,
Ooh.
fireproof. And they
Thunk
never
can't cook
hunt
it.
alone. And And I'm only seeing one, right?
Yes.
So
So that's the scout.
Well, to be yes.
if Zarina's capable of casting, if Zarina's is able to cast 5th level spells, there's a spell called Transmute Rock that will let her turn mud into rock.
Yeah,
If
but I
we-
didn't prepare to have that spell.
Yeah, I'm
On
just
top of
saying,
that-
like, if Nord wants to like take that, if Zarina and Nord want to take that into consideration for like the next day, if we need a rock to sleep on.
True.
It's more of a size issue. The creatures I'm more worried about can see. How can I put this?
She would be able to make a rock up to like 10 feet deep
Yeah,
in
that
like
wouldn't
a
be
30-foot
enough.
radius.
It would give us solid ground and be more comfortable. Actually, I don't know. Would that be more comfortable than sand?
No, the
Probably
stone
not.
would just bake us alive because the sand would heat it up.
After a few more hours,
Not-
Thunk,
not-
make
I would say
another
not.
Constitution save.
I would say not if you only turned it to stone at night.
He said it was still hot at night.
Yes.
Well, yeah, but the sand would cool off, but you would have to pour water on the sand to turn it to mud,
Thunk's
to
getting
turn the
hammered.
mud into rock.
So use
Yeah, I'm gonna
it's a
take that 16.
Yeah, it's a disadvantage, but
It's a real shame because that's a set natural 17 on that side.
yeah. So you take 1 point of exhaustion.
Yep.
Thunk's still drinking, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Of course he
Dumbass.
is.
Thunk's gonna hate tomorrow.
You happen to notice that Lily and Alyssa, who were smart enough not to wear armor, are mostly fine.
And the worst part is, Kasali's in the wagon with them, watching this, getting her
Well,
revenge.
Thunk's lucky because the paladin has lesser restoration, which I think can cure
It does.
the level of exhaustion.
The question is she going to use it on him or make him learn the hard way?
She would probably use it to keep him from dying of exhaustion.
There's actually no restoration that cures exhaustion, just the drunk condition. If I get 3 exhaustion levels, if I get 1 more, I'm dead.
I thought it was 5.
It's
I thought it was 4.
no,
it's 5.
no, it's 5 and then death.
Okay.
Because at 4th level, you no longer get the ability to move. It's when your movement becomes 0.
Well, I guess it's a good thing.
Yeah.
You're at the level where the bard can bring you back for free, right?
Cause, yeah, at the 5th level, your speed is reduced to 0, and then at 6th level exhaustion, you just die.
Permanently.
Yeah, no saving throws, because you were stupid.
Nord's going to try and find basically
Basically.
I'm trying to think of the word. Like a flat plane of sand.
Mm-hmm.
The safest spot possible
Sorry.
to camp.
I know there's a word for it, but I'm drawing a blank.
Yes.
But
Is it
basically an area, a plateau of sand where we
Yes.
can make camp.
Yes. Yes.
And
You are
this is where having something like the dome would have been useful.
You are saved because you find you do find a plateau of sand. It's very very firm, very hard. It's not moving anytime soon.
Mm.
Excuse
Sturdy
me.
sand.
Tell us more about this plateau.
Yes, we would like to hear more.
What's-
Descriptive words.
It's
What's
actually
the sand's personality?
Do not sexualize sand.
Give it a voice.
It's actually
Give the sand a voice. What's the sand's name?
Stop looting sand.
Not gonna steal from sand unless it has cool magic items.
I swear, if you continue to loot sand, I will kill you and your character. In that
Please.
order.
Please
Oh,
stop
loot, I thought you
harassing
said
my
loot.
homeland sexually.
Well,
I'll be fine.
well,
I
he
just
is-
want to know what the
I'll pay
personality's
respect
like.
once we get to your
I was
town or
about to
whatever,
say,
kingdom, whatever.
He
It's
is
sand, it doesn't have personality.
I'm about to
he is
Google loot
You're
sand.
hurting the sand feeling.
I was about to say
It just
he
got
is
over a bad breakup not even 2 days ago, you insensitive pricks.
he is a dwarf, and we know the rumor how dwarfs are made.
What? Wait,
I'm
I'm
kind of
missing something
curious.
here.
The long running joke of how dwarfs are made is they just stuck their thing in a hole and a dwarf popped
Oh,
out.
yes, you have told me this.
I'm not disappointed by what I googled.
Someone
no.
put
Lewd sandcastles?
someone put it in a
Oh,
rock and a
God.
dwarf just popped out.
That's definitely a plateau.
Give me a second, I'll send it.
Oh, don't.
I'm sending it to Nord.
Oh, jeez. Carry
Uh,
on.
of course it was anime. Of course it was Of course it was gonna be anime.
Operations
God
are
damn it, you beat me to it.
Oh yeah. The operations are simple. If you can hang your bunk off the wagon, do so. Try not to sleep on the sand, try not to wander around, try not to do too much movement. We have to have watches throughout the night to make sure, well, anything doesn't try to kill us.
Indeed.
I guess it's a good thing Renji can shrink down for sleeping.
Yes, indeed. Nope.
Oh,
I was about to say, excuse you, sir.
I would recommend our two pregnant women actually get the wagon themselves.
Indeed.
Renji takes the roof.
Zarina puts Jeffrey in the wagon with Lily.
Quatu. The sun is not dear. You can sleep on the roof of.
Here's an idea. Does anyone have access to like a magic dome that we could probably put some people in that nobody else could get into and is climate controlled? Looking
No,
at Deb.
She didn't take that spell.
I used to have it, and then
Yeah,
I would
she-
constantly offer it, and then no one would use it, so I got rid of it.
Yeah,
I know.
remember?
I'm just fucking with Deb.
I
Asshole.
will,
Are you
I will,
drunk?
I will
Seriously.
drown you in the lewd sand we stand upon.
Hold person and grab a cup of water, people.
Don't try and drown sand. It's Thunk and lewd sand. It might be assumed,
Is
but
that why-
it'll never let Thunk leave.
Is that why? I get that top, but the other reason our characters are so thirsty.
Perhaps I could fashion some form of shelter.
Oh?
Merely give me a moment.
Okay, yes. Go, rat boy, go.
Sort of like he sort of like twitches his head to the side and sniffs the air a bit.
Go ninja, go ninja, go.
So then he raises his hands, and the magic casters amongst the group, plus Nord, can feel
Oh wait a minute! I almost forgot.
can feel his power exerting himself on the sands around you.
Oh, yeah.
Where's my intelligence? There it is.
He's exerting himself on the loot sand.
Yes,
The
Take it
firm,
easy.
hard sand.
Yeah, I rolled an 18.
Yeah,
I
four.
keep forgetting my intelligence checks
Yes.
at the beginning of every day to learn a new spell from the fat man's memories.
I
Oh,
thought
but
you
yet you
said you
suppressed
learned
Be
all
fair,
the
Beth's
spells.
memories.
He doesn't have that many left, but
Oh god, that burns.
that is an interruption. But it is a nice interruption because of that. Yes.
Did I get a magic dome?
No, you do not get a magic dome. Forget
Damn.
about the magic dome. Shut
Damn.
up about it.
No, I feel like the
I
Batman,
just snorted
if
soda.
anything, would be able to pop up a brothel.
That doesn't sound like it felt good, Nord.
Sounds like an
I-
interesting spell. Conjure brothel.
No.
I sneezed while swallowing and the soda went up my nose.
Oh no.
Ooh.
We would need to be playing a higher rating.
We told you
campaign
to
for
stop
that.
snorting Coke, Nord.
It's so good in the caffeine.
You guys. Creepy, spooky, scary skeletons. Uh-huh.
Spooky, scary skeleton walking down the street.
Now that part is interesting. You get web.
Web.
Yes,
Utility spell.
a web spell. Practically useless in this situation, but
Damn it.
here you go.
You say
Now
useless.
you can spend some time adding it. It's not completely useless, but
Say useless, where I know many fights that proved simplified because all the enemies got stuck.
true.
Don't you dare
Oh,
use
help
that
me, stub
spell
bro.
around Zarina.
Anyway, Elmeric raises his hands, exerts his will upon the sands.
Mm.
You shall obey.
Oh.
Damn it.
Where we,
Oh yes, Rat Daddy.
if he ever
That's the lewd
uses
sand.
if he ever uses the web spell, it will be burnt away really quickly as we set anything in it on fire.
I think Almeric's wife is going to be unhappy with him later.
I feel like this is tried to murder Andrew Day.
Hey, Andrew's just looking down. Thank God my wife doesn't watch these.
Little does he know.
Joke's on you. Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna
Ooh.
fuck with you harder. You should have stayed silent, sir.
It'll be fine.
It'll be good. All good in the hood.
Honey, why don't you be the dungeon master in the bedroom? What?
I mean, you don't know his sex life.
Damn sure don't know what's under
I
that
was
bed.
about to say
You know,
Let
he
me
the
be
boss.
my lewd sand, honey.
I was about to say he described how she was using the ropes on Debaddon very precisely.
Oh, so
Okay.
it's a box that also contains rope, Andrew. Nice to know.
How
I
my
ain't
DM
going
killed us. Why my DM
to-
killed us.
I'm going to
I feel
say
like the GM
nothing
might he built will be coming soon.
Oh, okay then.
because I do not want to get in trouble.
Anyway,
It's okay.
Actually,
She'll punish you later.
Actually, she's kind of fine with it, just as long as I don't say it as much on YouTube. So yeah. Anyway, Elmeric exerts his will upon the sand, and the sand rises, and
Oh.
shut up, and coalesces, and forms a sandy igloo.
Oh yes, it does.
Oh god, the rat man made the sand hard.
It's hollow.
I think I killed Wolfie. Holy shit!
It was just all the build-up.
Mark 1 for thunk.
The build-up was too much.
It usually is.
Said the sand.
Well,
So, you now
let's
have
stop
a
wasting
small.
time and have everybody fill it.
Okay, you now have a small sand hut. Go into this. Enter the sand hut, you filthy heathens.
Oh, we're going into the sand,
staying
are we?
outside.
Yes, you're going into the sand. Now get in there.
Oh, I'll get in
I
there,
wanna-
Daddy.
Yes,
I'll get
Rat
in there
Daddy.
real good.
I feel like it's just the music.
I don't want to hear about music. If you have not heard the music for JoJo's outro for fucking Golden Wind, oh my goodness.
I have heard Golden Wind, and I actually had a bard that used the Golden Wind song because we weren't on
No.
YouTube and it wasn't copyrighted to use it in a
No.
private game.
Why?
Also like the fairy tale intro music.
I do like the fairy tale intro music.
But unfortunately, that's
especially-
copyrighted.
Especially played on a violin and only the violin.
Yes, yes.
Okay, we enter the sand. The sand likes it. Go on.
The sand is very hot to the touch still. You will need to put blankets out on the floor or such.
Oh, we have to cool her
rolls.
down.
Sleeping rolls and whatnot. I wonder.
Oh, they always say it's warmer inside.
Carry on.
Not in this circumstance. Because now you no longer have the sun bearing down on you.
Are you saying we're cracking open a cold one with the boys?
I guess.
More like filling a cold one with the boys. And girl.
That was not needed.
Jesus Christ.
That went real dark real fucking fast.
Hi, Thunk here from the Misfits. This session is definitely not made for children.
Please send your children home.
I have no clue what
No,
you're
we
It's
haven't.
sexual
I have-
moaning
If you-
I had no
Sand
clue
one.
what you guys are referring to. I
Okay,
was talking about a igloo because he said the stand was shaped like an
If
igloo.
you continue, I shall have to destroy the recording, so...
Have fun with that. It's on my computer.
I will find a fucking way.
But you're gonna say
Where?
Anyway,
Alright, before this gets too far, let's actually play the game.
This is the best thing about D&D. This is playing the game.
So who's taking the first watch, and after the first watch, do we want to just leave Debanon to take the rest of the watches?
That's a
'cause
good
they're in
question.
different sleep?
Debanon needs no sleep. Does Debanon want to sleep is the question.
I don't want to sleep, but I have things to do.
Okay, this sounds like a great idea. So, you take...
Fuck.
Debanon takes the watch. However, they are distracted. So, any perception checks are made at disadvantage.
I didn't fucking agree to this.
I feel like Debanon will be
Okay.
up. I feel like we'll have 2 people on watch all the time, and Debanon will be one of them.
Okay, so
And
I'll
then
just
the
be on watch the
second
whole night, and then someone else will also be on watch, changing.
Yeah.
So I
I feel
don't
like it's
actually.
safer that
I'm
way.
So basically,
You don't actually
I'm just
do anything.
Awake, I'm just awake like normal.
You're just not actually doing anything.
It's
They
perfect.
say you're on watch, but you're not actually on watch.
I'm just reading. I am so.
You honestly
This
think
is
we
perfect.
trust
This is why
Deb
we do any
to
other
watch
night.
us?
No.
No.
Zarina
Not even
went
Thunk's
on
that
like
stupid.
for a 4-hour trance and then stayed up with Deb.
Yay! I'm gonna show you my stories.
It will be nice when Nord no longer needs to sleep, because then we'll have a reliable person up at night.
Mm-hmm.
Zarina was slightly distracted.
Slightly. Yes.
Distracted
Yeah.
by me sharing stories about creepy creatures in the woods with you, or distracted by something else?
Yeah, no. By you sharing
By
creepy
the way, I was
stories
saying,
about
Damn.
animals.
I was suggesting Bryn be up with whoever's taking watch, so she could give them advantage.
But
I know it distracted Nord. Every once in a while, the wind would just blow through
Unfortunately,
the igloo and go, "Oh yeah."
that does not work because Debanon will be distracted, so it'll just
Yep,
be a normal roll.
unfortunately.
I can give 0.45 advantage, which rounds down to no advantage.
The best thing you could do is get friggin'
I mean,
uh,
I
crap,
never use
what is
luck
it called?
points, so I can,
Inspiration.
Ah, nice.
The best thing you could probably do is
Oh
get
yeah.
inspiration.
Every once in a while, whoever's on watch will just look at me, and I'll like take a minute, and then finally glance up and like,
So
oh, fine, and then set
out
it
in the
off.
distance, Zarina, not that far from the camp, on a sand dune, you just see this what looks like a striped dog with a slightly scaly looking tail.
Serena nudges Deb. Deb,
What?
look at it.
What? What is? Oh my god.
Snoop the Snoop.
It's just staring there. It's just standing there, staring at you.
Should we? Can we even exit the igloo? We should go look at it.
Yes, we should. We completely
Oh,
should.
Alright, let's go.
no.
Zarina nudges Jeffrey awake. Jeffrey.
Jeffrey is nudged awake.
Why are you nudging me?
I can.
Do I look like Jeffrey?
Scott, roleplay it out.
Jeffrey
Bezos.
Jeffrey, stay
how
here.
you
Protect
can't do it.
everyone while they sleep.
how loud
Jeffrey is
would
small.
this be?
We are whispering.
Jeffrey, enlarge, please.
Jeffrey enlarges and fills up the entire entrance and blocks it completely.
Yeah.
Jeffrey,
there's-
protect them while we sleep. While they
'cause-
sleep, we gotta go explore. Find you another brother.
Because there's someone that has keen hearing in the group.
Well, now that
Yes,
someone who has
you
keen
are
hearing
no
can't get
match.
out.
You are no match for our sneaky.
Jeffrey
sneaky.
is now blocking everyone from leaving, and
Haha.
That's what
yeah.
you think. I can misty step through him.
That
That's just
would
disrespectful.
require you to be awake and have knowledge of what's going on.
Zarina summons Sausage Roll to her side.
Yes.
He's pissed off because it's hot.
It's nighttime. He'll be okay. It's a little bit cooler. It's not as cool,
A
but
bit.
it's a little bit.
Turn on the AC. It's hot.
Yeah, can I just gods up there that exist? We have confirmed this. Can you just turn the wind setting up like 10%? That
You
would
get
be
a
nice.
tornado.
I said 10%.
You're asking for God's help when the God that favors you is Loki. Loki
as long
wouldn't
as
do 10%. He would crank it to max.
he would
So
be like,
did
"Oh, sorry."
Nord actually tell
I
Zarina
said-
anything about this earlier, or was he just talking out loud?
I
When
would
he saw the
inform you
dog.
that they are what they kind of look like, as they are hard to describe, as I've only never actually seen an image till now.
Would you have told her that they travel in packs?
Yes, that was actually conveyed, that they hunt in packs.
Okay. Zarina nudges to Deb. They travel in packs. Be careful.
Oh, that means there's more.
Also on this grid, I'm going to say.
I feel like we're gonna be woken up by Deb screaming, running back to the igloo.
Maybe so.
It
Maybe
ain't
so.
her! Oh my god, it ain't her! God damn it.
I'm
If you-
going to say that unless you're right next to someone, then each square on here is now 10 feet.
Oh no.
Okay. I am right next to
Unless
Zarina,
you're
but-
right next to them and moving to attack them, then you're 10 feet away from.
I'm going to look at Zarina and say, Zarina, if you want to keep him, I could listen. So, I don't know how animals work that well. I've had one pet.
It was a
But
goldfish,
I
and it
feel
died.
like it was not a goldfish. I feel like if I made this thing less possibly threatening, and then you made it love you and appreciate you as its owner, and then it poofed back in an hour, then it wouldn't be a danger because it would love you.
Zarina, you just see her like nod her head in agreement, and then she's digging in her bag of holding for any form of treat that this animal might like.
You
So
will
should
know
I
that it is carnivorous and has
I
been
have.
known to attack people.
Oh
so
no.
should I polymorph it
They
into like
both
a
know
tiny
this is a
mouse?
bad idea.
And then you can just hold it and it will love you, and then by the time it turns back into a big scary wolf, no one see you and no longer wants to eat you.
Oh no, I love this whole scenario. If I could have this animated, this would be perfect.
Is this I feel like this is a
I
great
feel like
plan.
this is this is similar to the episode where Not and Jester tried to deface the Temple of Bahamut, and we
And
know
that
how
went
that went.
perfectly well with no issues. Just
You know
like
the
this,
sad
though.
part is Kasali doesn't sleep. She watched
Sorry.
these two idiots get up, look at the thing they were told earlier today was extremely dangerous, and then go, let's boop the snoot.
Okay,
and
so
let
vamp-
them.
So vampires don't have to sleep, but they can.
I feel like
That
she
is
was
a very large misconception for
I feel
vampires.
like she would be laying down next to Nord, but would still hear you guys leaving with her much higher and better stats than us.
Meh.
Regardless, should I
Can't break
polymorph
Thunk though.
the giant evil dog?
Nothing's waking Thunk up. Let's be real here.
I said break.
Serena tells you, can you just let's try to inch a little bit closer, but let's look out to see if
Okay, we
his
can.
pack is with him.
No,
So we'll
I
save
think
that as a last resort.
I think
Yes.
the closest ones to like waking up was either Kasali or me, but the GM did not say we could make rolls to try to wake up. So
Oh, I'm waiting till they start screaming. They won't.
Zarina kneels down to Sausage Roll and notions for him to move forward and kind of scout out the area.
Yeah, he moves forward. You see the creatures still up on the dune there, just looking down at you.
oh my god,
Do you want me
it's
to
gonna
make
be
sausage
friggin'
roll invisible?
You'll also notice now that you're a bit closer that its eyes are glowing green,
Oh,
Pretty.
and there's no pupils.
is
That
that
doesn't
normal?
sound good.
Okay, so it's not normal.
I don't think that's normal.
Its eyes are completely one color.
Maybe once you like train it and take it under your wing,
Hopefully that's
maybe you
the
can give
case.
it pupils.
For a moment, I was fearing that this was gonna be like the Jack Sparrow situation where the dog comes down from the hill, and then like 30 other dogs start following him. You two just running bookend back to the igloo.
It'll be
So
fine.
Sausage Roll gets a bit closer and sniffs the air, and then his ears go flat and he starts slowly backing away.
Ooh.
Even he
Bad
knows
sign.
it's bad shit.
Zarina uses speak with animals.
You notice that two others slink around and go wide on either side.
Deb, I think we should run. I don't
And
think
then
this is a good idea.
And then you see a couple more
Oh.
up here on the hill.
Deb, I think we should seriously
I-
run.
Yeah,
One
okay,
was okay.
Let's stop thinking and start going. I'm gonna run
When
off.
the words "I fucked up" popped into Wolfie's head,
So,
Sausage Roll, get out of there!
please
Oh, God.
roll initiative for me
Oh,
to
fuck.
see who goes first.
Oh no.
This is fine.
And
We'll be
this
okay.
is how we
I-
lose 2 party members.
It's
Just
And one of them
listen.
is the only one able to resurrect people.
I don't want to roll initiative.
None of the ones in the tent know what's going on yet.
I'm just putting myself on there.
Oh my god.
Call
Oh
it
my
a
god.
prediction.
Shit.
Oh fuck. Oh, that's I would use luck, but that's too fucking
A
funny.
prediction.
Oh, my bad.
What sort?
I'll take the 20 nonetheless.
What sort of prediction is? Okay, so you take the 20. Yeah.
Well,
that
yeah, I
means
rolled
back
the
on the
20
menu.
first.
Yeah.
Should I deal with
Sausage roll will go
comedic
on your
poetry-
turn.
Should I deal with the comedic poetry of the natural one, or should I not die? And
Could
Oh
we
no,
not
comedic
die?
poetry fits your character.
all right, I'll keep going.
You do have character art still coming that I would
So-
not like to be ruined.
I'll be Gurren. If
Zarina
I die,
tries
I
to
will just
persuade
make a
them
tin.
we're not food.
Oh no, you look like
Okay,
you talk like
Drow are
like-
friends, not food. You say nothing about the dwarf. Oh shit, my bad.
Zarina's
This is-
trying to talk to them with speak with animals.
This is when you find out they aren't animals.
Don't you say that. Don't you put that voodoo magic on me, sir.
Don't you put that
Everyone is an
don't you
animal.
put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
What animal do you know that
So
has
can
green
you-
glowing eyes with no pupil?
They might be possessed.
These
You don't
guys.
know.
Obviously.
Can you please pop the description for that for me? I need to check something.
Oh, my speak with animals. Oh no.
Yes.
I believe it specifically in the spell
Um,
says beast.
For beast, yeah. Unfortunately.
Okay then. Cause
Oh man.
Monstrosity?
How dare you?
Human?
Yes.
What?
Oh no.
They're
Okay,
monstrosities.
to be fair, humans are the most bestial of all.
No, they aren't human.
They're
friend,
monstrosities.
Okay, you
They're
said
monsters.
yes, very delayed, so I wasn't sure who you were responding to.
He said the delay because he was too busy chuckling.
I have.
Okay,
I have
so
fear.
you then
I
see
also had
Zarina.
to recheck on what they were again, and then I started chuckling.
Mm-hmm.
Let me.
Bad answer.
So
You then see Zarina conjure animals.
Oh,
Hey boss, what the fuck is that thing?
Should I roll for Arcana to see how many monkeys I get with George?
I shall roll. I shall see.
Okay.
I thought you were supposed to roll it.
Are you trying to? I decide what equipment they.
I am attempting to summon the whole mafia, sir.
You're trying to summon the whole mafia. That is a. Wow. Okay.
Remember, the lower the roll, the more
So-
she summons.
Oh my god, this pack of friggin' monsters just roll up like, yeah, we're gonna eat you. And
Not
then
what
the
I'm-
monkey pack rolls out.
That is those times were to see if the spell went awry and
Summon the
summon
monkeys.
additional. Now I'm rolling to see how many she summons.
She's
I
just trying to
automatically
purposely-
get George, but I need to know how many monkeys I get with George.
We
Yes,
we have a
you do get George.
we have
Okay.
we have a mafia fight going on now. The monkeys versus
And
the dogs.
only 2 monkeys.
Oh no.
I mean, to be fair, George
And,
is like worth 5.
And
what are
what?
the monkeys? What are the monkeys holding though?
The monkeys are holding only pistols, and
The other monkeys with the Tommy guns were out to lunch.
George unfortunately does not have his gun at the moment.
Oh no.
What the fuck, George?
He has his fists.
He was asleep at the time. How dare I? You see George in his pajamas.
Oh no.
George doesn't keep the gun under his pillow? What kind of a mobster is he?
Maybe he did, but his
Have
hand
you
was
ever
on his
accidentally
gun.
shot your wife with your gun under your pillow, man? You only do that once.
Or just flashbacks to that. Thanks, Nord.
So,
Now we know what happened to the fucking ape wife.
Suzanne, no! I'm sorry.
Anyway,
so 41, 25. Yeah, so that happens. Let's see. Are they
Yeah, so maybe
disoriented?
it shouldn't.
They are disoriented, so they will
well, at least on the bright side,
actually do things on their on your next turn.
at least on the bright side, when the first monkey fires, it should wake the rest of us up. At least
Yes.
everyone but Thunk.
You hear Zarina trying to yell for Jeffrey.
There is still Jeffrey is going to is
Okay, the sound of a large
bit of a
Jeffrey
distance.
running off should
Oh,
also
no.
make sound.
Jeffrey is 120 feet from you though, so he will start to respond on next turn. Yes.
Oof. Okay, so I already cast my spell, so I'm just gonna move a little bit back, even though each square is 10 feet now. So
You
that
also notice that there seem to be a couple more of them,
not behind me. Don't you say behind me.
not behind you.
I said not to
Gathering
do
on
one
the hill.
fucking thing.
I don't know, whatever do you mean, Nord?
Nord's over here like, I expected this shit out of the rest of them, but you know better.
She wanted a pet.
You got
Nord?
5.
Nord,
Serena, to be fair, I could still get you that pet.
Nord, you should have realized the problem when you thought that when you heard that Serena and Deb were going to be taking a shift.
So
Oh yeah, no, I fully expected this plan to go south the second Deb was involved.
you
Hey.
can move back 30 feet.
Wait, can you? Oh, we can in general.
Yeah, except for you, I think.
Yeah,
'cause
I have different speed.
You move back 20
You have
feet.
25, yeah, I have 30.
No, I have. Nope, I don't have
35?
25.
Ah,
I have
yes.
35.
Oh
you
yeah,
have
you got
35.
raised. Yours was raised.
Yeah, I'm speed.
Yeah.
You're only gonna have 30 still on this map because each grid is 10.
Oh yes. That's fine.
Basically, our movement is halved because of the map size.
Yeah, so we move 3 squares at max.
Diagonally, right? Yep. Diagonally. You see Zarina making a beeline diagonally. Deb, come on!
Run, run.
Oh fuck.
Sausage Roll is also going to be turning around and running.
George! Just follow back.
What is Sausage Roll speed again?
He is
50. Yes.
50.
Sausage Roll will get to you.
Yay.
You don't get to move yet, Devin.
I was
Oh,
looking.
no. Let's see
looking
here.
to see how far I can go.
So these things are incredibly fast. You see them surge over the
Oh, God.
dune towards you in a line.
Here lies Deb.
I've never lied in my life.
I'm sure you haven't.
Oh, wait, hold up. Which one did I want to do? Blah, blah, blah.
I'm being guarded
There.
by monkeys. It's amazing. This is so worth it.
Let's see here. That's a natural 20.
Those guard monkeys are about to die.
I'm about to say we need Thunk and Renji out there so Thunk can gather them all up and Renji can ice cone them.
So these two Mortys, they are, jump
Oh,
on
no.
this monkey and grab both ends of him and tear him in half.
Oh god.
Goodbye,
See,
poor
Poor
monkey.
Joey.
your bad judgment made your pets suffer.
He does disappear though, so he's not permanently dead, but he's had a very traumatic experience.
Next
It's
time,
like a nightmare.
the next
Those-
time you
those
summon
mon-
him,
those-
he's gonna have some
Those
words for
monkeys are
you.
gonna have to go through therapy.
He just thinks it was a nightmare.
So the ones attacking George
He wakes up, his
are
gun is under his pillow again.
Not again.
Oh my
Oh god.
god.
mostly out of luck.
Imagine if every time someone summons a creature in D&D, they summon them while they're sleeping, so they just think it's a nightmare.
That's so
Anyway,
yeah.
this Morty leaps onto George and snaps his jaws around his left arm,
Oh no.
and is now just dangling from the arm, trying to keep hold while George
Nice
shakes him
jewelry.
about.
Nice
The
bracelet.
others miss.
Haha, little bitches. Please don't kill me.
You say that as you're so close to them.
I'm about to fucking
Um,
die.
Avalon, you're okay, let's snack for someone that's in fighting range.
I not yet.
Unfortunately, this monkey is
Yeah, that monkey's yeah. Poor
completely
guy.
surrounded, and all of these boys have pack tactics.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's all hits across the board.
And there goes the second monkey.
Yeah, 56 piercing damage as he's torn to shreds. He is going to have an even more traumatic experience.
You were both great blockades for me, thank you.
So
All
Devon,
this shit talking, I'm gonna laugh when Deb goes down.
It's gonna be so fucking funny, isn't it? Ha ha
Deb,
ha.
run!
So I'm going
What
to...
are you doing?
What do you mean
Just
what
say-
my turn just started? What do you mean what am I doing?
Run and then use your action, or use your movement and then use your action to dash and get the fuck
I'm
away.
going to okay. Give me a second. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to bonus action D8 Spirit Tails because I didn't. Shit. That's kind of a shitty one for the situation, but I'll keep it. Not gonna do anything with that right now because I'm not fucking melee attacking these boys. I'm going to move right here with my 30 feet, right behind you two. If I can grab my token, which is apparently illegal. There you go. Hi. And I'm going to be running up to you guys and just shout, wait! I'm going to grab both of you. I'm going to cast a level 4 invisibility. So we'll get all three of us invisible.
Oh, shit.
I know! I'm being a bard!
Just hopefully they don't have
For
any
once.
They
ability.
have glowing green eyes. I am so fearful.
Also,
that they can see shit.
also, you guys probably still smell because you've been sweating from the heat all
But
day.
at least it'll be slightly more confusing.
Okay,
Don't
so
take this away from me.
yes, you are invisible. So they do have to make a roll to perceive you.
Yes! I'll take it. Maybe I won't take it.
Also, Jeffrey doesn't know what the hell to do now.
It's
Yeah.
one.
So they cannot see you anymore, but they can still smell you.
Well, like that's not as reliable. You
So
smell like sand. Everything smells like fucking
they can kind of still tell where you are.
It still will
That's-
give them. It will still give them disadvantage on attacks.
However,
That's-
because they have pack tactics, it makes it a normal roll.
But
when
hey,
they're
at least now they don't have fucking advantage.
next to when they're attacking next to each other. So,
Don't take this from me.
oh, I'm not. It's just, yeah. It was a good solid thinking there.
Thank you. If only I was really hoping for the teleporting tail.
So,
Boom, this is gone.
let's see here. I'm trying to think here. Think.
Oh, also we are at least I don't know about Zarina, but I'm definitely shouting like, "Oh shit! Oh fuck!" Screaming.
You're 80
Zarena's
feet
still
away,
yelling for
and
Jeffrey.
your guys are 80 feet away, and their sound is muffled because something big and furry is blocking the doorway.
Why can't you guys just?
I mean, there's also the desert wind to consider too.
Yeah.
Is that,
Shit! They turned up the wind. No.
Well, Jeffrey
Oh,
should slowly
yeah.
still be on his way.
but
Also, the Jew
Yeah.
hasn't said
No.
anything, so
Every time the wind blows. Oh no.
Anywhere
I'll
we
say
go.
you start getting up and noticing that there's a wolf, and you can all start getting up and notice there's a wolf blocking the way, but you won't be able to get out before the end of this round.
Oh, it's fine.
just once Renji wakes up and notices the two of them gone, just runs over and shoves Nord.
Uh,
Which probably
Alright,
also wakes
I'm up.
Kasalia.
oh, indeed.
And it's like, the idiots are gone, and just start moving towards the door.
Oh yeah,
Lord,
clearly
Which is-
idiot.
Okay, whatever.
You see,
Block.
To be
Zarina's going
fair,
Oh shit!
I'm going to
Renji
assume
says,
it's Thunk and Deb.
yeah. You as soon as Renji says that, you see Nord looking for Thunks right there.
Oh god damn it. She went
Sorry,
to boot
the
the snoot, didn't she?
idiot and the pet lover is gone.
Jeffrey's just gonna hear a very distinctive click followed by the word move.
I don't
Okay.
think Jeffrey knows English.
Jeffrey's
he
just
does,
going to
and he-
like
He knows certain commands.
shrink down a little and turn
Aw.
around and whimper.
Oh, buddy.
Jeffrey is very aware of what my English is.
Nord, you're a horrible person. How could you do this to him?
Poor Bubba.
He was given an
Uh,
order and he was doing it so well. He could not understand
Yeah.
nuance.
Let's see here.
Since he said we're all starting to wake up, we can all put ourselves on the initiative order.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
Just be like, Lily, wake Thunk up, we'll probably need him.
Tell him meat's on the menu.
I just imagine his eyes opens up when he hears Nord say that. Like the
Okay.
one
Serena's
word
just
that can
murmuring
wake
to
Thunk
herself,
up.
I just wanted a new pet.
Again, I can still get you one. I will backtrack.
Oh, I didn't mean to roll that
I
with
don't think you
disadvantage.
can
That's a
tame
27.
monstrosities.
I can polymorph one of them and carry him.
Okay, so
We can try.
A tiny turtle.
When the polymorph ends,
That's
he will
better.
just become.
By the
Yeah.
time the polymorph ends, he will love Zarina.
Hopefully.
Certainly.
I don't
Alright,
think you guys understand how monstrosities work.
I understand them exactly. And this plan is solid.
They might be a monstrosity, but they are still some kind of animal. They're just not necessarily a beast.
This would work with any animal. I believe this would even work with a human. Because humans are animals.
Almark is slow in getting up.
I don't blame him.
Old bones.
Okay,
Shocky still
we'll
has
start off
bones.
with that before I try anything else on, that one.
I'm just going to, for the sake of easiness, Kusali and Quatil will move with Nord.
Mm.
And do stuff with Nord. No matter what, whatever, whichever.
Well,
That's
no, once everyone's done, you can, reshuffle the order.
She does move here. That's her turn. Quaddle sheet. Is that one still alive, by the way?
Ah, yes.
Okay, let's deafen some ears with Quaddle here. If they were still asleep, they're not gonna be. Because he'll. Oh, he actually.
Thunk,
Yo.
you will need to move out through the door first.
What are you talking about?
The
That-
door is.
The door
Right,
is
yeah.
where Jeffrey and Nord are. You have to move out past them and then go up.
How the fuck?
Yes, that's a
How
miss.
big was that fucking dome?
Quaddle's
Big
not
enough
in the
to fit
mood.
all of us.
Just waking up. Just firing wide. That's his turn.
Yep.
And Zarina already took hers.
Yep.
Are we on a new round?
Yep.
Yeah, I thought we were on a new round.
Yeah.
Nord, what the fuck?
Now, no.
Wait.
Renji would help Thunk if it wasn't for the fact that he goes before Renji.
What was that? What? I saw something. DM.
Jeffrey!
What?
What was that?
What was what?
Something disappeared.
Did something?
I saw multiple tokens of uncomfortable size disappear.
I
Listen, just because you
Don't-
have a size issue doesn't mean you need to.
I don't
look like-
remember that. That may be a visual effect on your end, but I don't
Uh-huh.
I don't have anything.
I mean, I didn't see it.
I wasn't
Yeah.
looking at the screen, so I couldn't tell, but I trust Nord.
I trust Sam.
I'm sure he's glad to know that.
Irrelevant to the conversation at hand.
Jeffrey, please get over here! And
Yes, Jeffrey will start moving in direction.
so Zarina moves back just again her 30 feet that she's allowed. And
Just
she'll
so
end up
we're clear. Doorway here.
doorway there. And then she's gonna use her bonus action to summon her spirit totem. And she is going to use the bear spirit.
Okay.
And she is going to place that right here.
Okay.
Does this count as casting a spell or?
It's
a
her
trait.
bonus action.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So 5
Stay
plus
invisible.
9.
She's still maintaining concentration on summon animals
yes,
because
yes,
of George.
14 temporary hit points to everyone in a certain radius. Let us see. That is a
Please me.
30
So it
30
should
foot,
start
yeah.
in the middle here, yeah.
One moment. Where do you want that? There?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Right there.
Okay, luckily, I think I would be able to catch up.
That's
to
an ugly
Thunk.
color.
Well, only you can see it, so.
Yeah, just give me one moment.
Thunk, if you're within 60 feet of me when it hits my turn, I will increase both. But
That might
I
be
can
worse.
increase both of our speeds.
Oh no, Jeffrey, you had to go to the bathroom that bad.
Oh my god.
You didn't take me for walkies.
You made me guard the door.
Oh,
You made
14
me
said?
hold the
Um,
door.
damn. Whew.
Okay, so
5 hit points plus my druid level.
14.
Yeah, I'm like, what is it? What I was like, is
And
it like
anyone in the aura also gains advantage on strength checks and saving throws.
Yes.
That includes
Solid roar.
Debanon.
Yes.
Get 14 extra hit points.
Yes,
Not
I put
temporary.
that down.
Yes.
I get 14 max hit points for the rest of the game.
No.
That's really great. Thank you,
Temporary.
Serena, for me.
Yes, for now.
Yes, and it also works on myself, thankfully.
We will stab you now.
I'd prefer if I wasn't stabbed.
Anyway,
But thank you for the offer.
Doggos goes then, I think.
Yes, Doggos goes.
Or wait, no, it would be
After-
Jeff.
For
It
George,
would have been Jeff.
George
After-
can finally go.
After Sausage Roll runs away,
Yeah, Sausage Roll
leave
and
Debanon.
George can go.
Yep,
George
and-
is going to try and fight some of these.
Oh no.
He's going to stay there and hold the line.
All I can picture is a monkey with a New York accent. Come get some! Come get some!
I'm walking here, you son of a bitch!
I'm
He
so
just-
sorry, Thor.
Just
So-
grabs one and twists their neck.
His right hand curls into a fist and punts the body that is hanging on his other arm in the side of the head, knocking it off and throwing it a fair distance, by which I mean 30 feet.
I think someone needs to do some training with George.
There we go.
Wait,
And then, let's see here.
he killed one with 34 and I hit one with over, like
He
38?
He
He
did
didn't
not.
kill it.
He didn't kill it.
Oh.
He just
He just
tossed it.
He just punted it.
Yeah, that's as much as I can do with
Also,
my
you
summons.
only did so much damage. You only did like 20, I think. Something. Anyway.
Are they resistant to piercing damage?
No. I'm looking up here and it says 14 piercing damage and 6 radiant damage. Oh, there's also that up there. I forgot to see that.
Yeah, then there's an additional 10 piercing damage and 8 radiant damage above that.
Yeah, I didn't see that one. Everything got mixed around with other stuff. Yeah. It's almost dead. It's close. We're close to it. You shot a striped dog and almost killed it. Congratulations.
Woo!
Yeah, considering how many they are, we should have killed it with the first shot.
I mean, you would hope
This
so.
This is gonna be quite hard if we don't.
We'll see. Yeah.
And this is when the party decides leaving Zarina and Deb awake to take watch is not a good idea.
Best idea ever. You said
It's
the
the
same
greatest
thing.
idea for us.
Yeah,
not
we
for
had
them.
fun.
I feel like this is not the first time that they were left alone and went to explore at night. This is the first time they got caught.
Yes.
So
No,
unfortunately,
I feel like Deb is normally the one you take with you to go pet hunting.
unfortunately, George goes down after punting that thing to the side. There are just too many of them, and he
My poor
goes
boy!
under. Before he disappears, he manages to kick one a bit of a ways away from him before disappearing.
I'm so sorry, I won't summon you for a long time again. I didn't mean to wake
That's
you.
a lie.
So
I can summon other things.
these move
Ah.
closer. These ones cannot attack you, but they can move to you.
Oh
They
no.
shouldn't.
These two, however,
Oh shit.
can and will attack you.
Why?
Please, miss.
So
That.
Oh
yeah,
no.
all of these start dogpiling
Oh no.
at you.
But
And
funny pun, Andrew. Haha, don't kill me.
I thought
They
he punted another one away.
He did. It's still up north.
Yeah, but he said he managed to punt another
Uh,
one
this-
further.
this- this
one he
one
kicked
is-
away too.
the one that he kicked away
Oh, it's right
only
here.
moved so far. Can only move
Okay.
so far. So
Here
here's
lies
where
Deb.
the
He tried to boop the snoop.
I tried to aid somebody in booping this.
We live dangerous lives when it comes to trying to gain more allies, meaning more pets.
Now here's a weird thing. He's invisible, so they don't know which square he's in.
Oh, technically, yeah, we are.
Technically,
Yeah.
they wouldn't know which square you were in. Your scent isn't only on you. His scent would be on everywhere he's been
yeah.
in like the last 10 minutes. So there's a line going from the igloo to there, then back to where he is now.
They are having some difficulty, I will admit. Let's see here.
Well, now I feel bad. It's okay. You can do it. I believe in you.
Let's
Don't talk.
I
if you
believe
if you
in
make
you,
sound,
all of
it
them
gives
crit.
makes them easier.
Oh no.
Well, the thing is that they have exceptionally keen hearing and smell, and you are trying to
Bless
move
them.
away from them on crunchy sand. And you
Crunchy
smell.
sand, not just hard sand anymore.
I know, right?
Well, the
Uh,
hard sand's in the igloo where you should have stayed.
I was getting bored of the hard sand.
Honestly,
you know?
altogether,
The hard
I would,
sand was no
I would
fun.
agree with
The
the
hard sand
GM.
was hard for several hours, which is honestly a problem that should be checked by a doctor.
I would agree with the GM's.
If you or a loved
Rude
one have
type
been
hobby,
affected by mesothelioma,
I think he's probably. I feel like with their with their smell and hearing, they could probably tell where you are, but wouldn't be able to get the pack
Let's
tactics
scoop up more.
advantage.
yes,
probably just
that
be
is
normal attack.
that is what I'm going for. Plus, I did roll perception for literally all of them, and literally all of them.
Ow.
Yeah, unfortunately, perception for invisibility, the DC is less like 20.
Yeah.
It's so hard to beat DC.
They all rolled over 20.
Oh,
How dare they?
Bastards.
it was
Plus-
nice knowing you, Dad.
Plus, it's the smell. It's the
What if,
with the
like, I
smelling
asked
thing
them
and everything.
politely to roll again, but lower this time?
So
Okay.
here's
Wait.
what happens. They all start going after you, and they do look like they are. One of them looks like it's about to. I'm gonna move this back here a little bit.
I give you one command.
One of them
You
looks
can give me
like
the command. You can order the command.
one of them looks like it's about to come up on you and bite at you
That's mean.
before it is slammed by a blur and knocked back.
Shit. Did
I
do
just
that?
thought of something I could do and I forgot to do it.
As you look behind you,
What
you
the
see a goblin taking a stance, dressed in white robes.
What the fuck?
Huh, he looks oddly familiar.
You said that the
Like I
goblin that
just got
shaved your
done
beard
kicking
off.
the shit out of him a couple of hours ago.
Holy
Not
shit.
the same one, but similar.
Being saved by a fucking ninja.
So
He prefers the term goblinoid.
He prefers the term mysterious stranger.
he he moves out. He moves out of his stance momentarily to put his fist against his palm, and then moves back into the stance. standing
Would he?
between you and the creatures.
This is the stance.
Would Zarina see him as an ally?
Possibly.
Oh, he
He's
just
on the
punched.
he's on the external of the
I
bear
know,
totem
but if
buff.
he backs up, so that's
He
Well,
would-
good.
considering he's
Yeah.
standing in defense of Debanon.
He wouldn't get
So,
the
yeah.
advantage. He would get the temporary HP though. He will only get the strength advantage.
Why?
Temporary
Because
HP is
the
only for when it's
temporary HP
actually
is only
summoned.
when the token or the totem is first placed.
Oh, well.
Otherwise, you could just enter it and leave it repeatedly to get the temp HP
Yes, and
back.
that is what I would do, and I think that would be a good plan, and that sucks that you can't.
DM,
Yes.
does he have any familiar iconography on him?
We can't
No,
see- Oh, yeah, you could probably see him. I can't.
he's just dressed in plain white robes, and has his hair is in a braid behind him.
Okay.
You can't really see anything else.
Well,
Okay.
hopefully Thunk doesn't think he's an enemy when he sees him.
I think Thunk will be able to figure out who the enemies are real quick.
So they move forward to attack, and he intervenes. Palm strikes one, knocking him back, and kicks another
Yeet.
one, knocking him slightly over to the side.
What's
The
his
thing
name?
I
He's
do-
something
Hold on.
like Hugo.
Then these two will come in to try and attack you, Debanon, around him.
Why?
It could have been the entire pack.
I know, but like it's the principle of the matter.
Good news though, both of them miss.
Haha!
They snap at your heels, and you just dance out
And
of
you
the way.
guys were worried about me.
Deb is just flicking them off.
Fuck you! Can't see shit! You bitch! Get extra dog!
You should have
Ah,
just chosen to be pets.
Yeah! Should let me polymorph your asses.
Let's see here.
Is it bad that the artificer in me is looking at these things going, you know, they're fireproof. I bet I could make armor from their flesh.
No,
That's
'Cause
the monster hunter in me.
because that's the monster hunter in me too, and we probably Nord's people probably do that.
Oh, by the way, this one over here is stunned.
They're probably what you get your leather
Yay.
armor from. That helps keep you protected from the heat of the desert.
La 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 la.
Right, GM?
Hey man, we can make Kasali a nice
Sure.
thing of pelts to keep her a little bit cooler.
What are you trying to talk about again?
That Nord's people probably skinned these things and tanned the hides to make fire resilient leather armor and cloaks to
My
protect
people are
from
probably
the desert.
smart enough not to try to boot the snoots.
You know
Perhaps.
what? Serena's only read about them probably. She's
You
never
food-
encountered one.
Food is food. I'm pretty sure your hunting prince has challenged these things before.
Perhaps. I
Oh,
will say
hey.
that you would have fought one of these before, but in a larger group.
When you're in the desert, you hunt everything because everything hunts you.
Yeah, his people would have hunted these for food and such. They have when you cook them, they have a nice crispy taste to them.
Okay, instead of Knoll jerky from the other campaign, it's gonna be fucking fire dog jerky. Nice to know.
Matisse.
No, it'll be fire dog barbecue. Funk only makes barbecue.
You can make barbecue flavored jerky.
Okay, that misses, it bites. Okay, they're all done. Thunk,
Cool.
you can now finally do what you've been waiting
He's
for all
been
session.
measuring his movement.
And that's all my movement.
Throw a javelin. Throw a javelin.
That's my action, movement, and bonus action, so no, can't do anything else. Next turn.
Well,
Simply,
Deb, it was good knowing
good.
you.
So,
I
Deb can
have
still
yet
run
to-
away.
That's a lot of opportunity attacks.
I am too hot and sexy to be attacked, actually.
Deb is invisible and can run away still. And I have a plan that I forgot to use last action, but I will do it this upcoming
Almeric
action.
can just move out. Almeric sees the dogs.
I
Well,
can fucking
you
do
know what
it.
I mean.
Cool.
You know what I mean.
Yeah, instead of
Oh,
you
no.
saying Monty's now. Yeah, fire dog, dude. Fire dogs.
So, yeah, this dog is Eldritch Blast out of existence.
Fuck. That was the
Thug
only
was
one
like,
I could
that was
reach.
my target.
That is unfortunate. And this dog takes a couple to the face.
They're just slightly out of my range.
Just slightly.
If I do that, I can reach them. I just won't have my attack action. Well, fuck.
Wait, why does Alyssa have that much? She's not
Well,
supposed to.
okay. So
Thank
I'm
God.
bonus action cast Expeditious Retreat. So I can move 60 and then move another 60. Give me a second while I measure that out. Right. Yep.
Poor Renji
There.
just hid behind Alyssa.
Another
Renji's front.
another
Renji is short.
60. And as I'm passing,
Where were you?
I
Just-
hope you know that Renji now kind of looks like a child.
Fuck you.
Where was Renji?
Aha.
Just a bit.
Right
Renji
here?
was right there. Alyssa
No,
had
I
to
was-
move out of the way.
I was
Yeah.
over here. So
Over
60
where?
from
She was over here.
barely in through.
so 60 and
You can
then,
actually get further.
yeah, another spot forward. But as I pass Thunk, I'm casting Long Strider at second level on me and Thunk. So both of our
I
movements
would be
increase.
right there, actually. I'd be up one.
So both mine and Thunk's movement are increased by 10 feet. Which means I get another 20 feet of movement, which is 10, 20. Action Surge.
Nice. Bit of a waste at this juncture, but
Yeah.
We're gonna sleep, so I will get it back.
mm-hmm.
Oh, are you sure we're going to sleep at this point? I
don't
think we're
care.
making too much movement for certain things.
Thing is that this is more than halfway through the night.
You
This is-
have not told us we got our long rest yet.
Yes. I have not.
So on the dog in front of me, 18
Yeah. It's
for 10.
Yep.
Then my second attack, 17
yes.
for 16.
Doggy's dead.
Cool.
Woo.
Just make a tally note of that.
Ow, that hurt. I knocked my headphones off. And just as Renchi's running up and standing there, it's just like, North had one rule, and neither of you listened.
I didn't, to be fair, I didn't really know this rule.
You got told it
Oh, I thought it was a rule.
with
like,
everybody else.
I thought it was the rule, don't go with the dogs. And that you told it to Serena because you told her about the dogs.
That already happened. Debina.
I want to.
I don't think you
Yeah.
need it. I don't think you need it, Thunk, but just make sure you remember you have extra 10 feet of movement for the next hour.
Do I want to run farther, but I don't want to get attacked.
I mean, they'll be making their attacks at normal because they're that close.
I'm gonna.
You can disengage and move back.
I don't.
Yes.
But then I don't get to
you
go
take
as
an
far.
action, if you take an action, you can disengage.
I want to go zoom.
Or you can try to take the attacks of opportunity at normal, because you're invisible.
I'm gonna take it like a man.
All
They
three
can't
of them?
fucking kill me.
All
Or they
three
gotta
of them.
do stab me,
Okay, all three of them then.
or bite me, or whatever the fuck.
By the way,
No, they won't.
if one of them hits you, you lose invisibility, I'm pretty sure, so the other ones will have advantage.
It's that I only lost invisibility if I attacked, or.
No, I'm pretty sure if you
Or-
get hit,
No.
pop it.
It doesn't say that anywhere.
Pop it in chat.
It's
Okay, I'll re-pop it in chat.
Oh, you popped it in before? Okay, never
I
mind.
did.
I'll
I'll
go
do it
look
again.
at it.
I'll do it again. I did it.
no, it ends for a target that attacks or casts a spell.
Yeah, that's all it says.
So unless she actually does something, she stays invisible. She can get hit as much as she wants.
Okay.
Yay.
Good
Good.
news though, all three of them do miss.
Oh, I'm literally a god, guys. I'm telling you. You guys may actually be gods, but I'm like low-key a god.
Just a bit of invisibility and
Oh, so
So-
you're Loki the god. Okay, now we know that.
I just moved 10.
man,
Oh,
that
yeah,
would
exactly.
that would
That's
be an
funny.
interesting that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
If I'm
you were-
Loki, that would
if
be
you
dope as fuck.
if you were well, not completely Loki, but if you were secretly, I don't know, like a part of his being broken off, that would be interesting.
That would be interesting. Anyways, once I move, that's my turn. Well, actually, wait. Well, I don't want to. Fuck, I can't. Because I don't.
That's a little too far.
Is that too far?
Yes. Considering
6
that you
feet.
started here.
60.
She moved and then she used her action to dash.
You use your action to disengage, so you can't
No,
do
she
that.
didn't
No, I didn't.
disengage
I
because
got
they got the
back
tax of opportunity on
Oh,
them.
yes.
Okay, phew.
My brain's not
Wait, wait.
working right.
That's okay. Mood. Can I? What bonus actions could I theoretically do? I want a fucking.
I forgot 2 of my attacks. Or no, just 1 of my attacks. God damn it.
Yes. Actually, you can move 1 square further because you have 35 feet of movement.
Yay. Okay. Bye,
We'll
Zarina.
have to remember that next time.
Get
you
fucked.
can die in my stead.
Yeah. I'm not gonna do anything for bonus action because most of it would pop my invisible. Well, I guess I'm pretty far now. Now, fuck it. I'm gonna be gone, non-existent.
Yeah, if
Goodbye.
anything, you could pass that tail you got onto someone that might make
Yes!
a better use of it.
Anyone? Okay, so the tail I got was Tail the Avenger. For 1 minute, any creature that hits the target with a melee attack takes force damage equal to a roll of my inspiration die. So who's gonna be up in melee?
Who are you
Thunk
standing
and
next to that
Renji.
charges headfirst into battle?
Hi. Do you want it?
Hello?
Hello?
Did we lose Sam?
Hi. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Do
My
you want?
headset's cutting in and out.
Oh, that's bullshit. Do you want a tail that's do you want a tail? Do you want to be a furry? No. Do you want a tail where if anyone hits you, they take a D8 of force damage.
I will gladly take that. Yeah.
Alright. I'm gonna
For
I'm
the
gonna
next for
I'm
the next
gonna
10
get
minutes,
Cloud.
right?
Yes. Well, I think it only happens once. But I'm gonna take Klaus and he's gonna spit some ghosty goo at you. And then it's gonna
Spit
fade
some
and
goo
fizzle.
at me.
It's gonna fade and fizzle, it's gonna form a tiny force field around your being. And
Okay.
it's gonna be purple.
Some ghosty goo.
Ghosty
Some
goo.
ectoplasm.
Nah,
I
ghosty
don't
goo.
know how Lily will feel about you sticking your goo on Thunk.
I don't think you want to have a ghost ectoplasm discharge on you.
It's discharging around him. To be,
Okay,
if we're getting technical.
Okay then.
Anyway,
That's my turn.
I suppose that's better. Slightly.
It's really not. It's not.
Nord.
I'm just letting
As-
them
as-
feel like it is better.
As I
That's
just
all
have
I'm
the friggin' as I'm looking at my situation and just the song Danger Zone pops up in my head.
And the zone, danger zone. Wait, that's not even the fuck.
Is that what you're saying, Joe?
I said that with my full goddamn
You
chest.
you mixed up the Danger Zone song and the friggin' Auto Zone theme.
Yeah, that
Auto
is.
Zone theme.
Okay. And
Which
the
one? This
second-
one?
That one.
Okay, yes. Both of them
60.
hit, yeah.
It's the
plus 7
highway
plus
to
8, yes.
love.
26.
Danger Zone.
Nice.
That's the song.
Is it still alive?
It is.
Okay, time to spend an action surge.
Sir, yes, that hits. It is still alive. This one is very hardy for some reason. Uh-huh.
It's the alpha.
Don't even have to roll now. It is dead.
Still gonna roll, and that was a trash roll, but I still feel better.
Yes. You knocked it down to 2 hit points and then killed it. And you shot it with, what, 4 bullets? The funny thing is he didn't even have the most health.
I don't like these guys.
Quaddle, we're on here, and he's gonna shoot at the next one up.
Mm-hmm.
And second shot. Oh well. He's still a little groggy. Gone a little wide.
Yep.
And
One of the shots went wide, but the other one hits to great effect.
I'll just have Kasali move here. And shit. The only thing, yeah, it's a disadvantage. That'll be her turn then. She'll just sit here and wait.
Yeah. Perhaps it'll be all done. Zarina.
Alright, first thing first, me, Deb, and Sausage Roll are still invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what I meant to do last turn, which I did not do, is to cast Druidcraft and have a skunk smell float around the area of the dogs.
Would casting Druidcraft drop visibility?
Yes,
Yeah.
it would. But
Well, that's
It wouldn't
for,
drop her invisibility
yeah,
because
that's
she's not the
Deb
caster.
casting.
No, if the target casts a spell or it doesn't,
Yeah.
it drops their invisibility.
Oh, the shit.
yes.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah, it's not technically.
Yeah, fine.
If we're reading between the lines here.
Just wait until Babylon gets higher, gets to like I think 6th level and can cast Greater Invisibility.
That would be
Unfortunately, we do not have 6th level spells.
Hey,
Yeah.
Andrew, can I just stop?
No.
Ah, shit.
That's alright. Alright, then instead I will summon Moonbeam. And since I no longer have my animals, what range was that? 100, 120. Okay, so that's gonna go right here in the radius of these two.
Okay.
And let me roll for that. What? Control thunk.
Can only choose one though.
Yeah, it's
Actually,
gonna be the one on the left.
actually
Okay.
no, I was wrong. Bryn
And
Bryn could cast that. Greater invisibility is a 4th level.
Oh,
shit.
fuck me, I guess. My bad.
Well, I'm going to do that level at a 3rd level spell slot.
But it can't target more than one person. Okay.
And that's gonna be for him.
Okay. This poor guy. Wisdom saves. He's not good at those.
Good.
Yes, that is a 4. that is a 4.
So that's 25 radiant damage.
Yes, it is. It's hurting. I think that's one of the better Moonbeam uses we've seen.
And then Zarina is going to move back slightly. 1, 2, 3 next to Deb.
It's being zapped.
And then she's gonna motion for Sausage Roll and Jeffrey to move beside her.
Yes. They will do so.
Crap.
Jeffrey will shrink down though, because
He's a big boys. And Sausage Roll can just go in front of her.
hissing. So now we go to the mysterious monk-like-ish
Yes.
stranger. I'm sure that is no one important.
Clearly.
Okay, so he is going to strike out with his palm at that one. And okay. Okay. I know what's happening now.
Ooh.
Okay, so he throws a palm strike at this one and this one. Both of them hit. Both of them must make strength saving throws. Which, of course, they fail. So, if I'm remembering that, if I'm reading that correctly. Yes. And yeah, these two are thrown back some distance.
Open hand monk.
Yes, indeed. Of course, I can't throw them back the exact distance that they're supposed to be because
The map.
weird grid map stuff. I'm just gonna have them be thrown back that far, because why not? And then he gets 2 more attacks. Because why not? This one is kicked upside the head. And this one is punched in the nose. And yeah, that's his turn. And then it is the dog's. This one comes from his stun effect, goes into attack. Pack tactics. 2 bites. That misses. That hits. Ah. Okay then. He's going to try and make another save. And he's going to pass that save. So, can you please roll that damage for me again?
Yep.
And no, he's not dead yet. Unfortunately. And let's put this here.
Oh, shit.
3d10.
Yeah, I know. I was just on the wrong screen. Because David's cooking something real quick, and he asked me to control Thunk, so I have 2 computers.
To be
Nice.
fair, it's food for you.
Oh, well, thank you. Why the heck is that not working? Oh, that's why. Never mind.
This
My bad.
is now
If
where
anything, you
we-
could just use the dice roller.
Yeah. And that should have been half since he passed.
Shit.
So 22 halved is 11.
Yeah. Also, you should be able to move this thing now, Wolfie. This is going to represent your moonbeam.
Cool.
Let me know if you cannot move it.
Hold on. My Roll20's acting up. I had to refresh.
Yes.
I can move it.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Then that will move to attack Renji, because it's kind of stupid. That is a miss by a mile.
Yep.
These will move in once more. That's a miss, that's a miss, that's a miss. That is a hit. It's getting bitten quite a bit. Then for NG, this other one is going to attack you.
Cool.
23.
That hits.
Yes. 14 for piercing.
Okay.
It is now trying to hold on to your arm as well. When it comes around to your turn, you'll need to make a strength saving throw to either strength or dex to
You have advantage on strength.
either one. Thunk.
Doug goes to the nearest wolf and smashes it
Eek.
while
Okay.
raging.
Yeah.
Technically, this
yeah.
one's the closest, but
Alright. Where the fuck is your character sheet?
Click the Chrome browser. It should be the
I
second.
know, I see it, yeah. Your chunk of smashing,
Yep.
magic
And-
trunk of smashing that hits.
and then rage. Roll the fucking rage damage. Okay.
Rage damage isn't rolled.
Oh, no, never mind, sorry. Well, rage is 3.
I'm on my way back now if you want me to take over.
No, that's fine. I
Ah.
just clicked rage.
I am rolling the magic tree trunk smashing damage because so this doggy
Think-
is killed.
yeah.
I may not be counting correctly, but I think you have killed four or five dogs.
Yep.
There were
Um,
10 in total before.
And
Yes, so
because
5.
Thunk reduced a enemy to 0 hit points.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay,
We
so.
can make
in-
another. Yeah.
Okay,
Because
I
of
have
Great
to pee.
Weapon Master.
Oh, sorry. I got Zarina if you need me to.
No, I'll be back before that.
Okay. You alright?
Yep.
Alright. So, how much movement did I use?
40 feet.
40?
And you have an extra 10 feet more than normal because of my spell.
Do 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 do. Smack, smack, smack.
And you killed the first one you hit, so you get a additional. You can use your bonus action to
I
get
used my
another
bonus
attack.
action to rage. 17?
Yes.
That hits.
Their AC is 15.
Chunk of smashing.
Which one? This one?
Yep, one right in front of him.
Okay.
Then Rajay. Is it dead yet?
It is not. No. No. Clearly
Divine
not.
Fury.
It's also kind of. That's also the one that's hanging onto me, so.
Yeah, it's going to. It is now going to have to make a strength saving throw to try and hold on to your arm. Just having a row of strength saving throws, of which I decide. Yes, the DC in my head was the one for the attack, and he got a 19.
Sorry, Reggie.
It's okay. I'll get out of it next turn.
And that's my turn, because my bonus action used to rage.
For some reason,
Here you go, baby.
Alyssa keeps
Or-
turning to 30 for some reason.
I think they heard that.
I heard nothing.
I think Nord would have something to say, but I think he's muted.
I was in fact muted.
Did you hear that adorable outburst by our shiny Pokemon?
Yes.
Everybody heard it. Congratulations, that's going on YouTube.
Lily is going to attack with Warbow. Is going to miss with Warbow. Attack with Warbow again.
Yeah.
Warbow.
Wait, where's Lily?
Lily is back here.
Okay.
She better be back there protecting children.
Thunk would have been pissed if she was on the front line with him.
North made it very clear the 2 pregnant women will not be involved in direct shit.
Okay, now Renji. Strength saving throw to get that thing's.
You said strength
thing-
or dex.
Or dex, yes. To get it off your sword arm.
I mean, you had advantage on strength since you're in the aura, but.
I have a -1 to my strength though.
Oh, damn.
You. Let me just look back here. You do manage to get your sword arm free.
Cool. The blade starts collecting ice. And to get this thing back, I punch you in the fucking face
Okay.
with my offhand.
Okay.
Does a 28 hit?
Of course it
No.
does.
No, don't. Don't lie to him.
Forget the fire damage, so 8 bludgeoning to that one.
Yeah.
And then if it's still up,
Yeah.
it's a
Yeah,
15 hit
that hits.
for
13
13 plus 7 ice, because I did ice, not fire.
Okay. That will put it at exactly 1 hit point.
And then I will move over here because I have mobile.
It is so nearly fucking dead.
I will leave that one to Thunk then.
I can
As I
finally
attack
use my ability.
this one right here, so I have advantage.
Okay.
So the 23
Yes.
for 9 slashing and 4 ice.
Okay. Not bad. Not bad.
I'm at the end of my turn.
Good. It is now Ratman's turn. Just slowly walking through. Bloody Matties. Too bad he is not that close. If he was, that would have been great.
And if anything, he has Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, it's main ranged. If he was closer, he had something else. But he can also do this. So, a shatter spell at 5th level.
Yeah, because you could get the top 3 with Shatter.
Just making sure that I got that range right and I'm not blind. Because if not, then I'm going to have to just do Eldritch Blast. Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shatter's a 120 range, so.
Eldritch Blast is 120.
Yeah. Wait, is Shatter?
No, Shatter's only 60. So
yeah, never
I'm
mind.
full of shit. Yeah, just Eldritch Blast then.
How was I thinking Shatter was 100?
Why is everything 60
because I
feet?
have. Sure.
Anyway, 3 bolts of Eldritch Blast.
Because 60 feet is normally is the normal usual fighting distance.
Those are all hits, and that is 14 across the board. That is intriguing.
Most combat starts when you're about 2 movement or 2 movement cycles from an enemy.
Indeed. That was still productive anyway. Demonon. Hello.
Deb,
Yes.
your go.
Okay. I'm trying to think.
You could try to move closer and do what the rat couldn't do.
I'm about to say Zarina's already not invisible, so it's only you and Sausage Roll now.
Oh yeah, yep.
I used Moonbeam.
You did.
Moonbeam.
Moonbeam.
Yes, they heard you because I'm unmuted.
Okay.
Goofy.
Hans really said, okay. Yes, and?
Yeah.
Your point?
If you
Smart.
move forward, Bren, you will be able to reach them. Reach and hit all three of these with a shatter.
And I'd be
Wow.
back in the zone, so I guess I will. How far? You just measured it. How far forward do I have to be?
What is Joe Cap
Oh
been up
fuck,
to
that's far.
lately?
Fine. I move
And
30
that's
feet, and I
Joe
hit
Cat's just been running a campaign. That's it.
Yes.
the three at the top with the shatter.
Yes. I would be grateful if you could roll that.
Ugh.
because you still have to determine what level of shatter you hit them with.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
I already wasted a level 4 spell. No, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go level 3. Ooh,
Okay. Okay then.
that was nice.
18 plus
Noise.
8.
Nice.
It's a lot of damage.
Yes, a lot of damage.
26 damage.
Yes. And now we need some constitution saves.
This
Good
is where you
news.
find out that's their high stat.
No.
Ha!
In
Also,
fact, there.
they treat Con the same way Bryn does.
Yeah! Maybe I
It's-
am brethren with these.
It's mostly good news.
I'll take it.
This Motti dog dies.
Ha!
This Motti takes a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. And I'm gonna roll another tail.
That's a lot of
Ooh.
damage.
I don't often get high here. Ooh. Okay.
Ooh.
Which was the guy who just got who just had a lot of damage?
Hmm.
Well, actually no, because it's incapacitated. Okay. I'm actually gonna use this tail right now. I'm gonna do I'll do this one.
This one?
Right between you two.
Okay. That is probably one of the better ones you could have chosen, yes.
Yes, because I'm so smart and awesome.
So I think that's 2d8.
2d8.
Wisdom save,
I'll take
yes.
it. Yes. I rolled it anyways, I don't know why.
That is a wow. I was not expecting a nat 20.
Ah, you fucker!
He still does take
I hate my brain process.
a bit of damage. I hate my brain process
Did
too.
you take
You know
half?
how you
I don't
said
think
that's
you
a wah? My
a
brain
wah.
immediately went to TikTok and is like, from the top, make it drop. That's a wah. That's a wah.
I don't think they don't take half damage if they fail. Or if they succeed.
I think it's
Check
safe
that.
for none.
Yep. Whatever.
Okay.
The one
Would
time
have been
Deb rolls
cool.
high.
I rolled
That's-
average.
That's
Oh,
sad.
high on. Yes, that is true.
On your tails.
Sadness.
Yes.
If you can successfully pull off a good insult to it, I will have it be incapacitated, though.
Yeah. Fuck.
It's gotta be good though.
This. I'm really bad on the spot. You all know this.
Actually, even better, if you can come up with a good enough bardic insult, then I will have him re-roll.
Oh shit. Okay.
Why didn't you guys just choose to be pets? This could have been so easy.
You had to pick the hard way. You could have just been pets. I told him not to fucking boop the snoot. Just hear that in the background.
One rule.
Um,
That's all it was. One fucking rule. Click, click, click.
Don't mess with the
No.
wildlife.
Nor did not specify the rule applied to everybody.
He did. He clearly
Zarina tuned him out.
Serena's gonna get a lecture later then to make sure he can't tune him out.
That's what you think.
And furthermore, you did not smack Zarina. The hell is wrong with you? That seemed a bit excessive. You almost got us all eaten. That's fair. And I'm not the one going to be giving the lecture. The women of the group are.
You tell
Minus
her, honey.
Deb.
Zarina left Jeffrey there, just in case.
Yeah, that turned out great. It just delayed us saving your ass.
Yeah, we would have been okay.
Sure. As we remember a couple moves ago when Deb was surrounded by dogs.
I was fine. Everything's fine.
Everything was Gouda.
Trying to come up with a good one.
Yeah. You guys are stalling, and I still.
You
can't
can
think of shit.
you can ask for assistance from the rest.
I can't think of shit, guys. All I can
I'm
think of is
being-
little bitch dog, and my brain won't move anywhere else. My brain won't move anywhere else.
You know what? If you can phrase that in an insult, why not?
You're a little bitch dog. That's all I got.
If
You're a
you-
little bitch dog who should have just accepted their fate.
You should have been her bitch.
Ooh, there you go.
That's the best one.
Yes.
Okay.
No,
Don,
no wonder
say
they
that.
hide out. No wonder they hide out in the desert. They look like shit. Smell worse too.
Okay.
No, they're hiding out in the desert because they heard Zarina was in the forest.
They are going to re-roll that, and that is a failure.
Yeah.
You don't want any more? Okay.
Takes 9 and is bye-bye.
Friends are nice, aren't they?
Friends, sometimes. At times, when they
Oh.
are useful to me.
Yeah, Deb
Oh,
is getting
damn.
the lecture too.
I'm just gonna go ahead and do this.
I can take away my decision, you know.
Hold on. So I'm gonna go ahead and take 1 point of psychic damage.
Oh no, it's okay. I had to threaten her drawing payment before when she was being ridiculous.
I was being ridiculous to Nord. I was not
Nord.
being ridiculous to you.
No,
Okay.
as I
I'm
said,
sorry if you
when
had
were
something
being
else to
ridiculous
do, but
before.
you are being skipped over now.
I don't.
Zarina
actually.
thought we had something, but it was all a lie.
Anyway,
I have to switch, so I'm using my regular six-shooter now.
Alright.
Nord's turn.
Okay, I'll
Go off,
target
King. You
that
can.
one since it's looking like garbage.
One
First.
1 HP. 1 HP, 8
Damn.
HP.
That's
That's
more
a
than
bit
one hit.
excessive.
That's an overkill.
My boy's incapacitated. You have advantage.
Too bad you didn't. Too bad you
That
couldn't
one
get in the
next.
right position to use like a piercing shot to go through all 3 of them.
I don't have piercing.
Oh,
You have advantage, but you don't really need it.
Do it anyways, making that 20.
Yes, that kills it.
Or not.
And that is his turn. Quartil is gonna take a shot at that one. And then he's gotta reload, so that's his turn. He only has 1 round, so he'll only get 1 shot.
God
Damn.
damn.
Holy shit.
Is that one?
Quaddle scares me.
He's dead. As he should. He was pointing a gun at you before, and you were like, "Ha, I can take this." And then you're like, "Oh,
well,
oh."
I'll
technically-
be fine. Watch
technically-
as a wolf fucking just
technically
turn to
Thunk-
dust.
technically,
Just watches a wolf's brain matter be splattered all over the
No,
ground.
let me rephrase it. Quaddle scares me, the player. Doesn't scare
Technically-
Thunk.
technically,
He
Thunk could
should scare
take that
both.
attack because it's lower than Thunk's AC.
Thunk is too stupid to be
Quaddle's
scared.
been rolling poor today. That's
Also,
terrible
Thunk
shit.
halves all of Quaddle's damage because Quaddle's gun is not magic.
Not at later levels, he doesn't.
Also,
I meant now, not later.
I gotta start getting magical metals so I can make his weapon magical for him.
Goddamn renegades.
Just a mithril barrel is all he needs, to be honest.
Yeah, I know you're making the friggin'
Oh, you will have a chance, my
Oh.
good sir.
What's the
It'll
anime
be
with the murderous German lolly?
Tanya.
Hitler.
Yeah, you're making Tanya's gun for him.
Tanya Hitler.
Oh.
Yeah, that's it. Casali sees this is handled and is probably going to go back to bed.
Serena's go. With the moonbeam.
We already know.
Actually, now that the mysterious stranger has his bearing, he goes before Serena this time.
How dare you?
Mysterious stranger watches the 3 wolves disappear. Huh.
And he is going to throw his fist down on top of Wolf's head.
Excuse me, damn.
But to say you're just trying to do bludgeoning damage so he's knocked unconscious so Serena can try taming it?
Okay, he is now behind the wolf, pinning it to the ground.
That's kind of hot. No, what? I didn't want to say that.
No.
Hell no. Go to the corner.
No. That's a bad dub.
That was a nope.
By its head. We are out of combat now.
What about the one all the way back here? Is he trying to run away?
That
You
one is
forgot about
supposed
that
to.
one, didn't you?
I did. Whatever. That one's gonna be dead anyway. He's dead.
No!
The Zuna's running after it like, love me!
I am your alpha now!
Zarina doesn't realize that the monk kept the one he's holding down alive for her.
It does run away.
Serena's like, I'm the alpha now, love me!
What I love is Zarina's like, I'm the alpha! She speaks with it, no. The one with the shiny metal is the alpha, points at Nord. Son of a bitch! Time to assert dominance.
I like how the only ones that got hurt in this fight were me and the monk.
Even though Deb was surrounded at one point.
Just because Renji acts like a tank doesn't mean he is a tank.
Nord's just going back to bed, just
Honestly,
like mad as hell.
Honestly, I could have avoided the one hit if I felt like it.
Yeah,
by
if
popping
you
a
felt like
shield, because it was only 1 point over my AC.
So the stranger, let's change this, if we can.
Oh, jeez.
Ah, the legendary Boblin the Goblin, who was also a gobbler.
He gets out of his stance.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Goblin, Boblin, Goblin.
Greetings, strangers. I am Hakim.
You sure your name's not Boblin?
No.
Could have swore I heard of a Boblin down here in the desert at some point.
Is your middle name Boblin?
There is a bandit by name of similar.
That fucker.
He used to be a cobbler, right?
No. His name is Bob.
Thunk, I think
Don't
that
know
was
him.
only in your dream.
I'm telling you, Renji, there was a cobbling goblin named Boblin.
Fucking TikTok.
He was often seen
Anyway.
hobbling.
He had a limp, so technically he was hobbling.
Anyway, I'm gonna return to the safety of the dome before more things show up.
What dome? We're in a fucking sandcastle.
May I enter your Send.
Yeah.
friend.
If you want to be on hard
You kept our idiot of a dwarf from being eaten, so I don't see why not.
This was not my idea.
Deb, why is
There
it
was
that
a
someone
reason.
with green skin always has to save your ass?
Not always.
Really?
Sometimes they aren't green skinned.
Mm-hmm.
Renji has saved my ass at least once.
How many times
Yorn
have I
has
saved your ass?
Yes, but I'm saying not on a technicality, it is not always green skin.
Mm.
The goblin bows before you all. He notices Almeric and he bows and salutes him. On the Delta.
Oh, we got another fucking religious nut.
Holy shit, you know fucking his guy?
To be
Just as
fair,
Renji's
Thunk,
continues
4
to-
of us are godkin.
As Renji's continuing to walk away, you're one to speak, Thunk.
Yeah. True.
To be clear, he does not recognize him. He is just he is recognizing his advanced age, and is showing him respect.
Why?
It's part of his culture.
No, I know. I get that. That was in character.
Meanwhile, Bryn's
He
just
explains
roasting
to you that
everybody
it's
that
part of
saved his life.
it's part of his culture to show respect to the elderly.
Huh.
But they have slow bones.
That's
I
weird.
love Amarak, really.
My culture,
very
we beat the
intelligent and
shit out of the
considerate.
old and claim their property.
That, if we're considering the two ends of the spectrum, I do prefer this new guys.
But indeed, this elder can still whoop your ass, so...
That's fair.
Anytime, anywhere, Elmarek. Just say the word.
Oh?
Indeed.
Almarax asked me.
I hear Uba has an arena. Perhaps then I could show you.
Out of
Alright, that's
character, Thunk is gonna get his ass whooped, all because he's tired.
Almarac,
Thunk
ask
doesn't
for
want to
tips.
listen.
I don't think that would be the first or last time, though.
Anyway, there's still the striped dog, one striped dog
I am well aware.
that is just whimpering at
Oh,
Hakim's feet.
Serena's probably already petting it.
Zarina is kneeling down
where's
and
Serena?
is speaking with animal, even though she does now realize that it does not understand her. You should have just listened. You should have just listened to me.
You should have took the treat, took the pets, and been a good boy. But no, now everyone wants to snap your fucking neck.
The dog does not speak beast. Sorry.
Zarina,
I was trying to talk in Elmeric's voice and fucked up.
Zarina's like, I know. It's just, it knew
I could
better.
probably morph it into a beast and then it might talk beast.
There is one
That's actually not a bad
language-
idea.
There is one language
Thank you.
which these beasts understand.
Violence? I love violence.
Common.
I'm about to say,
Seems like a
if
common.
it's a snake language, Thunk's gonna kill it.
Infernal.
Oh, I speak that.
That is one of the languages that I don't. I speak Common, Druid, Elvish, Primordial, Sylvian, Undercommon.
Thunk's gonna walk up
only
to the
there
dog.
was
Just walks up to
somebody-
it and says, "You
If
are
only there's
the
somebody
cube now."
you knew who could teach you Infernal.
I know. And Zarina never bothered to learn Draconic either. So,
Thunk's gonna
You
walk
don't-
up to the dog.
You don't know Abyssal either, do you?
Well,
Nope.
you're in a shit situation.
Don't be mean to the
It just-
dog.
You
It
don't
just
understand what I'm
scares-
saying.
You have a mean tone, but that could just be infernal.
It just looks up at you. It
'cause-
understands what you're saying, but it cannot speak.
Zarina, hand me a treat.
you say
Zarina
that in
reaches into
Inferno?
her bag of holding, pulls out jerky.
But okay, I think that might work.
It's a carnivore.
He's going to hold the jerky. Now you've got one of two choices. Either you're a pet to this one, or your brains are getting splattered all over the sand. Your choice.
It turned into barbecue.
The Mati glances behind it and just notices the goblin with its head bowed and its amber eyes peeking out from under his hair.
Meanwhile,
And
there's
it just looks back and starts rapidly nodding its head.
Now, you're either gonna. God, my voice got real deep there for a second. Now, you're either gonna take the
Don't tip
jerky
puberty.
as a sign that you are going to be her pet, or you're going to bite my hand and I'm gonna splatter your brains all over the sand. Your choice. As he holds out the jerky.
It walks forward and nods.
I'm gonna wait.
It takes the jerky.
Alright, good boy. Now go over there to your new master.
Pointing
You
at
lit-
Serena, I hope.
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
The only thing I can picture is basically this giant hulking creature that this thing's watched brutally kill its friends and family. Fucking just basically speak to it like, you are beneath me and you will obey.
That's what I was going for.
No matter, you're beneath me, and you'll obey that shiny one over there.
Serena's just kneeling down with her arms open, motioning for Sausage Roll and Jeffrey to come sniff their new friend.
Lunk's just gonna
Fucking
call back.
Jeffrey's probably looking at you like, you are the dumbest.
I'm about to say,
creature.
Sausage Roll already showed that he does not like these things.
He was wary of them, but Sausage Roll nor Jeffrey attacked them.
Yes.
Thunk's just gonna
And
look back to
Sausage Roll
Zarina.
is not really afraid of them so much as he
There was
knew
way too many.
he noticed that he was outnumbered.
Yeah.
Thunk's gonna call back to Zarina. You're welcome, in common.
Serena's just like, thank you, I wanted him so bad. And
See,
she's
you
just
know,
patting him on
yeah.
the head,
Guys,
feeding
what
him
the
more
fucking-
jerky.
And
And then she yells for Deb. Deb, we got one!
and now our
We did
party,
it!
now our party that Nord wanted to keep small for specific reasons gets bigger.
Only by 2, and one of them's a pet, so that doesn't count.
Gods, if it makes you
it-
feel any better, that dog is gonna be too fat to fucking do anything in combat.
You better
That's
hope you
fair.
don't get any more because you are at the limit.
You know, Andrew,
I mean,
maybe if you stopped throwing
technically,
enemies at us, maybe we wouldn't
I'm
keep
about
them.
to say,
Not bad.
if you showed Neo a giant scorpion, she's probably gonna go after that one too.
Oh,
Yeah,
hell
so just
no.
stop getting us
No,
in
that's the one
fight.
Thunk's going after. That's his new
No.
mount.
Scorpions are the spiders of the desert. Zarina will fucking kill it.
You will not
The
kill
Oh.
Thunk's
sad
mount.
part is, we use scorpions as transport. It's one of the things we do.
So
Oh shit.
let me just redo this hut here.
Andrew,
Yeah.
Yes.
You
can I get
kicked,
Almarak's attention?
you kicked him out.
I
Alright.
know, right?
Why do you
So
refuse to
rude.
answer my question?
What question?
Are you an Acertit's guy?
A what? A what?
Are you an Acertit's guy?
Booty
I said Almerac
breasts,
was an F
or
guy.
smile.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. So I've been trying to ask him, but I
Oh,
keep talking to other
I-
people are talking by accident.
I did not understand what you were saying.
Now
Oh,
I'm
it's
clarifying
just-
because I want an answer.
That's because every time you try to ask him, you find yourself in a bubble of silence.
Why is he trying to why isn't he allowing me the truth? I would like to know of
Moving
this
on.
answer.
No,
No.
I am equal.
He's
Ah.
a personality person.
He didn't say that. He said
Have you
equal.
seen his wife?
Equal measures.
Zarina's like,
To-
I've seen
totally
his
get
wife.
that. Does Almarak have a wife?
Yes, Almerac
Almerac-
does have a wife.
Almerac does have a wife, yes.
Oh, I thought
She
he
is a
has
god.
had a wife.
Almerac
Interesting.
is like me.
I don't think
He-
Nord ever figured that out.
No, I think
He
he
likes
knows.
Nord
likes
knows.
proportions.
Nord's passive perception is
God.
high enough. He hasn't brought it up for one simple reason.
Nord-
At this point, he just doesn't care.
Zarina just casually knows, or
Nor-
Zarina just casually knows.
Nord, Zarina, and Renji all had the sight, all saw it, but didn't say
Zunk
Yeah.
did
anything.
too.
Yeah. I really do have some weird relationships in my campaign.
Yes, you do.
Mhm.
A couple
And-
of weird marriages.
A lot of them are of your own doing.
Yep.
True.
Yeah, what the
Anyway.
fuck, Andrew?
Feeling called out there.
Anyway,
I feel like I've been called out a little bit. But
I mean, when you get tired, you do some weird shit, Andrew.
anyway, guys, it's almost 3 a.m. I have work today, so
I don't really want to do the work today. I don't really want to do the. I won't finish it.
I don't know. I'm feeling good right about now.
Yeah, me too. I guess Renji's just gonna be passive.
I guess Renji's
Perception?
just gonna be
no,
passive
I'm
then.
here, but
NPC on autopilot mode.
Yeah.
I'm here, but only for maybe another 2-3 hours.
Then why say anything at all?
Because I'm making sure
How
it's
dare you.
known.
You're ruining the vibe.
You threw off the DM's
trying to
vibe.
I'm trying to help our
Sorry.
poor GM.
Igloo Pog. Igloo Pog.
Okay.
The DM's new vibe.
That has
I'd go to
be
see that movie.
responsible for reining us all in.
The
Oh my
DM's
God.
new groove, new vibe.
Yes.
To be fair, the DM was awake around this time last night, so he does this of his own choosing.
Yeah, he really does.
I am
You don't sleep. And when you do,
Chaos
it's on the floor next to your fucking computer.
incarnate. I
Why's
have
your computer on the fucking
become
floor?
the abyss.
No, he sleeps next to his desk,
Oh.
Anyway,
or he lays in the kitchen in front of the fridge.
What's our new
Sometimes.
friend's name again?
any of the players that aren't currently sleeping, which I think is everyone but me, Nord, and the kobold and Nord's wife, or soon to be wife, are looking expectantly at a kobold or
That's
a
not-
goblin.
Unk's not sleeping just yet. He's taking off his armor.
Oh, now you
don't
take off
sleep.
your armor,
I meant
Thunk.
Nord.
He's doing it for a very specific reason. Thunk is
Mhm.
taking off the armor and putting it to the side so that Lily can lay next to him without being uncomfortable.
Fucking.
Oh.
The paternal
Gay
instincts are
shit.
kicking in already.
And
Alyssa's
that-
just like me too.
sitting
Probably-
off to the side and it's like, I want.
Cuddles.
However,
I'm
the weapon
surprised
is sitting like across Thunk's lap.
I am
surprised-
that. Oh, what are
okay.
we gonna name him?
I thought you meant the
How about
goblin.
Bezos?
No.
No.
Let's see. He's a infernal
We all-
So
skelly-
far, Andrew's named both of the pets.
he's an infernal
All veto.
he's an infernal skelly monstrous dog that is
He's not
immune to
skelly.
fire. You said they have scale-like tails.
It has some. Oh. The stinking. I feel like I'm hard of hearing because I hear Skelly. I heard Skelly. I heard you say Skelly.
I heard
Yeah,
Skelly.
Skelly.
Scales.
skelly as
Skelly.
in scales.
Yes, his tail
On
is
his
still
tail.
like.
Do you know what a pain in the ass is?
A
'Cause that's
scaly
what you
tail?
both are.
Serena, I got what I
Well,
wanted.
this is in
Steph
character.
helped. You
I
guys
died.
just eventually joined in.
Like I didn't fucking contribute.
Zarina's still thanking you and gave you a bunch of good berries. You should add like 20
I
good berries
cannot
to your
wait
inventory.
until she meets the dire coyotes.
Listen,
Don't
Nord.
tempt her.
What's your name?
Nord.
What's your name? Pedro.
Can you?
Almeric
No,
just sits down and starts scratching Runji behind the ear.
Nord.
Richie kicks him away because he's trying to sleep.
Rip.
Serena walks over and picks up Renji.
Renji does not want to be near Zarina right now. He's upset with you.
Serena's holding him against his will.
I will break free.
She's got hold person.
You're not using it on me yet, so I'm breaking free and moving away from you.
We're breaking free.
I don't think I can beat a strength check for that, but I'm gonna roll it because I can.
Not 20, not 20, not 20, not 20.
Technically, the athletics, babe.
Oh well, nonetheless. Yeah, hold
Oh,
up.
shit.
I have a -1, so yeah. Yeah, no, that's not working out in my favor. Serena just gives a pouty face and walks back to her animals.
Nord, listen, the day that you are able to say no to a request of Zarina's is the day I will apologize for today.
I've told her no in the past.
Get
I
to
don't-
apologizing.
Serena's like, when?
Where's your evidence?
I've
Proof.
told her no before.
Show me your
specific-
proof.
Cite your examples in APA
think it was-
format.
I think it was episode 4.
Fucking fine. Okay, I'm sorry.
Episode 4, during what situation and what
Yeah.
conversation?
Dude, she's
I'm
been
not-
watching the
what was the
entire fucking
situation?
episodes recently.
Trying
What
to
was the
remember.
situation?
Again, I apologize. I've been huffing paint all week at work.
Spilled
That sounds
beans.
like a new problem. That's exciting.
Okay, back to naming this boyo. It is a boy, right?
Yes, it is a male. Yes.
Why does Zarina have all male pets?
I don't know.
Call him
Oh.
Skatail.
That's her
Hmm.
harem.
I feel like somehow, some way, we're gonna run into someone who's gonna turn all of her pets humanoid.
No, there's like a dating
That's gonna be
thing about
awkward.
that. That's weird.
I know what to name it.
What?
Ed.
Why?
For those of you that know that reference,
Oh my god.
I'm fucking old.
Mm.
North.
Lion King.
I know. Not a hyena.
It looked like a hyena.
Oh!
Huh.
I see.
Yeah. Mm.
No, there's her hyenas coming later.
oh, we have dire versions of those too.
I think you should name it
I already-
Skatail.
Nord, you live in hell.
Zarina walks over to Thunk. You adopted him. What do we name him in common?
What else would you be saying it
It's-
in?
The
I
fox
don't know,
just-
whatever she
the-
chooses.
The fox just speaks up. It's immune to fire. It lives in the hottest fucking place on Earth. Name it something based around that. Like
Satan. I
Serena
don't think this
looks
is
over at
wrong.
Renji. He gets to choose. He finished what I was attempting to do. It's only right.
Thunk's
let
gonna
Thunk
look
name
at
it,
all
he's
of you
gonna
like
call
you're
it
fucking
barbecue.
savages. Turn over past Serena. Oi, what's your name? In Infernal.
He can't
Oh, you
speak.
can
He
talk to this
can't.
guy.
He can't speak.
He
Oh,
can't
yeah.
speak, asshole.
I forgot.
Hey, you
Hold
fucker.
on.
Don't
He
insult
can't
us.
speak.
He
That
can
doesn't
understand.
mean he can't answer.
He can understand, but he can't speak.
Do you have a
Yes.
name? And then he can nod. And then if he nods, then we try and communicate.
I
it
begin
if
playing
it's-
Hangman with this pup, trying to figure his
Or
name out.
charade. You
Ah,
know, that's a game that exists.
ah.
You just nod your head or shake your head if he has a name or not. It's very simple.
why are you guys going about
He
this?
does
Every-
not have a name at the moment.
Hmm.
Because
See,
Andrew
there you
doesn't
go.
know what name to think of at the moment.
Now, Thunk,
Fire
name it.
No,
dog.
he just. It's a dog. Like.
Fire Dog, that's the name?
No, he's a fiery dog.
Oh, I thought that's what you were gonna name him. Like,
Mm.
I
okay.
mean, y'all guys went like the
about
fucking route of Orcish and fucking Japanese and
how about-
Egyptian to name Gotil.
how about Sender?
What does he send?
No, cinders, cinders, like the ashes
Cinder.
left behind by fire.
I got an idea.
Oh, because he was left
Grocktail.
behind by his family who all
Rocktail.
died. That's really
Grocktail
fucked up, Renji.
means blaze in Orcish.
Oh.
Alternatively, you could call him something. I don't know. Like Oleg. Perhaps.
And then the stupid part of my planning is like name him Boblin.
Name
God
him
damn it.
Goblin.
He didn't adopt a goblin, it wouldn't fit.
Technically, we have
My
a goblin
name's
monk.
Ted. It's Boblin now, but it's Boblin now.
All right then, what's his name? Rocktail.
Grocktail.
Rocktail.
Rocktail.
You're doing this on purpose.
Yes, she is.
Don't look at me like that.
Okay, Richie's going to bed. And
Rock-
I'm gonna go grab coffee.
Why can't you just call him something like Blaze or Andre?
Grocktail.
Have you met Quaddle,
Why Andre?
Nord, Thunk, Renji, Zarina, Debanon,
Hi.
the rat man whose name everyone fucking forgets?
Elmerek.
Homework.
Everyone
paladin
remembers
who-
but mispronounces.
Nord,
Whose
you're
name
the
I
Every
asshole.
time.
constantly forget.
Kusali.
I said paladin.
Yeah.
Oh, Alyssa.
Alyssa.
Okay, but this
I-
time he did
I-
something.
I
I
don't
can
think
name
you
every
know
member
that.
in this party from heart without notes, dude.
No, but Nord said this time that he always forgets. He was right.
He does
I
always
remember Kasali. I forget
You
your
barely remember
paladin's name.
Kasali anymore.
You did leave her for 3 days.
Hey, technically, Andrew, I did name him Blaze. Just in Orcish.
Mm, mm,
Can I call him Telly for short?
Doc, you're cooking breakfast. We've got 3 nice seared meats, a bunch of seared meat sitting outside.
I thought they were fireproof.
they are fireproof until they die. Then they are only fire resistant.
God,
And they
magic is like
And
that.
they make nice crispy bacon.
Mmm. Bacon.
Yes.
Alright, who's up next on watch? Because, Zarina and Deb, you're retired from watch duty. Indefinitely.
Great, I haven't been doing it anyways.
That's what you think. Serena's just gonna walk off into the corner of the igloo. Her pet's beside her, and then she's just gonna sit down and read a book.
I'm gonna go over here and do the same,
You
but without
definitely.
pets.
Blaze in Arabic is apparently Harik. This is funny. Interesting.
Yes, the word blaze in Arabic translates the same as headache. It's a contextual word. Depends on how you use it.
Yeah, that's kind of funny.
So are we just gonna call him Blaze?
That's like how in Latin the word
Yeah.
wolf also
Yes,
His official name is Grocktail. Hey, you said Duncan name him.
Fair. But when Thunk tells us what the word means, none of us are going to use the Orcish.
Zarina did ask you in common.
And he
Like,
gave you an Orcish
specified.
answer.
You want it in common. Yes, Grocktail.
La la.
not
Can
common.
anyone see that?
See
I
what?
can.
He gave you an orc name.
Well, his common name is Blaze.
His common name is indeed Blaze.
I'll call him Grocktail.
Until I
wanna
make
call
him
a pain
a
in the ass.
character sheet.
I did like Renji's name suggestion of
Uh,
Cinder, but
Cinder was
only
cool.
because he explained it as ashes left behind after a fire, and this guy was left behind after all his friends died.
And the
Fun
one ran away.
fun fact, I
Exactly.
was debating on naming him after the Pokemon that I did for when I played Shield and Sword.
No.
I was gonna
What
name him
was that name?
Scorcher.
No.
That would have been neat.
You could have named him that.
Scorcher.
He's just
I
going to
hardly knew
enjoy the
her.
rest of his evening. And then he's going to scold the two idiots in the morning.
That's what you
I
think.
Alright, well,
will.
Thunk's up on duty, so.
Thug gets comfortable. You gotta get up on guard duty, honey.
Hmm.
God fucking damn it.
Make sure when you cook those spotted dogs that you serve them with fava beans.
Thunk's gonna give Elmarek a fucking quirked eyebrow. You're telling me how to cook.
Fucking fava beans.
Do we also have any Chianti?
And I bet you'd want some warm milk with that, too.
We have sand.
I wonder how many. I wonder how many people got that one.
I'd give you a hint, it wasn't Deb.
No. I'm just thinking we should drink the sand.
Are you cultured, Deb?
No.
She clearly is not.
Well-
What is? Do you know what the quote is about serving with fava beans and
No.
Chianti?
And a
Are you
nice
sh-
glass, a nice large glass of milk.
Come on, Deb.
I'm fucking sorry, okay? I'm 12. I don't know shit.
I actually do believe she's 12. I think she's been lying about her age this whole time.
That
guys.
was
The whole fucking
really
time.
funny. You guys,
Silence of the Lambs.
I'm like talking about all my college applications and everything, and I'm actually like in 6th grade.
Do
Just
you know
looked it all
who?
up.
Do you know who Hannibal Lecter is?
Yes, I do. He's the
Okay.
cannibal guy because it's funny because his name rhymes with cannibal.
It's
Yeah.
the most memorable quote from the first movie Hannibal Lecter starred in
I
that
thought-
started his
well,
franchise.
Fuck me, I thought it was
I thought
a TV
Red Dragon
show,
came
so
first.
There you go, I'm already wrong.
Red Dragon is first in the story, but it is not.
Oh,
the
is it because
original.
he's
Yeah,
he's
Silence of the
human?
Lambs originally came out before Red Dragon.
Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
they did that weird thing where they did the movie and then they went back in time.
Well, it was Silence of the Lamb, Hannibal, Red Dragon, Hannibal Rising, which is like a prequel. Prequel before the prequel.
Wait, so
It's-
are they saying serve human with everything you just fucking said?
Yes.
Ah, but they
Yes.
aren't human, so that just makes no sense.
I mean,
They
it's still something
beast
that you
either,
can eat
so-
with.
I mean, technically, we're gonna be feeding Blaze's kin here in a
That
second.
is true.
And if you
That
want to
is-
be also fair, Manhunter came out before all of them.
As Thunk's getting up, I will tell
No
him to
offense,
wake
I'm
me
pretty
for the
sure
next
they would
watch.
probably eat
Got
their
it.
own kind if it was available. Most
Alright.
animals are cannibalistic.
Yeah, but
We
these
don't
guys can
judge,
understand
please.
language. We don't know how much like.
Look, look at chickens.
yeah.
Chickens love to eat chicken.
Yes, but Renji, they can understand language. We don't know how much conscience they developed. That
Just
I
gonna
slurred
go
my words
ahead
so
and
much.
do
You know what I
this.
mean? They could be smart.
19.
If there is a snoot and you attempt to boop, I will feed you to it.
To the snoot. I don't think noses eat.
Huh. Huh.
This
Play
is
it
the
around,
one
you got the minion.
time,
Huh.
the one time that things went bad.
You haven't seen gibbering mouthers that have teeth inside their noses.
Also, you see Almeric and Hakim just walk out the door.
Hi. Hakim, why are you out in the desert? Because honestly, nobody should be out here.
Are you following him and Almeric and asking that
Yeah,
question?
I felt like they just ignored
'Cause
you and left.
They are leaving out the door.
Well, if they don't pause and answer me, then yes, I will follow and continue to ask.
Okay,
But
they
Attempt to follow.
okay then
I know what you mean. I am so speedy.
they go out and
Thunk is
follow.
catching Deb by her fucking collar, lifting her up. Where do you think you're going?
I was about to say,
wrong?
Thunk and Zarina both are grounded to the inside of the igloo until morning.
Thunk is grounded.
I'm grounded.
Or,
Thunk, you're
not-
grounded.
That's
Sorry, it's. Let me get coffee, Yimmy, and I will start making less mistakes. Deb and Zarina are grounded to the inside of the dome.
But I want
That's
to
what
talk
you
to the
think.
new friends.
So Hakim and Almeric both settle into a stance with fists at the ready.
Oh god, here we go.
They're sparring.
They're trying to see which old man is stronger.
The goblin's old? I didn't figure that part out.
I mean, can't you tell he's got gray in his hairs?
I know a lot of people with gray hair. But they also live for fucking ever, so.
Yeah. Anyway, back to bed as he throws him back into the igloo.
Ow! Shit, I don't sleep.
You can still peek out from the door.
I will. I
look at
From
it,
right
they are-
here.
They
You
are
can choose to
I
sleep
was
at
about
least.
to say, I'm surprised Deb isn't spending more time talking to her skull because he got some of his memories back.
Oh,
I
God
haven't.
damn it.
That's
You
why
reminded her.
I thought I said that. That's what I've been doing on while I was on horseback. I was talking to him, but I didn't want to like role play it out because we were fucking traveling. That's what I've been doing. But I'm gonna keep around and watch.
their little sparring session starts with the goblin throwing the first punch. Almeric using his palm to move it to the side, and then that continues for a bit of time. Devanon?
Hmm?
What you doing? You just watching?
I'm watching.
Okay.
Deb is
Anyone else
grounded.
have anything?
He can't go outside the igloo.
I am
Chillin',
peeking
watching.
around the corner sneakily.
Blaze is now licking his wounds.
Oh, should I go heal him? I'm gonna crawl over and just pat a cure wounds on him. And I'll be like, I'm sorry we killed your whole family. Kinda fucked up.
You hear Thunk at the front of the door. It builds character. Trust
Does
me.
that put him at full health?
I need therapy.
I need therapy?
Your experiences are not universal.
Fucking Christ. It builds character. Trust me. You need therapy.
That heals him a bit. He has like 58 hit points this one.
Yes, but what is he currently at?
24.
Oh,
Oh,
my poor
fuck.
baby.
Oh shit. Okay, I tried my best, gang. Okay, I
Zarina
did the most-
also casts Cure Wounds at a level 4 spell slot.
Holy shit.
Love for animals gets him every time.
Can I like quietly actually wait, can I mentally, because he can read minds, can I mentally cheer for Almerac and then give him inspiration?
After
You-
their long rest, Zarina's also gonna
could.
take fast.
But you feel like the two of them are, if not quite equal, then Almeric is at least holding his own.
Yeah, but
Surprisingly,
I want him to know he's believed in.
you can cheer for him though. Yes.
Okay, I'll cheer for him without the
You're
inspiration.
number 1.
But mentally, so Thunk doesn't hear me.
Plus, if you were shouting like "kick his butt" in the middle of a conversation, then that might be a little distracting.
I don't know what you mean. That'd be very funny.
Remember what happened to you the last time you did something that you stated would be very funny?
And it was very funny. So I don't see your issue.
So yeah, that goes back and forth.
Man with nature might be a good little fist one for right now.
A fist what?
I'm looking at changing my 5th level's spell because after a long rest, I can switch it up.
Ooh, neat.
Long rest fist.
Yes, clearly.
I haven't been
I
scrying at all. I'm probably gonna change that next level up.
I'm either gonna take commune with nature for this ongoing thing or mass cure wounds.
What
I don't know.
nature can you commune with? There's
Commune
nothing
with
out here.
nature is you learn about you gain knowledge up to 3 facts. And the radius is up to 300 feet for terrain and bodies of
Oh,
water.
okay.
Powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elementals, or undead. Influence from other planes of existence. Buildings nearby, or plants, minerals, animal, people. You know.
Fucking ignore me, alright.
Yeah.
She gets
You
a
get to choose
map
3 of those.
of the area she's standing in.
Rayman's getting
see.
fucked up.
No, that is alternating.
Yeah, I'll probably do commune with nature, so Nord doesn't have to try to talk
Find
to
us
me about.
water.
Okay, so now that all of that's out there, I can now run down that fist strike from the goblin, blocked by a palm strike from Almeric, followed by a kick from Almeric, blocked by a fist from the goblin, followed up by a palm strike from the goblin that misses, followed up by a kick from Almeric that hits him, followed up by a palm strike at Almeric to launch him backwards, followed by a fist strike that misses, followed by a flying kick from Almeric that launches the goblin back. He spins in the air and lands on his feet, and now they are standing a slight distance from each other.
Guys, I think our DM's lost it. He's fighting himself.
I know,
He was
right?
like, you
All
guys
fight
take too
ourselves.
long. This way's much quicker.
I think that wasn't too bad of a little sparsing there. They both bow to each other before
I
going back
cheer
inside the
verbally
tent.
this time.
Passing by Thunk, slapping him on the shoulder for some reason.
I thought you were gonna say just slapping him.
Oh, slapping that ass.
Bitch.
Good game, Thunk. What?
Goblin dude whose name I forgot.
Hakim.
Hakim.
I surely thought it was Boblin.
Boblin. What? No. Hakim. So why are you in this desert?
I tend a monastery a few miles away from here.
Why were you 2 miles away?
I often go around in the night and spend a time in the desert to meditate.
All right. Sounds fair.
Are you really one to judge Deb?
However,
I'm
This-
not judging. I was trying to
this
find the flaw in what he said to see if he was lying, but that seems
this
pretty. That's pretty
particular
fair.
night, however, I was hunting for my next meal.
Oh, well, there you go. That worked out so nicely, didn't it? Thunk over there, he cooks nice. His cooking is better than anybody else in, I would say in the world, but past the world even. Gods quake in fear at his presence,
Hmm.
specifically in regards to his cooking.
Hmm. Ah. I'm sure.
I mean, the god of cooking did want that barbecue recipe.
It really did.
He never got it.
The nose of the fox twitches a little because it seems like everyone forgot that he got a total of a 30 on making food before for the group.
Okay,
Yeah,
you
but
made
fuck you.
one natural 20. I've made 3 in a row to get barbecue proficiency.
Well,
I'm
Renji doesn't get to cook often because you're always cooking. So how
Because
can
he's
he
good.
roll more than? So how can he roll more than 120 when
You
he
know,
doesn't get
no,
a chance?
Renji, maybe if you used
Cook,
your
cook,
non-existent
cook,
opportunities
cook.
to prove yourself, then we would let you cook more.
And
The
then
fox is
today
sleeping
in
and not
medieval
arguing
That's
with
true.
you.
Medieval chef. That's funny.
Today
today
on
on
Orc's
King's
Kitchen.
Kitchen. Nah,
Oh my
King's
God.
Kitchen. I like that better, but
Hell's Kitchen.
The Nine Houses kitchen.
Ah,
Place
No, it's
in hell.
Orc's Kitchen. Deb's on the show. Or fucking Thunk just comes up, puts 2 pieces of bread next to. What are you? An idiot sandwich.
Yeah.
That's right.
no, it's Hell's Kitchen in actual hell.
Oh God.
Asmodeus
my God.
teaches you how to cook with grease.
So
Oh shit.
that other one shot that Dax was talking about, I now know what my character's gonna be.
A chef.
A chef training for Hell's Kitchen.
Oh my God.
Uh,
I travel across hell to train for Hell's Kitchen.
I'm not sure that's going to work very well, but you could ask him.
Jesus Christ, that'd be a hell of a canon thing. There's a
I'm
cooking
going to
competition.
tell
That's the
you
only
right
time.
right now, though, it's going to have to be that backstory might have to be edited a little.
Damn, that'd be a hell of a way that Asmodee gets free. What happened? Oh, I let my guard down. How? Well, there was a cooking competition in hell, and I'm always the judge.
That would be
I
very
want
bad.
that to be a one shot we do at some point in time.
What?
A cooking competition, hell.
Yeah,
And
sure,
see
why not?
and see who can use what class features to make food.
Jeez.
That shall have to be for
But
another
the
time.
barbarian class just uses rage to really tenderize the meat.
The monk uses fist to tenderize the meat.
The wizard cooks it with a fireball.
Slightly
This is a new
charred.
take on Fireball Filet Mignon.
The sorcerer, of course, breathes fire onto it. Or accidentally sets fire to the kitchen, one of those.
Wild magic sorcerer. I will now cook the steak. And there's a Tarrasque.
Kill it with fire.
No, I will now cook the steak using a 3rd level fireball. Wild Magic Surge. Apparently, I'm going to have to re-butcher the cow.
No, we can't hear you. You might need to disconnect and reconnect.
Oh.
They can't
Deb.
hear us either.
Mm.
Goodbye, babe.
I just meant re-enter chat. Do they mean do they trying to redo Discord?
Probably.
Probably.
They gave up on
You need to be
Um,
more specific with Deb.
I think they may have restarted their entire computer.
No, they're typing.
I hope
Because
not.
they dropped out of the Roll-22.
Everything reloading. Be right back. Okay.
Alright, can we get through the watch? I'd like to get to Uba this session.
Yes. You get through the watch. Nothing terrible happens. Everything is
Alright.
fine.
Do 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 do.
Do.
No, wake the hell up.
You
Also-
notice Hakim and Almeric are just sitting in the middle of the tent having a cup of tea amongst themselves.
Also, it sucks that Thunk's We all forgot that Thunk has 1 level of exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
It only gives him disadvantage on saving throws, so it didn't affect him outright.
Nope.
Okay.
The first one's ability checks.
Oh,
Yeah.
I was wondering.
Third one's saving throws.
So,
S-
so he
Short
wouldn't be able to.
rest. I'd say Thunk had a short rest because he wasn't able
least.
to finish a long rest. A couple of short rests, let's say.
There you go, Thunk.
No one ever says you can't have multiple short rests after one another. Or that if you had enough short rests, it may equal a long rest. As long as you don't do anything too strenuous. Like, I don't know. Getting shot by 40 bullets, that would be bad. At that point, you would be just dead and have no hope of recovery, but some people can
Depending
dream.
on how the damage rolls work. If they all roll minimum damage, I think a raging Thunk could survive it.
I was talking about IRL, but that too.
And we never
40
know.
bullets
Stan might
IRL.
be a barbarian in real life and be able to withstand it.
If you're hit by 40 bullets IRL, then you are Swiss cheese.
Depends on where they hit you. If they all hit one arm, you're just gonna lose an arm.
Think it cut out for me.
Yeah, I think
Who,
he dropped.
me?
Yeah,
Hello?
cut out for a little bit for me.
Oh, sorry.
I
I was saying if all 40 bullets only hit your arm, you would probably just lose the arm.
You still have chance of dying of blood loss, though.
Depends how close the hospital is.
Or, indeed, if you can get a tourniquet enough. Also, depending on how great now my thoughts are revolving around this.
Anyway. Dude.
Yeah, it's daybreak. Everybody wakes up. Everybody can start getting ready. Anything you want to do, you can do.
Is there any particular reason we
Renji,
haven't?
where are you going? Oh, never
I'm
mind.
moving the fox form away because in the morning I would go back to normal.
Oh my, did Renji sneak out now?
Let's just
I probably could if I felt like it.
Is there any
temporarily.
particular reason why you decided to add to the already dangerous amount of people we have? And where the hell did the goblin come from?
Serena
over
looks around after waking up from her trance.
Ren-
What
The
people?
the
Ren-
goblin is just
Ren-
sitting down right near you, sipping tea.
Renji just points over at Deb and it's like, she was over by him when we got out of the igloo.
Great.
I attend a small monastery a few miles from here.
There's a monastery out here?
Indeed. I am the last of this monastery. I practice a certain way of the fist.
For the GM, in case.
He's telling the truth.
Okay.
Or at least you feel like he is.
Just had to check because Nord sounds as surprised that there was a monastery out here
Mhm.
when this is supposed to be his homeland, and I'm pretty sure we're taking the route in that he took
Oh.
out.
Currently, you are moving through the worst part of the desert in which no one tends to live in because of how hot it is. It's it is surprising that anyone would be living and existing in this part of the desert. Most would not wish to.
Nord.
Awkward silence.
I'm sorry, what? No, my headset kind of phased out. What? Hello?
Uh, the goblin was just talking about how he comes from a monastery. Renji did an insight check, found out that he thinks that he's telling the truth.
And he dropped some knowledge that your character would know, but probably not mine, that this is the worst part of the desert and only insane people live here.
Either insane or stubborn.
We know people that are both. Isn't that right, Zarina? Debanon.
Zarina lets out a small chuckle.
Debanon cannot answer because not in voice chat. But funny.
I will take her silence
Like,
as confirmation.
as much as you want to berate Deborah, I'm pretty sure Zarina was the instigator of this situation.
Oh, I'm very much aware. And
To
the
be fair,
problem
I didn't bring back any people.
looks at the goblin, looks at her. Are we not referring to goblins as people now?
No, I didn't bring him here. That was Elmeric. He had fun with him.
Your and Debadon's actions brought him here.
Yeah, that's what you want to infer.
I'm pretty
Goblin
sure
did, or what was his name?
Hakim.
Hakeem, didn't you show up to intervene because you saw our two companions being attacked?
Yes, I did.
Look at Zarina.
Though
Yes,
I
but
was hunting this particular pack to see if one of them would fall off and straggle a little, yes.
ha, he would have showed up anyway to attack them with or without us.
If there was a straggler.
Nonetheless,
well, the least we can do is get you back to your monastery and be on our way to Abar again from there.
Indeed.
Nat 20.
I feel like you hacked roll 20.
Okay then. Very, very crispy barbecue indeed. That somehow tastes good.
That would bring up the question: is like, how well can you cook something that's naturally immune to fire?
With a
After they're
natural
dead.
20, I'd find a way.
I already said after they're dead, they are only resistant. Their life force fuels the immunity, and after that it goes down to a more natural resistance. It's basically how I'm doing this. If that
I
makes
can't wait
any
for my
sense.
friggin' I can't wait for my Grim Hollow book to finish getting shipped or made and then shipped out to me.
I know, right?
Friggin' entire rules on monster parts and like how to craft shit with them.
Yeah, I'd love to have that.
Anyway,
So
I
what
was
you
about
make
to
is a
ask
barbecue.
before we escort him back to his monastery, shouldn't we
The
make sure it's in the direction it's at least semi in the direction we need to go? We are still on a bit of a timeline, unless you want her father to puncture another spleen. Lord.
Hakim just speaks up and says that he can find his own way back. It's not necessary to escort him.
I think we lost Nord.
No, I'm here.
No, he's
No.
here. But no, Hakim speaks up and says that it's not necessary to escort him.
I'm not going to insist upon you. I know how dealing with it looks at Zarina again. Stubbornness can be.
Zarina just looks away and is continually to pet Blaze.
Thunk, make a note never to let those two on watch ever again together.
As if I can't corrupt other people.
Thunk, let me go boop the snoot. Thunk sees 20 other fucking creatures. Yeah, no.
No, Thunk
To
would run
be
in.
fair, they
Blood
did
for
not.
the blood god!
To be fair, they did not see the other 20 creatures originally.
They were
They
hiding.
were
So
told
they should have
they
realized.
hunt in packs.
That's why she was trying to send Sausage Roll to scout out to see if that was just a regular scout. But no, the rest were hiding behind the goddamn sand dune, okay?
More to that, they were hiding downwind.
But if you can make it back.
Also, it doesn't help that our bard isn't the smartest person out there.
No, at all.
Our
Because if our
bard was willing.
Because if our bard was smart, he would have made all three of you invisible before you got too close to the creature.
Our bard was willing, but the party was weak.
And our bodies are telling us no.
Anyway, we all get up and I guess start packing up the wagon again.
Mm-hmm.
Finding room for another dog inside of it.
Yes.
The dog can walk.
You'll. To be fair, he can move about as fast as the horses.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, do we want him walking? Because that's another set of feet making vibrations.
Hakim bids you all farewell and starts wandering away into the desert after he finishes his tea. Almark starts floating again. And then he picks up the Blaze and puts him on his shoulders.
He's on my side!
And just kind of starts floating off.
You know, he's on everyone's side. Because the less noise they make, the less chance of whatever Nord is afraid of coming and killing us.
And you all move along. Start coming out. A couple hours later, you come out of the worst part of the desert.
Sorry, I spaced out there for a second.
Yes. Y'all head out. Yeah.
How many more
you're-
Constitution checks for Thunk?
For Thunk. Is
Did
Thunk
Thunk put
still
back
wearing?
on all of his
Is
armor?
Thunk still
Mhm.
wearing the armor like an
He
idiot?
put it back on.
Constitution saving throw disadvantage DC 16. Nice.
Nice.
And then another one. This is the last Constitution saving throw of the time.
Not nice.
Yes,
Lucky.
it is higher this time because it's further along in the.
God damn it.
Yeah.
The gods have
So,
spoken.
fail both.
Both? What do you mean? That was a lucky
No.
feat.
Yes, that's not what I meant. Not what I meant. Not what I meant. Not what I meant.
Okay.
Succeed one, fail the other. You take another point of exhaustion.
Well, I'm still at 1.
Yes.
Remove those lucky points.
What are you talking about? They're already removed.
You haven't removed one yet, have you?
Long rest.
Oh
Restock.
yeah. Lucky. Exactly.
I'm not feeling so lucky.
Not at the moment. Not really. But
Well, no matter how much luck you have, it can't help you against pure stupidity.
There's another reason Thunk's not taking off the fucking armor.
It's not just the armor. Thunk was also drinking. No drinking. It's bad for you in the desert. Glug, 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 glug. Whiskey!
I will
To
say
be
that.
fair, when is this party listening to you on our trip to the desert?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Listen
he
to the person
doesn't
who's
know what
been
he's
here.
talking about. He only lives here. Half the party gets to the city. Water. Water.
I have create water, sir.
Yeah, but you're also listening and not drinking in the desert.
Yeah,
No, she
we
just
also
doesn't listen and attracts unneeded
Oof.
attention.
The funny
we
thing
also
is
have
that you
3
have
endless decanters of
you
water.
have endless decanters of water, but you are not giving them to Thunk because he needs to learn his lesson.
Apparently.
No. Thunk hasn't taken them. He just keeps turning the alchemy jug into whiskey.
Yeah, because technically the alchemy jug can also make water.
That is Thunk's fault, and also Nord told you not to give the alchemy jug to him.
I didn't. Nord never got it back from taking it from me.
Thunk
Nord
gave
took it from
back.
me, gave it to Thunk, and it was never given back.
Yes,
No, it wasn't.
I was pretty sure that did happen.
We had to fight before he could give it back, and he forgot.
Yeah, it sounds like me.
That does sound like Thunk. And David. Both.
Always both.
Both.
Hey, just because I moved doesn't mean you get closer.
Well,
I gotta stretch out my legs, damn it.
I don't want your foot.
Oh my.
Session really isn't for kids.
No.
anyway.
Why we can't have nice
None of that was even sexual, man.
No, it's the
No,
responses.
it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
We're all
This
tired.
is why we can't have nice things.
We never did.
And just like the day before, Nord will be keeping an eye out for any precarious ne'er-do-wells. I'll take a 25.
Renji will be
That's
assisting.
great. That's great. So you come out of the worst part of the desert about midday. Continue. Several hours later in the afternoon, you briefly see what looks like a goblin on a boar riding off somewhere.
That is probably going to come back to bite us in the ass later.
Is that Boblin?
Also, this goblin looks a bit more feral than most others,
Uh,
dressed in rags, holding a spear.
Yep, that's Boblin.
even,
He must have lost his shoes.
even the desert has its ferals.
Goblin boar rider. Uh, then you notice nothing else, and you eventually camp for the night. This time at a rocky outcropping.
Just imagine that's the character Thunk or Sam will make for the Hell campaign, or for the Hell one shot. Boblin the Goblin.
My name is Boblin the Goblin. I'm a cobbler. Don't mind the limp, it makes me hobble. I got killed by a 7 foot tall orc boy who was not very smart.
He ate my ride.
The bastard ate my horse.
Uh, anyway,
You set down for the night once again, of course. You go through the night, keeping watch.
Serena and Deb do not take watches for
Yes.
obvious reasons.
And nothing happens. You'll wake up on the 28th of September and continue. Down, down,
Just imagine
south,
one of us I
further and
just
further
imagine
south.
someone in the group, probably Deb, has a calendar and just marks a day off every day.
Yep.
I'm, le- I'm less focused today.
I'm gonna give it a shot.
As I said, Renji's riding up front with you, giving you.
Ooh, 18.
Not bad, not bad.
It's a hotter day than normal today.
Yes.
Do I see any animals?
Yeah, it does. Not really. It's kind of desolate. The most you see is one or two vultures that circle overhead for a little bit before leaving.
Oof. Are there any plants nearby?
Few and far between. One or two plants every so often, but
If there are
mostly
a
just sand.
if there are
Nothing of interest.
if there are particular flower
Nothing
Nord,
really.
make sure to keep Thunk away.
No real points of interest.
And
Although
continue on the road again.
I'd say about halfway through 28th. You will see another boar rider again off in the distance
Okay, this is making me suspicious.
before they ride away. Uh, it's just the one, and every so often you think you might glimpse him again, but it just stays pretty much out of eyesight.
Hmm. I don't
After
know
the
if I should
third,
waste my 5th level
after like
spell
the
slot.
after like the third time, we do we all know this or just her?
Just her.
Mm,
Though I'm sure she tells everyone.
Someone,
yes.
someone should really give back that goblin his shoes.
After like the third time of spotting this boar rider's like, is it just me or have we spotted the same guy riding a boar going the same direction away from us 3 times now.
I mean, what's the worst we're gonna run into?
I just mean, what are the chances of seeing the exact same thing 3 times?
Yeah, I'll use it.
Okay, knowledge is territory and outdoors is fun because knowledge. 3 miles. Okay. Okay. What are the 3 facts
The
that you want?
building. So it would be for the buildings, and then for terrain and bodies of, well, yeah, terrains and body of water. Why not? And then the plants, minerals, animal, people
Okay.
ones.
There are no buildings within 3 miles around you. Mostly just sand. You can tell what the one boar rider is within 3 miles, but no one else. Bodies of water. There is a small body of water to your southeast, and it is underground, just slightly.
I relay this information to the party,
Mhm.
saying that we are indeed seems like being followed by the boar rider.
And he's sort of moving parallel to you.
Renji gives a look to Nord, is like, do you want me to go after this boar rider?
No, it's most likely an ambush to lure one of us out so they can kill you. Wait till they get bored and make their move. Bringing them to us would be much more beneficial.
Does Thunk have anything to say, or did you not hear?
Oh, I heard. Uh,
Also, she said it's only this one in the 3 miles, which means
Yeah.
there's no other ones hiding for our ambush.
again, who has his shoes? I
That is
don't
a
like that
funny
dice roll.
joke. That is a funny joke.
Okay,
I
yeah,
think the
she.
GM Smite is coming for the shoe joke.
Regardless, he's not bothering us. We shouldn't bother him.
Agreed. Like I said, if he plans to attack, he will eventually get bored and do so. I'm not risking our lives over nothing.
Anyway, it gets to nighttime, and you know that you are not that far from Ubar now. You should be coming on its lands soon. However, you do know that if you continue in this direction, you will have to go through a somewhat mountainous pass to get there.
Do you relay that information to the rest of our group?
Yes.
That might be troublesome. I'm assuming if they're gonna make a move, it would be probably there. Mountains would be better terrain for ambushing.
I'd rather deal with the goblins.
What a,
Just
that was a little bit of a confusing statement, but
Yeah. So if it's coming up on nighttime, are we taking another long rest or?
yep.
that is up to you guys.
Oh, I think he's asking Nord if we want to press on to get to the homeland or if we want to take a long rest at night. I
Are
think we're
we
taking a
trying
long rest.
to travel through the mountains at night, or are we gonna wait till daybreak?
We will wait till daybreak.
Okay, and then I get my 5th level spell slot back.
Mm.
And then when we get to the mountain terrain, I can just use commune with nature one more time.
Reggie will be taking one of the watches tonight and will mask his pres- uh, pr- presence to make it look like the entire camp's asleep to see if that bull riding goblin decides to try to make a move.
Uh, so let's see here. Yeah, yeah. Please roll a perception check.
Who's rolling perception? Just
Uh,
Renji?
Renji.
Grungy.
Okay.
So you see, almost if they're not trying to hide, there's just the goblin boar rider just sitting there on a hill, just staring down towards you.
Me?
Yes.
How far away?
uh, about 60 feet or so. Not that far away. Within talking distance, really.
Okay, I guess I sit up and pat the sand off of myself and cross my legs and turn to face him and just like, so, can I know the name of the one that's following us?
What's your name? Tony! What's your. Is he.
Fuck you, Tony!
Fuck you, Ezekiel!
No response from the goblin.
You know, I did it last night. I built that fire over there.
No response from
Yes, no
the goblin.
response from the goblin. He just sits there staring at you.
Did you yell at him in common? Maybe he didn't understand you.
Kind of observing you somewhat.
I guess I just switch through my different languages until I find one that he might respond to.
He doesn't respond to any of them.
Hot damn.
You get the feeling like his ear twitches as you go through half of them. Like he understands half of them,
Oof.
but he's not saying anything, not
He's just
responding.
ignoring. Fuck you, Tony.
You notice his eyes go over your sword for a moment and your clothes, and then he just stands up and mounts up on the boar and starts uh, moving toward the pass.
Okay. In the morning, I let Nord know. Nord, our goblin rider friend came by camp last night.
More than likely, either he's nosy or he wants to set us up. But the loose sand is more dangerous than the canyons.
I tried having a conversation with him, but he did not sound interested. He just sat up on the rock over there, and I felt like he was examining our entire party and our gear and equipment.
he was going to attempt to attack us at night would have been his best bet. Or he's got a trap in the canyons.
That was the direction he rode off after he was done watching. I just suggest we be on our guard. We don't know what he could be planning to spring. Did I notice anything in particular on him, like any emblems or any unique markings?
Not really. The one thing that might be of note is that you noticed he had a short bow on his back. And he also was wearing desert-like garments, and he had a spear on his back too. That's
I couldn't learn too
most
much
of
about
it.
his appearance,
Am
but
I right?
I couldn't learn too much
Uh,
about his appearance, but he definitely looked like he's familiar with this land, and his
no.
weapons in particular was a bow and spear.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
I did this before I learned of that map,
Oh,
unfortunately. Otherwise, that would have been better, to be honest.
Like I said, he might just be curious. So,
there's also that variation.
Only if it was just pure curiosity, he would have had a conversation with us, not sat there and watched.
Hmm.
And I have the feeling he could recognize several of the languages I was switching through.
I doubt he's stupid, or else he might have probably tried to attack. He could also be curious due to the fact that we managed to cross the desert with so little effort.
He could also be a scout, merely sent to size us up, as it were.
That's always a possibility as well.
With all that being said, I'm pretty sure whatever he or whatever them would be planning will happen in the past, either as we're in it or when we're about to exit it. We should keep our guards up.
Indeed.
So,
Serena pipes up. Are we going in? What are we doing?
We're going in. Thunk, be ready.
Always ready.
Are we wanting me to commune with nature again?
I would say as how big is the mountain pass? Would you say Nord?
I will tell you that it extends for multiple,
Past 3 miles.
more like 4 miles or so. It's,
So do we wait till we get like a mile in, or because mine only goes up to 3 miles for surrounding knowledge?
Yeah, I would say wait until a mile into the pass and then use it. If they haven't struck us by then we will at least know what's coming.
so, party enters the canyons.
Also, probably have Thunk help situate the boxes and whatever's that's in the back of the wagon to act as like cover for both of the ladies in case like they try a crossfire of arrows.
Luckily enough, the canyon is wide enough for the cart to pass through without issue. We'll continue on this journey for some time. Every so often, you feel like you glimpse a figure in the distance, one that seems to be on a boar. However, if they are there, then they're just out of view. Cannot quite see them clearly. Continue along, the wind howls through the canyon, fluttering your garments and such. Everything seems very quiet.
Are we in agreement saying we're stopping a mile in?
Yeah.
Hand on the hilt, hand on the hilt of my sword while we're going
After
along on the horses.
after a while, you get to a mile in.
Alright, I use same spell. I'm not gonna pop the it again since it's already there.
We stop for a single minute.
The party stops for a moment, and Serena casts a spell.
This one, terrain and bodies of water, I'm not necessarily, I don't think that's as relevant since Nord knows the area for that part. So I will do the plants, minerals, animals, people, powerful celestials, fae, fiends, elements, or undead. And did we want, yeah, buildings would be the last one.
Any buildings within the within the mountain pass, any creatures or people in the mountain pass, any celestial fiends or
depends.
undead.
Do you think of tents as buildings?
Technically, any structure that's made.
Technically, yeah, a tent can be a building. That's why there's tent towns.
So, about exactly halfway through the pass, you feel a large number of creatures that all feel very similar in nature, as well as any tents.
Damn, those maps would have been fucking perfect.
Yes, they would have been.
We just raise an eye to Nord. It's like, I'm guessing that's their camp, and they're going to let us walk right into it. Nord,
Sorry, what?
did you hear what Zarina said?
No.
Zarina
you-
would have relayed all the message from what the DM said. There is a large number of tents and um necessarily people, creatures that all feel like they are the same type of life form in a generalized area within the canyons coming up within a 3-mile radius.
Renji suggested that that's the goblins' camp, and they're probably gonna let us walk right into the center of it before they attack.
Knowing the terrain, would I know any other way around safely?
There is another path, but it is potentially more dangerous.
And the wagon probably only will fit down the main path.
For reference of what the terrain would pretty much look like, even though I didn't get the images to him sooner.
I have a version of this map that's got a skeleton in it.
I have many variations of this map.
Uh, then this will be our options. We tempt fate with the goblins. They might be peaceful after all. That is a possibility. Or we tempt fate going another route. All in favor of tempting fate with the goblins?
They didn't seem like they wanted to attack us, per se, but I don't know how they would feel about us coming on their territory.
As long as we don't do anything
I feel
hostile,
like the
doubt they would
goblins.
care.
I feel like the goblins might be a more manageable route, but still
Elmeric,
be on guard. Thunk. You might need to do some smashing.
Yes.
I'm a little hesitant with the precious cargo. Elmeric, can you do me a favor?
Name it.
I need to know another language.
Actually, I have a feeling that the goblins we are speaking to know several languages.
Just give me the ability to speak Goblin. If they're feral, they're barbaric in nature, and they might respond to me a little bit more than the rest of you.
Perhaps,
Considering their actions, I don't think they're feral.
though, considering your last encounter with these kinds of goblins, I do not think it would end well.
It's worth a shot.
That is your decision.
Funk just wants another language.
No, Thunk is trying his damnedest to make sure Lily and Kusali make it
I
without
know.
any damage.
On the
Again,
other
in
hand,
case y'all haven't figured out, that's why Thunk has not taken off his plate or his heavy plate armor, so that he can be ready to jump at a moment's notice.
on the other hand, if these are bandits, then perhaps if you were to challenge their leader to single combat and
Exactly.
defeat him, yes.
Tribal warfare, I know it very well. That's orc tradition in a nutshell.
I will do this for you.
Appreciate it. How much damage am I taking in psychic?
Constitution saving throw.
Of course. 17.
Yeah. 5 points of psychic damage.
Righty. I'm gonna lay on hands myself for 5, so no damage taken.
Mhm.
And
Funk puts
Comparatively,
his hand on his head. Oh,
a
headache.
drop, a
Oh,
drop
that's
of
better.
blood drips from
Oh,
your
shit.
nose, and then you just quickly heal it.
Gabo.
Alright. Alright. That was a hell of a headache. Let's move. I'll take front.
Thunk's taking point. I will guard the rear and make sure no one can get into the back of the wagon.
Appreciate it.
Quatul, you are now the scout. Take to the skies.
Yes.
The higher the better.
Yes.
We're gonna put Deb in the wagon for extra support.
Deb
Yeah.
and I would say Deb and Zarina and the wagon. Their jobs are to protect the 3 ladies.
Give me one. Not one. A few moments. Yeah. Set some things up.
And Amarak probably would be the one driving the cart if Thunk's going out front.
The cart is dragged already by something.
I said driving.
Driven. Alyssa's the one driving.
Okay.
Melissa said, I got this.
Gosh.
Also, I think we all probably put the armor back on just if for a short period of time.
Yeah. So
Anyone that took it off.
Not Thunk.
Okay, let me move whoops. Let me move everyone to here. And, drag everyone over here. So let's try and arrange things how they should be. Serena, you're surrounded by your trio of faithful pets. Lily, Alyssa's driving the cart. Lily behind her.
Can you
Sully
move them
also
forward?
in the
Because
cart.
Renji's behind the cart.
Yes, yes.
Yep. Yeah, I would say Renji's behind the cart. Deb's in the cart helping protect them. Zarina's probably on one side. Amarak's on the other side. Or Nord's on the other side. Thunk's in front.
Yeah.
You're on, big guy.
Tell her to try restarting again.
Alright, are we going north or to the right?
Just
Well,
give
I
me
mean-
one moment.
Yeah, there is a goblin there. Alright.
So Demnon would also be in the cart. There are some bushes off to the side. Elmeric is flying up high around the canyon wall, but there are some bushes that are sort of low to the ground that Zarina could send her beasts into if she wished.
She would send Sausage Roll.
Oh, Renji was almost thinking like the bushes might have creatures and to just set them on fire. But no, not if sausage roll goes into them.
Hello,
Sausage Roll
Devonon,
likes to
can you hear me?
pounce.
Don't think we can hear you. Do you
Maybe it's your headset. Have you tried like unplugging and replugging in your mic?
It's not. It's not.
Yeah,
just,
because we
She
can't
it's
hear
not.
you.
She
It's
can't
not
hear
just
us
that.
either.
It's not just that.
Mm.
Yeah. Apparently the stinking okay. But if I remember correctly, the Wi-Fi is not working.
It's
Right?
unfortunate.
Can she go and like unplug and replug in her router to cause it to do a force reset?
They already have.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
The Sausage Roll is being a creep.
Sausage Roll is going to stealth through the bushes.
Yes. Zarina lets Blaze move forward freely because he knows the terrain, I'm assuming.
Yeah. So let's see how Sausage Roll does on his stealth. I'm gonna say he has advantage, cause why not? So he's gonna slink through those bushes like a kitty cat. He is.
Yeah, but we never know. That might not be enough considering a 21 couldn't hide from this guy.
Yeah. Let's see. So he turns off and he starts entering a wider cavern. Damn it. He enters a wider space. Takes a turn and goes in there.
Is that the
To your
route?
knowledge, you have not. He has not seen you. He does not seem to have noticed you.
Is that the route we need to take, or are we still going straight forward?
Straightforward continues the path. This is a like sort of indentation in the canyon side.
Alright, continue moving.
Well, I'm about to say we don't need to follow him then. The path towards the city is just straightforward. We can avoid them.
He continues in, revealing more. Does Thunk continue after him?
I feel like we would have a conversation, like if we can avoid fighting, we want to, because it's safer for the
Yeah,
two passengers.
the point is, if they're willing to negotiate, we're not going to bother with them. Normally, Nord wouldn't do something as stupid, but our options are kind of limited. So damned if you do, damned if you don't.
I say we just go past them.
Mark.
Yeah. I'd say just
Especially after seeing the map.
What you doing?
Asking Soda Call for guidance. 17.
is there so does Thunk see the whole camp already? Or no?
Thunk can see a lot of the camp, like all the way up.
Does Sausage Roll creep up to the bushes towards it?
Yes.
Zarina
Like
is
peeking
like
out through the bushes there. Blaze has
kind
joined.
of in a whisper talking to Sausage Roll, asking what he sees.
He reports back to you the kind of stuff he sees. Talks about the tents and the goblins, the penned up boars over here. You notice that Quatil is peeking his head over the ridge. He's set up like a sniper's position.
So where is Soda Call guiding my club? Forward or to the left?
He's just letting you know that there's potential danger both ways.
Dunk's gonna pinch the gap of his nose. Nord, we've got a problem.
Yep.
So I'm assuming you see over there, right?
Yep.
Well,
As simple as this. If
If
they get hostile,
we can
challenge.
move, I'm thinking we all
it's
moved up,
not
so
only that.
you can move the cart over here.
Sotikal informs me there's also danger to our right.
Most likely another ambush by these fine fellows.
Oh. Well, A, we get ambushed, or B, we take care of the chieftain now, establish me as their king, and then I can get rid of him.
Or we enter in peacefully and try to strike up a bargain.
That's also
Let's
very
try
plausible.
peaceful. If that fails, challenge.
Alright, Nord, I'm gonna be your translator.
This ought to be interesting.
Alright, let's do this.
Amarak, I would suggest you take the cart, Lily Kasali, and what was the paladin's name?
Alyssa.
Alyssa, and stay back.
I would like to note, Thunks.
That way, if everything goes wrong, you guys can turn and run.
I would like to note that Thunk's club is put up and his hands are in the air to show he comes in peace.
You notice that literally as soon as you enter, every single goblin in there just snaps their head to look at you.
Thunk is now speaking in Goblin. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Easy there, friends. We only wish to speak to the chieftain.
Renji follows the two of them in, completely unarmed, because he can make his sword vanish.
Speak to chieftain. I wish to speak to.
As we're as we're walking through as as we're walking through, can I recognize the one goblin rider that's been following us?
Hey,
Oh,
that's Tony.
Hey, yo, fuck you, Tony.
Speak
Fuck
to
me
the
like I
chieftain.
fucked your mom by that fire last night.
Speak to chieftain, you wish.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yours.
Chieftain, boppity bop.
Boppity Bob. What was the last one? Bibbity Bibbity, and the other one was Boo Boo?
Wasn't that the name of the bandit that had the bounty on his head? That the monk told us about?
He didn't have a bounty on his head, I didn't think.
But he did talk about Bob and Bob.
So thanks, we're in a bandit camp. It's great.
By the way,
100,
this is
100
how you
gobblers strong.
spell Bob and Bob.
Bob and deep up.
Hubbada bubbada. Habibbo!
Greetings.
So Nord, I think I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thunk is going to
it
translate
means
word
the
for
name.
word.
It means a name. It's a name.
It's his name.
Thunk's gonna
It's not Tony.
Thunk's gonna translate word for word everything Nord says.
Like Nord, I can take on the 17 on the left if you can take the rest on the right.
Let's try to end this peacefully. Bob and Bob. We're just simply seeking passage.
Have you tried restarting your computer, Bryn?
I don't think she can hear us.
Yes.
Apparently she can't.
Yes, they have.
She says she could barely hear us.
It goes in and out. They're on like data or something, so it's a bad connection.
Have you tried not being a pleb?
I think they didn't like it.
Yeah.
Deb, you have Discord on your phone. Have you tried hopping in on it?
Pretty sure they're in on that.
No, when you're in on your phone, it shows a different icon.
Not if your set is offline.
Yeah. I set myself as offline all the time.
To hide from all you fucks.
That's fair.
Yeah, they are on their phone, as I thought.
Fuck. Don't know then.
Might just be her Discord acting up.
No, it was her internet.
That too.
That's why they're using data on their phone now.
Internet screwy.
All I can say is just keep trying your friggin' computer. Maybe the internet will fix itself.
One can only hope.
One can only hope. Also, make sure. I don't know. Do you have a laptop or PC? I keep forgetting.
I think they have a laptop.
Yeah.
They've stated multiple times they've got a laptop.
That's where our artificer comes in all the time.
Yep.
Don't hit me with your hammer. Stop it. How dare you? It's my elbow.
If only I could If only it had it was an Ethernet cable problem, but.
Okay. Anyway.
Anyway.
Bob and Bob.
We're surrounded by a bunch of green things.
And we don't want any trouble.
Want trouble? Maybe I do. Yes.
I can understand the want. I can understand your want for that.
Speak common, I do.
You're telling me I took that massive migraine of a headache for nothing?
Yes, that was your own fault.
What? Migraine?
Are you calling me a migraine?
It's
I did told you, Thong, they could understand multiple languages.
Nord
The
looks
wonderful
around.
the wonderful chat I had with their scout told me that.
Let me put this in simpler terms.
What? Simple, call me.
No. Are you a captain? You look like a captain, a man of importance, yes?
I am leader of these bandits here. Chief.
And correct me if I'm wrong, bandit culture usually means the biggest, the meanest, and the smartest usually rule, right?
One who beat previous war chief. Yes.
Thunk's gonna lean over at Nord. That's tribal culture, not bandit.
Mhm. But he confirmed it. So,
I linger to Thong. I think he's dumb enough he would believe anything.
see this big, strapping young orc here?
Gross.
He wishes to challenge you for your position.
Ha.
Are you refusing a challenge?
Pathetic, towering orc dare challenge me. Bob and D. Bob.
Thunk's gonna step forward in front of Nord, put his club in the sand, and speaking Goblin. Under tribal law, any who challenge for the throne of chieftain, biggest, strongest, and smartest, win. Those who decline lose the distrust of their men.
I hope he
Step
doesn't
back,
go.
Renji. Give him a circle.
As we're stepping back, I'm just saying out loud. I hope this doesn't go the same way his last goblin murder went. It took us weeks to get the smell off of him. And the goo.
Tribal warrior. True.
Do you
By the
accept?
way, if any of the other goblins are stupid enough to try to interfere, be ready to shoot them.
Accept.
And Thunk's gonna look around at all his buddies. And now the challenge is accepted. Any who interfere shall die by their brother's hand.
This is gonna be another Frogman instance, and Thunk's gonna get his ass whipped.
Brother. Call them my brothers. You. Yes. Brothers, they are not of mine. Subordinates, yes.
Then you are a piss poor chieftain.
Ha! A chieftain rules by strength, not by buns.
Thunk's
look
gonna
over
lift
at
his
the.
club up.
I am keeping my eyes on the scout that was watching our group. He seems more intelligent than the leader. So I'm curious about how he's taking this.
He is just watching with slight amusement and interest.
Thunk, deal with this quickly. I really don't want to leave our wives baking in the sun.
Agreed.
Oh, I had Amarak pull the cart over to the side of the canyon that was being shaded from the sun right now.
Wives, have you?
20.
Oh, yes. As well as soldiers, weapons, and a lot of dead people.
A ship, cannons. Do we still have the dead dragon that Thunk broke the spine of? Or did we leave that back at the capital?
I
We
mounted
have
that
some
on our
of its
ship.
bones.
Yes, but Renji is just saying this to stoke thought.
You're not stoking him. You're making him want to fight Thunk more so he can lay claim to his treasure.
Yeah, that's the point.
Then I will
That's the
kill
point.
you.
Holy fuck!
Yeah, he's a dex based. Most
Yep, this
goblins
is gonna
are.
hurt.
And I shall take your wives as mine own.
You're
He just
uh,
messed up there.
you're gonna see
you're
Thunk
gonna
get
die.
fucking slits in his eyes, and he's going to go into a quiet rage.
Yes, 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 yes.
Um,
Let's go. Let's go.
I think even the Blood God doesn't have the strength to hold Thunk back now.
Yes, 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 yes.
All right, Gobbo's first move.
Ah,
Also, I wanted this challenge to happen because now our Meiji people can fucking hit a lot of them in one fell swoop.
okay. So,
I already figure out how to use my Kona cold breath to hit as many as possible.
so
Also, bacon.
back on,
Bacon.
back on,
Back home.
I see some new
back
pets
on.
for Zarina that Thunk will
So
probably try to eat.
he pulls out a hand crossbow and shoots at you.
Oh, that
Alright.
type of build.
That is a 22. That
That
hit.
that just hits.
Okay. 8 piercing,
4,
Not
'cause he's
half
raging.
because I'm not raging.
and
You,
then
you said you went
You
to a
said you went
quiet
to a
rage.
quiet rage.
Oh, so yeah.
yes,
Sorry.
yes.
So
Then
110 to 106.
please make a DC 17 Constitution save.
Holy shit, I know what poison he has.
27.
Okay, you take half of 33 poison now.
Holy shit.
Purple worm.
Okay.
16 points of poison damage.
My
And
favorite
just-
poison.
Thunk
Yes.
just keeps standing there after you taking that shot.
Zarina needs to rob his goblin after he's dead.
Alright. My
I
turn.
didn't know you were into
Not
Goblins?
necessarily. That was only his opening shot.
Oh, really?
Yep, he has crossbow expert, so he can probably reload and fire again.
I didn't think about that.
And then he draws his short sword and leaps towards you and tries to stab you. That is a 27.
Yeah, that
Oh, no.
hits.
Uh,
Oh,
8 piercing damage again. Wow. And a DC 16 const save now. Okay,
Makes it.
that's good. That's good.
I think I was the best one for this fight.
Yes, yes. That is 10 poison damage.
Actually, no, Kosalia would have been the best one for the fight.
And now it is your
Vampires are
turn.
immune to poison.
Alright.
I would rather not have my wife in an arena with a filthy goblin, thank you.
Luke's
I
gonna
know.
put his hand on his chest.
Especially this covetous one.
And plus, she's pregnant. Just because she's immune doesn't mean
I
the baby
know
is.
that, but I was saying it, the best person in the group to fight against someone with poison is someone immune to poison.
Okay.
Isn't Deb technically?
No, she isn't full vampire.
And
Yeah.
Or he.
Yeah, they are.
Renji? Nord?
They're immune to poison.
Oh. Oh yeah, and as a dwarf they have advantage on poison saves.
Renji, Nord.
At least they're immune to most normal poisons. There are a couple magical
Yeah.
ones that might work. I'm not telling
Possibly.
you what they are, but
Anyway.
What Thunk?
Renji, Nord. Usually you guys, when you see Thunk fight, he's screaming, shouting, going nonsensical barbarian. This time he seems quiet, methodical, and focused.
Well, of course we just know what happened.
take my
We heard the goblin threaten your
22.
wife.
defeated by my poison. You will. Yeah. Curse you.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'm not done yet.
Nord planned this. The reason he chose Thunk as the champion instead of himself.
And let's put a second level Divine Smite on that. So that's 3d6. There's 2.
That's D8s.
Or d8, sorry. It's an additional d8 since I'm casting it at second level. That's a 6.
18, 27, 32, 38.
38 from the first attack.
Second swing.
Now, second swing. That is
I'm
a
gonna
miss.
lucky that.
Yes.
25.
That is a hit, yeah. Okay.
12.
And I'm gonna
Plus
throw another
rage.
Divine Smite on it.
23.
Still respectable. Still respectable.
So altogether,
51.
51 damage.
Good. Aha! Ah! 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 He spits out a tooth. Ah! My ribs! Did you? Yes, yes.
Thunk is just staring at him.
Poison, you I will.
that's a bad joke, Deb.
He really did
Oh,
though.
So
Deb, go to your corner.
he is going to stab at you with short sword. Yes. That is a 22.
It's
Okay, that is 10 piercing.
I
Sneak
just
attack.
realized as we were walking up, I should have tapped Thunk on the shoulder and gave him a.
how does he have sneak attack? He doesn't have
Ability.
advantage on me.
Depends on
If
the
I'm
type of
if
rogue.
I'm reading this correctly,
Is he a swashbuckler?
It's the only way.
I'm not sure.
If he's not,
Assassinate?
if he's not a swashbuckler, he
Assassinate?
doesn't have advantage.
Does he have the assassinate perk?
Yes.
Yeah, he goes before you, so he gets advantage.
Yes. I thought so.
Wait. Ooh, give me a second.
That's how that works. He goes. That's why
Okay.
the assassinate perk works so fucking well with gunslinger.
Yeah, I remember now because I was also looking at the Gloomstalker that gets like advantage on initiative rolls.
So that is 18.
To 9.
DC 16 con save. Okay. That is 9 poison damage.
Okay, wait. It says you have advantage on attack rolls against creatures that have not taken a turn in the combat yet.
Sneak attack gives advantage, or advantage is given for sneak attack. Anytime a rogue would have advantage, he gets sneak
Yes,
attack.
my question does
Yeah.
my question though would be, does that apply to every round?
My-
Yeah,
only
that
the
applies
first-
to every round.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's why assassins are so fucking deadly in combat.
okay, because from how I was reading it, combat yet, I was just kind of reading it as like only the first
They
round.
errored it. It's specific because the original wording was sketchy. They have errored it. It is legitimately every fucking turn. They're
Yeah,
Yeah.
if
disgusting.
I would have
Okay.
went before this guy, he wouldn't be this much of a problem.
So yeah, that was 8 points of damage. Did you do that?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, okay. Then he's going to fire. What the fuck?
Nord's going to pull out a ration and start
Don't-
eating it and offer some to the goblin next to him.
Okay, so his bonus action hand crossbow attack, he got another flipping 27. Because of course he did.
Yep.
Uh,
No mercy here.
12 piercing, DC 17 con save.
So 6 piercing.
Uh-huh.
And DC what?
17. The one on the short,
Ooh,
the
I'm gonna lucky
crossbow is
that. I've got
the
one
one on the
left.
yeah. The one on the crossbow is one higher than.
Yep, 25. There we go.
Okay, that is 11 points of poison. And I'm gonna need you to make another con save.
Wait,
Because
why?
you have a lot of poison in your body now.
You've been poisoned a lot, my friend.
22. Oh, 25. I'm raging.
Oh,
Okay.
he fucked up. Does lay on hands take your action or bonus action?
I think it's my bonus action.
It's an
Lay
action.
on hands for 5 points will heal the poison, cure the poison.
Lay on hands is an action, Nord?
Yes.
I gotcha. Okay.
I play a paladin.
Okay.
Also, it doesn't stop poison damage. It just
Prevents the poison condition.
which
are what my saves are keeping me from getting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that last one was specifically for the poison condition because you have a lot of poison in your body now.
Alright, my turn?
Yes.
Alright, you little shit.
This goblin
20.
actually think he's doing anything. I've never seen such a small, tiny, weak-looking goblin. Terrible.
You're gonna hit.
20 hits?
Next you will be.
Not even gonna wait for him to finish the sentence before smacking him in his teeth.
Yes, smacking him in the teeth.
I look around. Is this entire thing just all male goblins?
Yes.
I'm going to
That would
use Savage
explain the
Attacker.
smell.
Renji, I don't think he's ever touched a woman.
I don't think any woman would ever want to touch that. It's like
You
a
hear me, DM?
shriveled up pickle.
Yes.
I'm using Savage Attacker. So my chunk of smashing is a D6. So. Oh, that is much fucking better.
So that's 11, 15, 16.
So 16 plus 4 is
19,
20, 23.
23.
Alright, second swing.
Also, we just called the goblin. We just said the goblin chief looks like a shriveled up pickle.
17 hit.
We're also making fun of the fact that he's probably never actually been with a woman.
That you think.
18.
Who knows?
Rage. Second level
It's-
Divine Smite.
It's not
It's
looking
my last
very
second.
It's not
Too bad we
looking very
didn't bring
likely.
Deb. Deb could help out without even realizing it by just insulting the goblin.
Yeah, just
Subtle,
visually.
vicious mockery.
And the thing is, if Thunk does go down, I'm literally just going to have Quaddle fucking snipe him.
Oh, when Thunk goes down, his head's coming off.
Okay, so Nord, do you remember the total amount
And
of
then
damage
you
on that
two-
first swing?
23.
23, 26, 37, 40. Oh, God damn it, my mind's blanking on
48,
fucking
51, 55.
55 damage total. So I just did about 90 points of damage in 2 turns.
Yeah, if Thunk goes down, you grab him, or you grab him and run. I'll hold the goblins off so you can get the others out of here.
Hang on a sec.
Okay.
Is it a bonus action to eat something?
Think we've been using to drink a potion. You should have a few of those, by the way.
We know you have a greater healing potion on you still because you never fucking use it.
Zarina gave him 20 good berries.
That's
for
why
getting
I
her
was
pet.
about to say.
To just pop some berries in your mouth, like, sure. Bonus
Just fucking
action,
throwing
why
10 of
not?
them in his mouth. What are those healings?
Why
One per berry.
Thunk is no longer allowed in the wagon.
1d4 per berry, if I remember. Yeah.
No, it's just one
Oh,
hit.
Thunk
It's
won.
one hit. It's one hit point per good berry.
No, these were the
No.
special ones that
these are
Andrew
different.
gave him.
Okay.
Yes.
It was either 1 or 2d4. It was 1d4 plus 2 or something. It's on my iPad. Can you hand it to me, babe?
Where's it at?
In the bag.
In what bag?
With the jean jackets.
God damn it. There's a
So now
fucking
that-
sewing machine on them.
I'm sorry. Did I just hear the most 90s fucking phrase I think I've ever heard? It's in the bag with the jean jackets, honey. Suddenly, a man with a mullet appears holding a bush light.
How do you know I'm not the man with the mullet?
I was about to say it continues to be 90 when they say the sewing machines on top of it.
Shush! I just bought a sewing machine for my jean jacket.
I would like to note that I didn't have to buy a sewing machine. I own 3, and one of them is 106 years old.
I would like to know.
God
I
damn.
They heal for 1d4 exactly, and you can
I
only
hate-
consume up to 10.
I hate
Roll
to
to
admit
Consuming
it.
all
10d4.
10.
I hate to admit it, but I have a sewing machine in my house
There's
too, and
5.
a portable sewing kit
There's
I bring
5.
with me.
33.
33?
I was
Nice.
in I was in JORTC. They teach you how to sew. Don't know how
Oh
many
my
times
god,
someone
did you
ripped
say
their
39?
uniform.
I back up to 100 again.
33. 33.
Oh, well, I'm still back up to 100.
Pops 10 berries, cracks his neck, like, let's go.
That's the best you got.
Just followed by a in his guts.
No, I'm allowed to eat 10, and then any after that is explosive diarrhea.
It's okay. Thunk will eat more than 10, turn around, use it as a weapon.
Fuck.
I mean, I do have proficiency with improvised weapons, but damn.
Oh, wow.
Thunk just turns, sprays half the goblins. They just drop their weapons. Nope, fuck this, nope.
The fucking goblins unionize at that.
I still have that potion, by
Stop.
the way, guys.
Making
Oh,
my
I'm aware.
goblins unionize.
I have an idea with that potion that's probably gonna keep the party alive later.
The fucking Nord's in the background trying to unionize them while this fight is going on, alright?
Debanon now wishes that the conversation is lagging more.
I lean in. So he doesn't give you equal share. You know, if you come to work for us, you would gain not only equal share, but we also have great health benefits. I mean, dental.
Nord in his anger. Nord, tell him about the dental. My tusk work takes a lot of money.
You have no idea. He's got gold fillings. It's amazing. His teeth look great. His wife's super happy. Did we mention we allow you to actually keep the women you capture?
What? What?
Wow.
What?
Yeah, I
Alright.
didn't tell him the truth in the unionizing.
Excuse me?
Fucking goblin stops from watching a fight. Dental, and we keep the women? Damn.
The only thing that would make this better is vacation days. Oh, you get 2 of those every week out of the year.
2 weeks out of a year. And it's paid, my friend.
All you have to do is all cluster in this one very flammable building. Yes,
I'll
it
roll
does
the
look
tents,
fucking-
gentlemen. Signals the rat
The
man to
outside.
nuke them.
Anyway, Andrew, it's your go.
I vote that they need to roll persuasion for the goblins.
I need like a minute, just like.
I have broken the DM. My deed is done.
Someone roll that persuasion.
Oh my god!
Yes!
It was a joke because Thunk is about to beat the shit out of this man and take his whole crew, but damn!
They're gonna leave with Renji.
Don't take away my
Thunk's like,
fucking
yeah,
goblin
I
tribe.
chief, the fuck.
Hey,
We
I have
unionized them while you were
I,
fighting.
I
The
have
fuck
a
is a union?
I have a certain empire I don't mind throwing goblins at.
We just gained a goblin army, boys.
Could we not fucking unionize my goblins before I fucking win them?
Oh, and did I mention a bow for every man?
A boar or a bow?
Four.
By the way, he is very close to death.
God damn it.
He is bleeding.
Well, it
He's
takes
got
turn.
Several broken ribs. One of his legs is sort of limp.
Limp?
Limp.
Also, again, this just proves my point. We get natural 20s on the stupid rolls.
We do.
I have to do some more powerful parties.
Thunk's just towering over him, cracking his knuckles, his neck.
So as a bonus action, he pours something over his blade. And that thing is purplish.
No, it's the good poison. This is gonna hurt, Thunk.
I know, I'm anticipating it.
So let's see here.
My.
That is a 23 across the board.
That definitely hits.
At least he hasn't crit with the poison.
So you take 7 points of damage.
I have down to 3.
Okay. And then wow.
Yeah.
What
You
con
didn't
save
really
am I
read
making?
that.
19 con save.
Dear fucking lord.
Yeah.
Come on.
19!
Okay, yeah.
I'm
That-
raging.
Oh, yes,
Okay.
Yeah, he has
Okay.
advantage.
Whew.
Thunk lets out a light fart and feels better.
I was trying to drink my red line.
The three goblins behind him
Just
pass
fall
out from
over.
the gas attack.
Oh, excuse me.
I just wanted to finish my energy drink.
Also 20 sneak attack damage.
Have
Which
down
is
to 10.
To 10.
yes. And then there's the big one. It's the 52 points of poison damage
Oh
that are
my.
halved.
Poison doesn't get halved.
It's had because you made the save.
Oh.
If,
Okay.
because you made the save.
Yeah.
So 52.
If you had
52 halved would be
26.
26.
Yeah.
that was the purple worm poison.
Zarina is also gonna try to steal some, but meaning there's
Also,
purple worms around
Please
here.
make
so...
another con save to not get the poison condition.
Got it. 20.
Okay.
Thunk
You
gets
just
stabbed by a
passed.
puny knife. Oh god, that one hurt.
Do what, Andrew?
You just pass.
Thank Christ.
Now
Now
Alright.
it's Thunk's turn.
DC was 20 for that one.
For all
'cause
intents and
of-
purposes, Thunk is below half health, so you know what that means.
Yes, but Thunk's not in his normal crazy rage. He's in a calm rage.
Mm-hmm. Just gonna luck that.
I think you already used your last one.
No, my last luck was right then because we've had 2-day rests.
Oh, yeah.
I've been keeping track.
Making sure.
15? Or 16, sorry?
No, that's a miss.
Damn it. How about a 20?
Yes.
Alright, pouring everything I got in this last swing.
Okay. Don't need to roll anything else.
No, I want to.
But
He has pissed me off.
You pissed me off. Rage. Oof. Nice.
As I said,
Nice.
there won't be a
Yeah,
corpse.
that's
There
a
will just be a
critical
splat.
divine smite, and that was my last one.
That's a.
There will be a splatter.
It's not just a critical. It's a double critical.
It is a double.
And just for the fucking hell of it, I'm gonna re-roll one of my fucking d6s.
Okay. Okay.
Just getting that set up.
So,
9
combat
plus
is
3
over.
is 12, plus 16 is 28.
I feel like we just
I make this goblin a fucking smear on the wall.
I feel like we hear the Super Smash bat sound effect as you home run his head.
KO!
So, how do you want to do this? Do you want to do it with the bat or a different?
Oh no. I'm breaking both of his legs with my club, putting the club up as he tries to crawl away, grab him by his neck, show him off to everyone he's treated like shit, and then break his neck with my one arm.
Nice. So his lifeless body slumps to the ground, seeming very small now.
And I just drop him.
All the goblins around just
The
stare.
the boar rider.
Thunk and Renji and Nord, you're gonna see Thunk and just come out of the rage.
The boar rider gets off of his boar and leaves him behind and just walks up.
Easy, Thunk, and you heal 23.
I'm good.
Well then, this seems like we have a winner. Oh, not lads. You get many affirmations from the surrounding goblins. Well
I
then.
am Thunk, now war chief of this goblin tribe. Any who have an issue, step forward.
One of the dumber and less there goblins starts walking forward before the two on either side of him grab him and push him back and throw him down the ground, stomping on his face.
Now, as tribal law instates, all property of this fool on the floor are now mine, title and all. Any objections?
No, no, no.
Good. He's going to loot his corpse. Any poison?
Yes, there's a vial of purple worm poison on him.
He gives it to
Hey,
Nord.
Also, technically, there's still some on his sword, probably.
It will dry soon, though.
Nord, I need you to hold that for me. I think Zarina could probably make more.
Was not completely finished. There are other poisons.
Oh.
For instance, there is 2 vials of wyvern poison,
Okay.
a vial of truth serum, and
I'm
1
gonna keep
vial of
that one.
torpor.
What the fuck is torpor?
Sleep.
I shall show. I shall show in chat.
It sounds like it would be a tranquilizer.
These are those ones.
Torpor, a creature subject to poison, DC fit, or become poisoned for 46 hours. Holy shit! That's a paralysis poison.
I'm gonna be keeping that one from her as well.
No, she's just
So,
gonna recreate it.
12d6 poison damage. Damn.
It's not you that I'm keeping it from.
Yeah.
And wyvern
It's
poison.
the troll
Dead.
who's now typing.
Assassins and poison are a devious mixture.
Serena just wants to recreate all the poison she needs,
Alright.
and then gift it to
Yes,
the party.
truth serum.
Nord?
Nord will put the poisons in a leather pouch with some cotton packed around them to keep them from moving.
No, the Wyvern and the purple one poison good as Arena. She could probably remake it. The other ones you guys can decide upon.
True serum
Happy
is
handsome
the,
though.
As
the
Thunk
true
steps forward towards this boar rider.
the true serum is interesting, but I have a way to do that already.
Mm.
Oh, yeah, Thunk, say hi to the person that has been watching us.
Mm.
Not the chatty type though, from what I tried to get from him when we were at camp.
Uh, I take it you're smarter than the rest here?
One could say that.
How many different languages does his ear twitch for?
Uh, that mention. Just give me the list of ones that you have, and I shall tell you which ones they are.
Okay, do.
Because I kind of remember, but I'm blanking right now.
So, Celestial, Sylvan, Elvish, Draconic, and Dwarven.
Thunk's gonna lean over the boar rider real quick.
So
He
Elvish Common, Dwarven, and there was a very slight twitch at Celestial.
Yes, he seems to know quite a few languages. Have the feeling he even knows how to speak Celestial, if only a little bit.
You also notice that he has burgundy color hair.
Mm.
I said that to you in Celestial, Thunk.
Do what now?
I I said yes, he seems to recognize quite a few of the languages I know, and
He's probably smart.
probably
He responds back.
probably probably even knows Celestial. And I said that all to you in Celestial.
Yeah, he responded back. He doesn't surprise
It,
me. He seems smart. Thunk's gonna
his,
lean
his
over the boar rider, see Nord enter the
ears are
tent.
twitching.
Nord, it probably wouldn't be a good idea to loot. It'd be best if I handed it to you, otherwise these goblins are going to attack you.
I don't think they would
I'm
try
not
to kill your
stealing anything,
brothers.
honestly. And he kind of smells the air. I think that someone might actually be able to compete with you in terms of smell.
Anyway. So, I suppose you're the smart one here.
One could say that.
What's an idiot like that doing in charge when there's someone smart enough to lead?
Well, Thunk, we
Oh,
both know that these smart people prefer to let the idiots do their work for them.
perhaps. And after all, he did indeed have some rather ghastly poison.
I take it you're not the fighting
I,
type. You're the manipulative type.
Not necessarily. I just did not care to risk my life on a errand that would not have proven to be an easy battle.
Hmm. And I take it that you don't have a problem with this arrangement?
Course not. Not
Good.
having to deal with that fool anymore is something that I very much will enjoy.
Good. And Thunk's going to turn around in Goblin and say, brothers and sisters, that fool's arrogance is no longer a bane on this tribe. We shall look for smart ways to deal with this, not idiotic primal ones. Such is the result of such foolish leadership. His death will be yours if you don't adapt.
Renji starts slightly chuckling to himself and it's like,
Oh, you don't speak
huh.
Goblin.
No, Renji starts slightly chuckling to himself and looks at you, Thunk. It's like, huh, just what, 5 days ago you got your own territory to rebuild your tribe. Now you have the force to defend your territory.
I offer one of two solutions. A. Stay in the desert and rot. Or B. Come to the Greenlands, where we can farm fresh vegetables, hunt fresh animals and wildlife, and build something. What's your choice?
No, I would say that sounds very interesting. What you say, man? Yes, 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 yes.
Alright. And I suppose the king gave me the exact location of where my field would be, or my plot of land.
Yes.
I am going to have Renji draw a map of it, because Thunk is not smart enough to do that.
I think it might be easier to take them with us and just send them back with using the ship. I
Um,
think a group of goblins without someone to escort them walking into the king's lands would probably stir up a response.
Just a tad.
well, I've got a bit of an idea. Has anybody got any hot irons or anything like that? Tar would work too.
Ta, we have much of.
Thunk's gonna go around on all of their armor and mark the bull symbol.
Interesting.
Signifying that these goblins are his. They're
I'll
not.
get my paper out.
And while you're at it, give them a official letter.
Yes, I will write the letter, but you have to seal it and sign it.
Yes. All right.
So they have tar pits, Andrew.
All right. After all official documentation that could get him across the border and uh, let's say no trouble from the local mercenaries or adventurers or shit like that, Thunk will do one last thing. Since these are indeed his warriors, they are in fact warriors of the blood god. He's going to kneel down and pray to Soda Call for safe guidance. Son of a bitch. Renji, you want to help me out?
Yeah, I would be helping you.
22.
Okay.
Basically, I'm praying for the blood god for them to have a safe journey and travel to Thunk's homestead.
Yes, yes. Yes, you basically got it. You received no verbal response at the moment for some odd reason, but
Blood god?
you get a
Aphrodite-
feeling of
i- i-
affirmation.
Gotcha.
You
Okay.
got the feeling he's listening, but
If you say blood god,
slightly busy.
do you say blood god out loud?
Yeah.
Or just be like, he might be busy entertaining his wife.
Probably. Alright, you got all your paperwork. You've got a map.
A GM can determine how well my paperwork is made.
You rolled a fucking
I-
nat 19, dude.
I
That's
thought
some
I
good
would-
paperwork.
That's some pretty good paperwork.
As a noble, I get proficiency with
Calligraphers.
yeah, calligrapher's tools.
Yeah. Anyway, this is
I hand it to
how
the boar rider.
this is how the boar rider looks normally when he's not on the boar.
When
I'm
he's
just
not
gonna
on the
use
board?
that. Yes, because that is a more generic one, and this is a named character.
Nice. Alright. You've got your
I
paper.
hand, Yeah, I hand the paperwork to the board writer and the map, and as they all leave, I use prestidigitation to make sure that all of them, that the smells at least reduced on all of them.
They're not leaving just yet. I still have one last thing. Alright, you've got your paperwork, you've got your map, you've got your instructions. I might not be back for a bit. I've got shit to do. And he's gonna look at all these goblins, and he's gonna point his club at the boar rider. This one's in charge until I'm back. He's nominated second in command.
My
Oh,
name
thanks.
is Hiram.
You
Well
might
met,
also
I'm Thunk.
you also might want them
Well
to
met.
pass the knowledge of the shift to command on to the ones ahead of the road.
Yeah, might want to tell him that there's been a new change of pace. If there are any ambushes further up in the canyon. Before you leave, if you wouldn't mind.
Indeed. Rockstack. One of the goblins hops
And,
on one of the boars and
yeah,
rides off.
and Celestial, I look at her, I think, and I'm pretty sure Zarina will want one of the boars.
Oh, and leave one of the boars.
No, Zarina probably would have just opened the gate and be like, "Be free, my friends."
Never mind, take all the boars. I just had a premonition.
Zarina can't take any more pets, otherwise the party will have too many.
Yes, you cannot take any of the boars, please.
Well, technically, all the boars would be back at Funk's homeland, whereas
Yes.
Zarina's greenhouse also is.
You can
Oh my God,
interact with the boars there. Please do not bring them along.
You just gave Zarina a supply of fertilizer
For her
greenhouse.
Yes. That
There
has
should be.
happened.
Zarina's gonna have a greenhouse in each of your guys' territories at this rate.
Yeah. Hiram, there should be some building or what have it in my territory.
I know once Serena sees the cherry blossom trees, she's taking seeds.
Anyway, Hiram, there should be building and development of the territory that I have gained before I get back. If you and my fellow comrades wouldn't mind aiding in that, I will make sure you're most rewarded upon my return.
If needed, Debanon can get in contact with him. I think she has a descending spell.
So a large group of goblins riding upon boars ride into the canyon. About about 24 or so.
Oh, so that's what
Something
you
like
meant
that.
by danger on the right,
Thanks, Andrew, for all the ambushes we would have encountered.
right? But no, it had to be a one-on-one fight with a fucker who's got purple worm poison.
That's okay. We have now have
Well,
worm poison.
It was a lot easier than it would have been had you fought them all. Especially
Yeah.
with Hiram.
Alright, Hiram, do you understand your orders?
Since we're not taking the other path, what was on the other path?
The boar riders.
Yeah, all those boar riders.
No, the longer, like, other dangerous route that goes around them.
That other. He's talking about the other pass that you could.
The other pass.
Instead of this one.
Don't worry about it.
Because there are two paths. Yeah, there's a more dangerous route you could have taken.
That one has the purple worm.
Purple worm would be kindness.
Wow.
Let's just continue. Alright, Hiram, you got your orders. Get to my territory, help build it, and develop it. And in return, I promise great rewards and riches for all who follow me.
Very well.
As the goblins leave, they're like, "Don't forget our benefit."
The dental! Definitely the dental!
You all have dental. Trust me on that. As
Also,
one who has fangs and tusks, I know.
I forgot his name, but
Hiram?
no, what's the what was the wonderful goblin that Funk's been talking about so much?
Wonderful goblin. Oh,
Oh,
Boblin.
Yeah, Boblin. Just like, yeah, you should see Boblin's teeth. They're all broken now. All those shoes shining.
So, anyway, Hiram mounts up on his boar, Jimmy.
I wonder if
Jimmy
he's related
Haram.
to Joey.
Safe travels, Hiram.
And to you too. You can't look at that yet. Everyone in the camp starts rounding everything up and undoing the tents and getting ready to move.
As they start to go off, it's like, oh, okay, never mind. I was about to say they're gonna undo their tents and probably go off after we already have left the camp. Because I just
Yep.
imagine if this entire group of goblins starts rounding the corner towards the cart, everyone in the cart's gonna shit themselves.
You forget that Elmeric can read minds, and he is kind of within distance.
Alright, Nord,
Elmeric's been giving a play-by-play this whole time.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Nord, I believe we've worried our wives long enough. Let's get back to the cart.
I think you should at least check his tent. I highly doubt this filthy creature left his worldly possessions on himself.
Yep. Alright. Let's check the tent real quick.
Well, there's not much, but there's like a chest full of gold coins. And
I'll just say, you might want to send the chest full of gold coins back with Haram.
Does he have any supplies in there that makes poison? Like kit?
A poisoner's kit.
Yeah. That's the word.
Yes.
That goes to Zarina.
Yep.
Thunk will hold the chest up one more time. Hold Haram up one more time. Oh, don't forget this in case you need to bribe somebody along the way.
Thunk's just throwing a whole chest of gold at this poor goblin who's trying to catch it.
It is appreciated. Though, are you sure you do not want to keep this?
How much is in there, DM?
If they don't need it for bribery, it can be used for funds for your land.
Did you open it?
I did. I said I went through everything.
So the inside of the chest is bigger than the outside would appear. The outside of it is about a foot wide and half a foot a foot long and half a foot wide.
Chest.
A chest of holding.
The chest holds around 10,000 gold.
Okay, retcon that.
I give the goblin 1,000 gold. And I keep that fucking chest.
Sir, Thunk keeps that fucking chest.
What do you mean? That chest is going in the wagon. Most of our supplies are probably being put in it to save room.
Yes.
What do you mean? Thunk is gonna try to wear the goddamn chest as a fanny pack.
Yeah, how did you know?
Oh my god.
God damn it. My
Thunk
plan.
just dumps the gold into my bag of holding. Thunk want this.
Just opens the chest up across his crotch and puts it in and closes it.
Oh my god, I just imagine Thunk opening the lid of the chest, start to just reaches in, grabs a handle, starts pulling out, just keeps on pulling,
Yes.
Pulls his trunk of smashing out of this box around his crotch.
Instead of a bag of holding.
It's the fucking.
Thunk has
Oh god damn it!
It's great.
It's that scene from The Mask where he pulls that big ass mallet out of his coat pocket.
Yes.
Yeah. It's just like Punk's like, just give me a moment. I need to get my stick out, and just reaches in the box and starts pulling out the trunk.
If it is alright with you, Nord, you, Renji, I'd like this to go to the development of my land.
At this point, whatever you do with your land benefits me, because you will probably assist me with my coup of the Empire.
Oh no, that Dragon Emperor, born Emperor, has got to die. He poisoned dead. I'm not standing for it.
The stronger your land becomes, the stronger your force. The stronger your force, the easier our
So I've
fight.
added something in forces
What did you...
in the
What did you
party
do?
loot.
Okay, that's what. So are you giving them all 10,000 gold?
Can I insight fucking
Kiram.
Kiram to see if he'd spend any of that gold if it wasn't necessary? Because
Yes,
I
you
am now
could.
chieftain.
You could incite that.
It's because he's higher intelligence that it makes me a little worried.
Holy mother of fuck.
21.
Holy
That's it.
jeez.
We roll good on the stupid.
How many
thing.
boar do they have, though, is the question.
Party loot. Hold on, I need to see this.
They
Everybody's
don't
going, holy
have.
shit.
They don't have as many boars.
Yeah.
Forces. Holy fuck!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I just amassed a goblin army without even fucking trying.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
so
may have been the main base, but they still need to gather some of the scouts and others that are out there
Thunk,
gathering
There's
supplies.
probably multiple routes in through this mountain pass, and they probably have them all covered.
Oh
Thunk
my
is
god.
literally creating a territory safe for orcs and goblins.
It gets better. We unintentionally just got rid of the probably largest and most dangerous fucking bandit crew in my region.
Yes, you
Pretty
did.
much, yeah.
You totally
I
did.
just can't
And now
wait.
they work for us.
Damn, I have
Literally,
the perfect map for their
literally-
camp.
literally, you were supposed
I
to run away. You were supposed
You
to run away.
underestimate our level of manipulation and stupidity.
Like, this was meant to be something for afterward. Was the second biggest threat.
I
to
just
bar
love the fact
after-
that the spy master is gonna get a report of a horde of 226 goblins
All with
All
Thunk's
riding-
symbol.
riding boarback with Thunk symbol on him, crossing the border.
We'll give them 5,000 gold, Thunk. That way they will have plenty to start your city,
Well,
farming,
hold on.
irrigation.
I still have to check the insight. I got a 21 insight. Can Hiram be trusted to be my second in command?
You get the feeling that he can be trusted. At least, mostly. There's a little bit you're iffy on, but for everything you've tasked him to do, he will accomplish it.
Alright.
Just
And it's
tell him
nice.
tell him if he breaks any of your rules, the blood god will smite him. The blood god probably will.
It's also nice to have somebody who can be in charge of Thunk's homestead while he's not there.
Congratulations, you now have a steward.
Pretty
Army
much.
of goblins.
And 200 plus new followers of the Blood God as you begin handing out pamphlets.
You
Thank
just...
you,
No,
Blood
can we
God.
cut to fucking Asgard where there's a black screen keeping us from fucking seeing anything? And you just hear Sota Call get a fucking worshiper rush? Oh, I feel more powerful.
I just imagine he's in the middle of entertaining Aphrodite, and suddenly he just gets that spike from 225 people entering his domain. Like,
No,
ooh.
I feel like the Blood God has a counter. of how
Action
many followers
surge.
He has, and it's on the wall, and you just see the numbers spike up, and he's just like, my boy's doing me good.
It's just at like 7 at
Just
the moment,
imagine.
and then it clicks up to 300. What the fuck?
Just imagine next to the
Mass
follower count is
exodus.
next to the follower count is the grandson count, and he's still waiting for that one to tick up.
Aw.
I'm telling you, it's weird because orcs are technically a monster race and usually killed by adventurers, and goblins are the same thing. I'm making a safe haven for monster races inside of the north.
Oh my god. You got goblins, you got orcs, now comes the hobgoblins, then the
The bugbears, and then the fucking minotaurs.
minotaurs.
You know what? Zareen's
I'm
a
making.
drow
Then
and
the
she's free to come
Yuan-Ti.
and go.
I am making Jorhas.
No, the Yanti would get fucked.
Oh yeah,
The
Yuan Ti
Yuan-Ti.
killed on sight.
Yuan-Ti lives in Nordslands.
Okay, so
We'll give them 5,000 gold
No
to start
offense.
your empire.
I'm
The
pretty
rest
sure
we will
there's not.
keep.
No offense. I'm pretty sure there's not even garden snakes in Nord's territory. Any
do
snake of any
you
kind is probably exterminated.
okay, so just real quick, I'm going to say that the party makes it out of the past safely and you enter the open sun once more, and the lands of Ubar lie before you. And that is where we are going to end this session for today. Uh, we will start off next session going, actually getting to the
Oh my
capital
god, now I
city.
just have like friggin' World of Warcraft vibes of like a horde of goblins on boarbacks wearing red armor with black bulls on the front of it, charging into battle.
Now end the session so I can tell you something.
Alright, session
Oh,
is ending now. Would you like to say
no,
goodbye, Nord, since Brent ain't here to do it?
Bye, Internet.